Chapter 31, Land of Snow Arc, Country of Snow. Naruto. Drifting. To the Country of Snow. That afternoon? Once the closing ceremony was over and done with and the village leaders had thanked everyone for participating in the prestigious event, everyone was free to vacate the premises. The teams that had taken part in the competition itself waited for all of the people in the stadium to file out before deciding to leave as well, with most of them heading off in their respective groups back to their hotels while some of the others chose to lag behind. Being amongst that latter group and having recovered from the shock of being jump-promoted straight to Jonin, Naruto took it upon himself to steadily make his way out of the building via the stands themselves. Heading up to the middle row to sit in the now empty stadium, the boy looked out over the arena to see just what everybody else had been able to see from their positions when the matches were on. While he did have a good idea of what it was like from his spot up in the competitor's balcony and when he managed to pull that fast one over Tsubaki in their fight, it had still been a little low for his taste. From this position though, it seemed so much more impressive. The rounds had been so intense he'd almost forgotten how big this damn place was. Breathing out a sigh of relief, the boy adorned in his new flak vest, which he now wore over his orange jacket and had both of them unzipped showing off his chest and stomach, stood up after a good, long rest and rolled his shoulder. Tired? Blinking at hearing the familiar voice, Naruto glanced towards the aisle, where he saw a still bandaged up Tsubaki standing there with her arms folded and her eyes set firmly on him. Smiling when he identified the newcomer as a friend, the Jinchuriki slipped his hands into his pockets and stretched his back. Yeah. After all the fighting I had to do today, I'm beat. You kicked me around quite a bit in our fight, and so did your teammate. Actually, I think you got in more decent hits on me than anybody else in this whole damn tournament. Tsubaki chuckled at his statement and looked ahead of her, likewise. After fighting 2 high-level back-to-back battles like you did, an ordinary person would be out for days. But after only an hour of rest, you were able to get back to your feet looking better than ever. I guess that's mostly thanks to the tenant who's renting out the living space inside of you. Naruto rubbed his neck with a sheepish grin in response. Heh. True. I wouldn't be able to do a third of the things I'm able to do without him, otherwise I'd either be bleeding out or dead right about now. He's a real lifesaver, and a good health insurance agent to have around too. An amused grunt in the back of his mind sounded the QB's answer to his comment. You seem to be holding up pretty well, Tsubaki, but is it okay for you to be walking around now? I wasn't exactly going easy on you. The Kirigakure Kunoichi glanced his way and smiled. I'm a genius and a wielder of one of the rarest Kekkai Genkai in the world. I get more than a few benefits from my abilities, even though I'm still in a bit of pain from the incredible thrashing you gave me. Her tired gaze averted momentarily when he looked at her curiously. I still can't believe that there is someone in my generation who is stronger than me, and I was already a shoo-ing for a jump promotion. But she got Chunin instead. She was actually lucky to get promoted at all. Thinking back on her performance and comparing it to some of the others she'd seen, it hadn't been that clean, nor had it been that impressive. In her opinion, it had all been choppy and straightforward. It was only thanks to her abilities and strengths that she displayed that won her the vest at the end of the day. Tugging at his jacket, Naruto gave it a moment of consideration. So, this isn't some kind of joke? Why would you think this is a joke? Tsubaki asked him, at first giving him an incredulous look until her face became serious once more. This exam is one of the toughest trials a young shinobi can possibly face in their life. The fact that this one was the biggest ever held and involved all 5 of the great shinobi nations meant that the stakes were much higher than the previous ones as well. Because the level of it was so advanced, and the route that each competitor had to take was filled with danger, I'm not surprised that they promoted 3 of you over the others. It shows our strength as individual shinobi and our worth to our respective villages. Laughing a bit, Naruto walked over to the aisle and onto the steps. Yeah. You got a point there. I guess I'm still a little bit shocked about all this. I never expected to be promoted straight to Jonin. Tsubaki smirked. Count the points you've earned. You defeated a prodigy Hyuga who would have beaten all of the other competitors including my teammates effortlessly in the same area of expertise as him. You conned an intelligent and high-level wind user into falling for a trap without breaking a sweat. You defeated my teammate who was considered impervious to all forms of physical damage. You outsprinted me, the fastest Kunoichi in Kirigakure in a clash of speed and affinity, and you defeated another Jinchuriki who was halfway transformed into their Biju. I think you've more than earned the rank you have. Upon doing what the Kunoichi suggested for him to do, the blonde shrugged casually. Meh. That's just an ordinary day for me. I guess. A light-hearted laugh came from Tsubaki after that, who then turned heel and gestured over her shoulder. Hey. I think you've got a couple of shadows on you. Looking in the direction the girl pointed, Naruto saw at the top of the staircase the entire Sunagakure team arranged into a bundle and looking down at them. Surprised to see the group was still in the area, he then watched as Temari moved down to see them, leaving Kankuro and Gaara up near the exit. When the golden-haired Kunoichi strode by Tsubaki, giving her a momentary glance and a respectful nod, the fan user then stood before Naruto and seemed to glare at him. A little bit concerned he may have upset her, Naruto took his hands out of his pockets and assumed a sort of meek stance under her gaze. Hey. Wow. Even after facing hell he was still edgy around certain people. What's up, Temari-chan? At that moment, the golden-haired Kunoichi's glare softened and she pressed her fingers together nervously. When it seemed like she was going to back down from whatever she wanted to say, the fan user stepped forward and gave him a hug. Surprised, having not expected to receive such a gesture from the cool girl he'd fought in his second round, Naruto accepted her offering gladly. They remained that way for a moment, her arms tightening around him before she decided to pull away, holding the boy at arm's length and smiling. Thank you. For everything. Huh? Oh, you're welcome, Naruto replied, returning her gaze with his usual, cheerful grin. Opening his eyes to stare into the girls after that, the Jinchuriki tilted his head as he started looking over her face and beamed warmly at what he was able to take in. You know, you really are incredibly beautiful. I didn't have much time to admire it while we were fighting, but now. Not used to being complimented so often, especially by one particular person, Temari blushed slightly and backed up, hands returning to her sides. Taking a deep breath, she then mustered up her usual confident expression and smirked across at the kid who'd put her through hell. If you're ever in Suna sometime, I want a rematch with you, one-on-one, no tricks. She pointed at him. That last play you used against me was a cheap shot, so you owe me. Oh you? Naruto shook his head sharply in reply, wondering if he heard that right. Hey, we were trying to kill each other. Can you blame me for it? Temari turned side on and winked at him. We live in the Kage mansion in the main village. I'll be waiting for you. With one last exchange of gazes, she then proceeded quickly back up the stairs, where she joined her brothers at the top and led them out through the tunnel, disappearing from sight. Naruto watched the girl take her leave, followed by Kankuro. He continued watching as Gaara, who'd also been with them, stared down at him for a moment longer, before deciding to turn and follow his siblings out. It was a moment of pause that the blonde in orange acknowledged as an interesting turn of events, after which he then pulled his attention back to Tsubaki to see the girl was looking at him again. When his eyes met hers, the orange-haired Kunoichi gave him what he initially believed was an inquisitive look before she smirked in a very mischievous way. Playboy. Hey. I resent that, Naruto pointed at her. Tsubaki giggled. You have a strong, magnetic personality that people just can't resist. I think that's an admirable quality worthy of a shinobi of your strength, and also a big advantage for you in terms of developing relationships. Stuff like this gravitates towards me. I can't help it, the Jinchuriki answered while making various gestures toward his person. Is my personality really that positively attractive, or am I emitting some sort of weird pheromone like I'm in heat or something because of the Q dash? Stopping when he realized where this was going, an action that had Tsubaki raise an eyebrow at, Naruto then turned to glare at his stomach. Oi, furball. If you're inferring to what I think you are, brat, you can forget it. The Ninetales replied while his tail swished behind him at random. I'm a demon of pure chakra and an entity of absolute malevolence. Trivial matters such as those are quite honestly the least of my concerns. In other words, he was a part-time pervert. That was comforting. Shaking it off as just something he would need to discuss with the fox later, Naruto breathed out and looked across at the orange-haired girl again. He gestured to his stomach and shrugged. It's all me apparently. Tsubaki smiled and then looked behind her again. Am I to assume she's one of yours too? Puzzled, Naruto spun around again, where he then saw another familiar face strolling down the stairs towards him, her colorful kimono fluttering on the wind and her raven black hair caught in the same updraft. It was a person he recognized all too well. Haku-chan. The above-mentioned ice user strolled to a stop, coming face to face with the Jinchuriki with a smile on her face. Naruto-kun. Congratulations. First words out of her mouth. Naruto shone brightly in the face of the familiar Kunoichi. Thanks. Wow. I never thought I'd see you in this village. What are you doing all the way out here? The teenage traveler stepped closer to him while running a hand through her starlight-kissed hair. I was traveling west and coming back around to head towards Kumogakure through the mountains, and heard about the Chunin exams taking place here. I became curious, stopped by here on my way through and heard you were participating. Her smile grew as she looked the boy's now vested form over from head to toe. And it looks as though my words of support were not wasted. You got promoted to Jonin. Yeah. That came as a shock. I never expected to get this far in the tournament, or even in a month of nothing but back-breaking training, the youngster chirped, plucking at the zip. His vest was well padded, stiff and needed to be broken in. However, he was sure that after some time of training in it, it would be fantastic. I only did what I knew what I had to do and just went with it. And you did it all with poise and confidence. Everyone fought brilliantly, even Tayuya-san, Haku said, before suddenly looking across at the orange-haired Kunoichi still standing in their presence. Seeing Tsubaki's stare fixed on her intently, the raven-haired teen looked her over once before beaming. And you're the one that fought him in the second-to-last match. Taking a special note of the girl's sword, Tsubaki raised an eyebrow. That blade. She focused her complete attention on the teen. Who was your mentor, if I may ask? My master and instructor was a great man with a big heart named Zabuza Momochi. He found me on the streets and raised me to become a strong shinobi that could help fulfill his ambitions. My dream is to help realize my master's dreams, and that's to make Kirigakure a better place. Raising an eyebrow, Tsubaki glanced at the sword again. So, you were Zabuza-sensei's apprentice? Briefly noticing the nod she returned, the lightning user smirked. He was a true warrior and a powerful swordsman whom I looked up to. Though I should be upset like everybody else that he left the village behind, they were turbulent times back then, so I cannot reprimand you for his or any other actions he took on that day. I wouldn't even want to since you aren't an enemy of me or the village. Haku blinked at the orange-haired Kunoichi's words and then gave her a serious look. Is Kirigakure recovering? For the most part, the entire nation is still trying to piece itself back together. After so many years of fighting and disputes, we've introduced a new council and Kage to help clean up the mess. It's a start, but it's still going to take a lot of work. Sensing an opening, the raven-haired shinobi looked over at a curious Naruto and then back towards Tsubaki, before stepping towards her with her hands firmly at her sides. If it is possible, I would like to return to my country and to the village someday to help the Mizukage rebuild the nation. She wanted to follow through with her master's wishes and to make sure that the promise she made wasn't an empty one. Tsubaki smiled at her. I don't see why not. Since you were not originally a shinobi of a village, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to have you enlisted. Mizukage-sama's doors are always open. Smiling warmly, Haku bowed. I'd appreciate it if you were to put my name forward for consideration. There is still some business I need to attend to, so I will return to the village as soon as I am able. This got an understanding nod from Tsubaki, before the raven-haired teen turned back to Naruto to speak with him once more. Noticing the pair's intense stares and smiles, Tsubaki chose this moment to bow out. I'll leave you two to catch up. Oh, sure thing, Tsubaki-chan. Hey, I really appreciated talking to Dash, Naruto began to say as he looked in the girl's direction, only to find that she was gone. Damn. She's as quick as ever. Haku also jumped when she noticed the girl had disappeared and giggled at the memories that came from the unexpected event, and you fought that in your semi-final match. It's so much different in a battle situation. Out here, it just catches you off guard if you're not paying attention, Naruto chuckled. That girl was just super quick. I guess if you could turn yourself into an actual bolt of lightning it would. Shrugging, he glanced back at Haku. So, what's been happening with you over the past couple of months? Eyes panning up, he then spotted Samui appear at the exit to the stands, apparently having been waiting there and watching his interactions with the various people patiently and discreetly. He thumbed in her direction when they traded smiles. We can walk and talk. This day calls for a celebration. Giggling, Haku appeared receptive to the idea at first, but then backed up and began making her way towards the exit before Naruto could take the lead. As much as I would like to catch up with you, Naruto-kun, I unfortunately cannot. I have business in another village that I must attend to, and I'm afraid I've put it off long enough. However, it is good to see you again. Seeing the inquisitive look on the boy transform into a happy one, the ice user bowed respectfully to the teen before giving a final wave. I wish you all the best. With that said and done, the ice user sauntered up the stairs and through the exit, passing Samui on the way out. The kunoichi from Kumo regarded the raven-haired beauty momentarily before turning to face Naruto when he marched up the stairs and joined her at her side. Hands on her hips, the blonde from Kumogakure nodded after the older girl and gave her companion a curious once-over. You have friends in a lot of places, I see. I do not believe I've met that one. That was Haku, a girl I met in the Land of Waves when I wound up being dragged there in the back of a wagon, Naruto quickly answered. Stuff like that happens to me a lot. We got into a bit of trouble with some bad guys that were causing problems over there and ended up fighting them together as a team. Seeing her understanding gesture, the Jinchuriki then held a hand out to her. So, as I understand it, I believe we had some plans for tonight. Thinking it over for but a moment, the kunoichi of the hidden cloud quickly sauntered over and looped her arms around Naruto's. She then beamed at him fondly when his eyes rested on her. Yes? I believe we do. The Jinchuriki laughed. You got pretty bruised up in your last fight. Are you sure you're up for a night on the town? Apparently it was a question that didn't need to be asked. He already knew her answer, which came in the form of the girl siding up closer to him. Boy, how much more trouble could he get into? That's what Naruto wondered as he walked out of the stadium with the cool kunoichi hanging off of his arm. Much later. Outskirts of Yugakure. Having left with the crowds to conceal their movements, the two cloaked figures that had stood in the shadows throughout the entire tournament wasted no time in getting out of that village before anybody noticed them. Seeing as that their uniforms were sort of becoming known throughout the shinobi nations, they needed to leave before any prying eyes caught sight of the red clouds emblazoned upon their black ensembles and sounded the alarms. Thank goodness they were in Yugakure territory. Owing to the village's change to neutrality, they had little to fear from the shinobi walking around and standing guard at the gates, seeing as how they were a bit out of touch with most of the affairs going on outside of their walls. Looking through his straw hat and paper streamers, the taller of the two individuals smirked down at his partner. That was some tournament. I never thought those kinds of battles could ever be fought in matches between green as grass genin, but I guess I was wrong, Kisame chuckled, eyes flashing mischievously. From what I could gather, it looks as though we've got some promising competition for the future, Itachi? Not so loud, Kisame, the raven-haired boy replied quickly and in his usual tone of voice, there are ears and eyes everywhere. Try to keep your excitement to a low. Yeah. Sure. No problem, the blue-skinned shinobi responded with a sigh. Still, I can't believe how tough little Tsubaki has gotten over the years. Though she's still many leagues behind me, after seeing how far she's come since the last time I was in Kirigakure, I have a feeling that she might actually surpass me someday. And that whole thing with the Ichibi nearly transforming in the middle of the last round, man, that would have made my day. The audience can consider itself fortunate that Naruto-kun was able to stop his opponent before he took it too far, Itachi spoke up. It was then at that moment, a brief minute of silence was held as the pair contemplated the events that took place in that last match. From their spots at the exit to the stands, they were able to see the whole of the tournament from start to finish. Granted that explosion of wind was one hell of a finisher to have in your arsenal, it did give them something pressing to consider. After everything they'd witnessed in the past 2 days they'd been here, Kisame just felt he needed to address the matter one-on-one with his partner. Hey, that brat's the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, isn't he? Your target? The swordsman asked, glancing down at the raven-haired boy curiously. Those wind techniques that he used, and the ones he used to fly, you don't think that he was the one that killed Haiden? Yeah. I mean, call me crazy, but from what Kakuzu described to us at our last meeting, the jutsu that was used to send his partner on a one-way trip up north looked very much like the ones that Runt used in his fights. Itachi didn't say anything in response to what his partner was telling him, allowing the pair to stew for a moment as they invested a little bit more time in the subject. Wave Country. The Great Naruto Bridge. It smells kind of rotten, don't you think? Running this new information through his head, Itachi looked up and narrowed his eyes. We report back to Leader Sama with all of the information we were able to acquire, particularly the intel regarding the capabilities of the Ichibi, the Rokubi, and the Kyubi. Kisame smirked, his fist clenching underneath his sleeve. When do you think Leader Sama will want us to start moving? Watching all of those rounds play out had gotten the swordsman seriously worked up. In other words, he was excited and hyped for battle. Sensing his partner's enthusiasm growing, Itachi lowered his head, not for a while. However, I'm pretty sure he will have some other work for us waiting once we relay our data. Chuckling, Kisame rolled his shoulder, a loud creaking echoing out from his muscles popping. Hopefully it will be something that will at least get me to stretch my legs. He then looked back curiously at Itachi once they made it through the main streets and through the entrance to the village. As they started to leave the gate far behind, the man gave his fellow compatriot a sly grin. By the way, what did you think of your little brother's matches? I thought he did pretty well for someone fighting as reserved as he was, especially against Tsubaki-chan. Not getting anything but silence from the young man, Kisame looked up again. I'm glad I know you don't need to speak in order to have a decent conversation with you. Your expressions say more than words ever could. It's like I said before, Itachi replied simply, closing his eyes. He still has a long way to go. Laughing a little, Kisame continued moving alongside the young warrior and keeping in step with him. You always had such high standards about everything. Let's just focus on getting where we need to go. We've got a lot of data to sift through before finalizing anything. Cold as well. A genuine scary person, Kisame continued on without skipping a beat. It's always a joy to hang out with you, Itachi. Oh. On the other end of the village, exiting through one of the other main gates, two more obscured figures keeping low under the watchful eyes of the guards vacated the village as quickly as they could. Still reverberating from the awesomeness of the tournament that had just come to a close, the two figures walked side by side, with the cloaked one wearing the glasses glancing over at his boss to see him staring ahead of him intently. Pale skin glowing and purple-lined, snake-like eyes piercing the way ahead of them, a slow smirk slid across his lips. Interesting, most interesting. It was hard not to notice the excited gleam in the Sanin's expression. That was, by and large, the most fascinating Chunin exams I have ever witnessed. Kabuto blinked before turning to the road as well. There is certainly a lot of potential in those youngsters, there's no arguing that. Of course. It is truly a magnificent lineup of potential candidates and test subjects. I can hardly wait to get started, Orochimaru murmured while licking his lips ecstatically. Used to his master's little quirks and physical habits of conveying his delight, the glasses-wearing spy allowed his own smile to grow as they sauntered forward, following the dirt road out of the country. I have to say, I really did enjoy the fights. While Sasuke-kuin's battles were most enlightening in their own respect, I was most impressed by young Naruto-kuin's performances. Yes. Even the still unknown right-hand man to Orochimaru was admitting that there was indeed a candidate who'd particularly caught his attention. He truly is something extraordinary. I agree, Orochimaru murmured, eyes glinting with intent. Naruto-kun, what an intriguing fellow. Oh. Later that night? Needless to say, the time Naruto spent well after the closing ceremony of the Chunin exams was some of the most fun he'd ever had outside of his village. Just like he expected from the audience during the course of the tournament itself, the entire village was in full party mode. After all the fun, terror and excitement that had been experienced and witnessed in the ring, everybody was now out cooling their jets or living it up in every way they knew how at the festivals. It was like a whole night on the town and everybody was getting drunk. The restaurants were booked up and so were the resorts. The streets were crowded, the booths were loaded, and it was just hustling and bustling all over the place. This really didn't do anything to upset the mood Naruto had on though. In fact, it only seemed to enhance it. It was the best setup he could have possibly asked for as he took Samui out around the village and the pair had some one-on-one time together. First he treated the girl to dinner to celebrate their promotions. For the hour into that afternoon, Naruto spent his entire time talking with the Kunoichi, who in turn spoke with him and together they went on telling each other everything they could about what they'd gotten up to in the last month. While Samui confessed all of her time had been spent training in preparation to face him in the third stage of the exams if they were to possibly meet up sometime in the later rounds, which sadly did not pan out how they'd wanted it to, she was nevertheless pleased at the ultimate outcome of the proceedings. Samui then talked about the places she'd visited and went on missions to, enlightening Naruto and giving him a further glimpse into what other places outside of Konohagakure were like. He even regaled her in a couple of his more memorable escapades, which involved a couple of the items he kept as souvenirs on his desk back home. They were exciting tales and nothing too risque, he was saving those ones for later. Eventually once dinner was done, Naruto paid for the bill and left with Date in tow. This then led to the pair wandering the streets, where the Jinchuriki, as promised, took her out to the gaming booths for some light-hearted action. It was definitely a night out the Kumogakure Kunoichi appreciated, where she was able to see the Jinchuriki completely cut loose and allowed her time to relax as well. He took her to play some games, try out some fireworks, and even went shopping for new clothing, seeing as how theirs was, for the most part, ruined. She had a ball trying on stuff with the Jinchuriki offering his opinions on the outfits she'd picked, even the ones she chose that would specifically catch his attention. To go along with the fun, Naruto also slipped on some stuff from the men's section that revolved around his symbolic color, just to mix things up a little. At the end of their run the girl then insisted on taking him to the hot springs with her, which he was a bit hesitant about due to her asking of him, but was quick to concede. The facility Sammy chose was a mixed one, so it was safe for both parties to enter the ponds as they spent the time after that relaxing in the hot waters from the tough day they both had. It certainly was an enjoyable experience for the blondes as the kunoichi rested up alongside Naruto and eventually got him to wash as well as massage her back. Sitting on the stool in front of the shower heads, Sammy moaned approvingly as the spiky-haired boy kneeling behind her worked his magic, albeit nervously, with his hands running over her shoulders and neck. The girl arched her back into his firm yet exquisite hands as they glided over her, at the same time she held the towel she had to her front securely and kept her eyes shut, allowing her mind and body to register to all the sensations that came from the boy's efforts. Right there. Ah, that's it, Sammy sighed with a content smile in play, you're nailing it, Naruto-kun. Tell me again how you managed to talk me into going through with this? Naruto asked while his hand soothed over her upper back and he started working certain spots along her muscles. Usually I'm the one who plays the role of the snake charmer. This is a completely different experience for me. Yeah. Weird too. There were very few people out there who could actually hypnotize him, in the metaphorical sense. Well, now you know what it's like to be hit by your own weapon of choice, the Kumo Kunoichi replied in a mischievous tone before giving another moan of pleasure when the boy worked over a particularly tender spot. Oh yes, right there. Blushing a bit, Naruto grinned wryly at the girl eagerly leaning into his hands. Man, you've got quite a bit of knots in you, Samui-chan. This competition has really taken a sledgehammer to your back. Blame my opponents, and all of those days of training I had to do. You know, I think I will, the Jinchuriki chirped before cracking his knuckles and going back to her left shoulder pad. Now hold still and let me work some more of these kinks out of you. Samui smirked at his statement, am I to assume that you're done complaining? She then let out a loud groan when the boy went over a particularly sore spot and worked it out of her. Because of the intense feelings she received from that particular area of muscle being rubbed out, she nearly lost her grip on her towel, earning an amused look from the jonin behind her. Oh, you are a real miracle worker, Naruto-kun. Ooh. Thanks, the Jinchuriki replied happily, glancing over her shoulder to grin at the girl and the blush she now had on her cheeks as she leaned further into his touch. I try. I know you do, the girl moaned again, not caring at some of the amused and strange looks they got from the men and women in the springs behind them. As it turned out, it was a pretty damn great time for Naruto as well. When the time eventually came to call it quits, the Jinchuriki escorted Samui back to her hotel where her team was staying at. Upon arrival, the boy handed his fellow ninja her gear, having been a gentleman and carried all of it for her, and thanked her for the time they spent and vice versa. Being the one to have asked him out, the girl offered her sincerest appreciation with another kiss, which he returned welcomingly and stayed like that for over a minute at the front of the hotel. When they eventually parted, Samui left with fond wishes to see him again and, much like the time at the waterfall, made a show of her departure by swaying her hips to hold his attention completely on her, and brought about the desired reaction of red to his face. Naruto returned to his district with the biggest smile ever seen on him, his time with the foreign ninja psyching him up enough to meet up with Tenten at the ramen booth. Having reserved this particular period for last, the blonde did as he promised her and took her out for even more spirited contests, this time at the gaming stands and gambling spots. Their hours out on the town turned out to be a much more energized time compared to the date with Samui, where it had been more relaxing and easygoing. The pair had fun nonetheless, and this turned out to be an enjoyable round of enjoyment too, with Tenten taking home the most wins. Payback for her early and unfortunate loss in the tournament. Like on the night of their first arrival, Naruto took her back to her room. Setting their gear down at the front they then surveyed their prizes and scratched their heads, with the Jinchuriki giving a nervous chuckle. You're going to need some serious help taking all of this back home. The shuriken user laughed and waved a hand dismissively. I'll just stuff it all into a bag and get Gai-sensei to carry it, call it an exercise, challenge or something. Oh yeah. There was no way he was going to say no to that. Amused by that thought, Naruto grinned across at the girl, satisfied? Immensely. Tenten jabbed him in the arm gratefully. Thanks for another wicked date. No problem, Naruto responded, seeing the girl beam at him before rubbing her arm meekly. He'd seen that expression before, so he could guess what his friend wanted to say next, which didn't bother him that much. Got something on your mind? More or less. I don't really think a punch to the arm is a good way of telling you how I really feel anyway. Funny. A lot of problems for shinobi revolve around hitting each other with stuff. But I guess you're talking about stuff like this. Tenten smiled at him and stepped forward, though I'm not exactly sure how you feel, I want to make this as clear to you as possible so, here goes. Just as he was figuring out what the kunoichi was trying to get across and getting ready to respond to the girl's words in kind, Naruto was caught off guard by Tenten stepping forward and kissing him on the cheek. It was brief and only lasted for a moment, but the blonde felt every bit of emotion that came out of it and could only watch in surprise as the kunoichi pulled away and tucked some hair behind her ear. Stepping into the light, Tenten then giggled at the look of surprise on the youngster's face and gazed at him with intent. Yeah, that should do it. Remaining silent for a few seconds, Naruto smiled. Heh. I think that works just fine. With that exchange completed, Tenten then grabbed her bags, kicked her door open and backed up into her room. Smirking at the Jinchuriki still standing out in the hall, she winked at him one last time and closed the passage behind her. Once the teen had returned to her room to turn herself in for the night, Naruto took a moment to kick at the floor absently until he eventually turned heel, slipped his hands behind his head and marched off whistling jaunty tune, all the while delving deep into the whirlwind of thoughts his mind was now conjuring up. Tenten liked him as well. That was interesting. Though he figured something like this would be more problematic, Tenten didn't seem to mind his turbulent relationships with the other girls at all. In fact, she seemed accepting of it. Although, this being so early on in the game, Naruto wasn't going to put it past the girl to put up more of a fuss over this later onwards. Who knows, maybe she was the competitive type. It was a basket of different fruits, the blonde figured. There were a lot of people out there with varying tastes and characters. Some people were less tolerable with each other when it came to chasing after a person they liked. Sakura and Ino were a good example of this. Then there were others who didn't mind stepping around others to get to where they wanted to go or simply went with the crowd to eliminate the exhausting effort of fighting to get right to the heart of the matter, Tayuya and Samui being other examples. Then there were other people who dove in no matter the circumstances, and Tenten seemed to live up to that by shanghaiing him whenever she could get him alone. It made the Jinchuriki wonder if he was just an attractor of that type. Sakura deviated away from him, and Karui, from the time he'd spent with her, hated his guts. But he'd warmed up enough to those two to be at least on friendly terms with him. Must have been part of his contract. As soon as he got back to his room, he wasted no time heading over to his sleeping area and crashing onto his mattress. It wouldn't be a minute after sprawling out over the sheets that he turned to see Tayuya lying there next to him on her side, her head propped up on her hand and an inquisitive smile on her face. Acknowledging his unexpected intruder, the Jinchuriki grinned. "Big day, huh?" the redhead asked. "Oh yeah, big day," the boy sighed, lying back as the girl snuggled up next to him. "A whole 3 rounds of hell and 2 dates. I think I'm going to die." He then blinked and looked across at his girlfriend in worry, as he didn't know what bringing up that subject would do to the redhead. "By the way, Tayuya-chan, about me and Samui, and Tenten. I don't really." Sensing his nervousness, the redhead giggled and shuffled closer to him, at the same time wrapping her arm over his chest to stop him from stammering. "I care about you a lot, Naruto-kun. But if you're worried about hanging around with the other girls and me, it's okay." She then smirked at the look he gave her next. "I talked with Samui about it when we were alone. She said how much she was interested in you and how much she admired you, and after hearing her out and saying what we had to say to each other, we both agreed that we would share you." Hearing this statement had Naruto give his girlfriend an owlish expression, face turning momentarily red when he imagined the talk that probably went down between the two. Head spinning for several seconds, the boy pondered over the content and the outcome that came with the illustration, before grinning somewhat when his mind eventually worked through it. "Okay, firstly, that's just about the most awesome thing anyone has ever said to me, period. And secondly, are you sure about this?" "Positive," Tayuya replied, nudging him affectionately before giving him a sly look and licking her upper lip in a very ankle-like manner. "In any case, I think it would be quite fun, hanging out with you and the other girls." Raising an eyebrow at her personality quirk, the Jinchuriki then gave a hearty laugh and shook his head. "Man, now I think I really am going to get kicked to death by a horse. Save dying for later. There are much more important things you have to worry about," Tayuya teased, at the same time kicking him lightly in the leg. "Besides, dying before your time is so not your style." "Yeah, you're right. It would be uncool of me to cop out early before winning the big seat. I'm already halfway there. May as well see it through to the end," Naruto said, closing his eyes when he felt the musician rub her cheek against his chest. After a full minute of silence and hearing the crickets and the bustling of the village streets filter into their room, the blonde breathed out in relief. "I can't wait to get back home." "Same," Tayuya yawned. Moments later the two kids were out like a light, completely ignoring the sounds of celebration outside and the fireworks that lit up the sky minutes later. Yep, it had been one hell of a day. Oh. Meanwhile, standing out on the main road alongside hundreds of other villagers, a still awake and alert Sasuke and Sakura, who had previously been en route for their hotel to turn in for the night, had stopped to survey a very peculiar sight. Standing just a few feet from them, they saw the whole Kirigakure team and the Hyuga member of Team Guy standing and staring at what they perceived was the inn that they'd stopped by for a bit of a celebratory drink and a good time. Or, what used to be an inn, because all that remained of it was a pile of charred, black wood still smoldering from an obvious fire that had been started inside of the complex and burnt the whole thing to the ground. Yugakure shinobi responding to the emergency had arrived in time to put out the fires, but not before seeing the entire building collapse in on itself from a freak accident that had everybody scratching their heads over. Sure, all the people that had been inside had managed to get out in time to avoid being burnt to death, including the bar owner and his waitresses. The question of what started the blaze, however, was still hanging freshly in the air. That was until Sasuke and Sakura heard the commotion coming from the two familiar squads present on the scene. Both on crutches and completely wrapped up in bandages from serious burns, Tsubaki and Kyoko stood side by side nervously while being scolded by an annoyed Utakata. "Why the hell did you burn down that poor man's business?" the boy asked irritably, having assisted in putting out the flames when he came around trying to find his team. "Kyoko?" The blonde jumped at being addressed and laughed uneasily. "It wasn't my fault, Utakata-kun. I was just spending some time hanging around with Niji-san and talking with him about our different fighting styles. I got hungry, so I decided to break into the storage area and look for some food." Twitching, the Jinchuriki glared at his teammate. "That's called trespassing, you little thief." He then turned his ire on the lightning user. "Tsubaki? Still feeling ashamed at herself for her actions, the new Chunin looked back at the boy glaring at her. It's like I keep telling you, I was only there playing the arcade games they had lined up against the side of the bar. I saw Kyoko disappear around the back and followed after her. When I got to the basement it was dark so I lit a candle. She then took on a faraway look and stared ahead of her vacantly, and before I knew it there was a fire raging all around me. It certainly explained why both of them were wrapped up like mummies. They'd both gotten caught up in the latter's blunder. Gritting his teeth, Utakata broke his composed character and shouted at the two girls like a father scolding his children. The candle started the fire from you to the room. While Tsubaki received a tongue lashing from an obviously pissed off Utakata, who went on to say how immature she still was, Kyoko nervously turned to Niji to see a slightly burnt boy standing there with his arms folded and glaring at the pile of black ash that had previously been the building. Shuffling on the spot, the girl smiled at him fondly and got the boy's attention by nudging him in the arm. Despite being patched up from nearly getting cooked, she was surprisingly in a very chipper mood. That was an interesting night, huh, Niji-kun? Her expression conveyed a hit of admiring and affection for the boy she'd openly admitted to having a crush on earlier that day. Responding with his usual, hard stare to the girl that had been following him around since his hotel like some weird stalker, the Hyuga closed his eyes and looked away. In a way. Oh. The next day? Konohagakure? Strolling down the streets along with the rest of the contingent that had traveled to Yugakure for the third and final stage of the exams, Naruto's eye twitched uncomfortably due to the overwhelming prickly feeling on the back of his neck. After several miles of experiencing this particular sensation and having it throw him off his game and attempt to socialize with other members of his squad, he eventually felt the need to address it and looked to his right swiftly. Okay, why is everybody staring at me like I've got something growing out of the side of my face? When his eyes landed on the rest of the team next to him, as well as Team 10, he saw Shikamaru, Choji and Sasuke look away casually, with the latter grunting indignantly. Sakura of course grinned nervously when she saw the blonde's questioning gaze fall on her before stepping closer to her teammate just ambling along with his hands in his pockets. We're still trying to get over the fact that two of us were promoted straight to Jonin in the exams, Naruto, the pink-haired girl chirped, scratching her cheek nervously while glancing at the vest he was now wearing. It's a little bit strange. He earned the promotion. There shouldn't really be anything strange about it, Choji said with a small smile in play. Even though he said that, he still couldn't help but feel a tad bit beset at the incredulity of the situation. Sensing the Kunoichi's concerns, Shikamaru glanced over at Sakura again and spoke, "It's new and somewhat interesting, sure, but things like this have happened many times before." Taking this as fact, Ino looked over at the Nara. "People have jumped rank before?" "A lot of times," the bored new Chunin said while yawning. "ANBU do it for some of their programs. There are even individuals who were just promoted to Chunin and kept that rank for about a week or so, before being promoted straight to Jonin. But those were for the regular exams. Naruto just breezed past that necessity and got the promotion straight up. It shows how exceptional his performance was on the world stage." Sakura smirked and nudged Ino in the side, getting her attention. "He literally fought through the toughest of the competition in this tournament and came out alive on the other end. I'm pretty sure anyone would have gotten leeway into another league after going through that same stuff." Seeing the Yamanaka blink then prompted both Kunoichi to look back at Naruto and stare at him admiringly, earning yet more disdain from the already uncomfortable youngster. "Still, to get promoted to Jonin, man, Ino odd. That makes you like Kakashi-sensei, doesn't it?" Sakura asked pointedly. Blinking and looking up momentarily at that piece of information, Naruto made a thoughtful noise as he fully processed his friend's statement before eventually responding in kind. "Huh? You're right. I guess it does kind of make me like Kakashi-sensei. That was some big news right there." Naruto was just surprised he wasn't hit with this realization earlier. Since starting out on the team, he'd quickly come to understand that the rank of Jonin was a prestigious award given to shinobi of high levels of skill, intelligence, and leadership qualities. Dawning on this for a minute or so, the blonde quickly summarized that because he was bumped up to this rank, it meant that he not only had the combat skill necessary, but all of the other qualities that made Jonin-level shinobi who they were, people recognized for skills that could be passed on to the next generation and used appropriately on the field. This train of thought filled Naruto's heart with a little more pride. It wasn't enough to gloat over, since he wasn't really in the mood to, but enough to swell him and give him more to look forward to for the future. There were expectations he needed to meet, therefore he had to be organized, assertive, productive, and focused. It was while he was mulling these many things over in his head he suddenly felt an arm wrap around him and a hand place itself on his shoulder, causing him to look to his left to see his silver-haired instructor looking down at him. The sight brought a curious gaze from the teen as he fixed on the taller man that was his teacher, who cracked his characteristic eye smile in a bright and cheerful manner. "Since you've been promoted to Jonin, Naruto-kun, that means you're technically no longer my student and are pretty much capable of taking on a team of your own now," the man informed, getting the Jinchuriki and a few others to blink in surprise. Everyone who was promoted to Chunin as well can consider themselves no longer required to be on the learner's track, but that doesn't mean the squad is completely broken up. You can approach me for advice, train and take missions with us whenever you like, my little Kohai. Naruto inwardly shivered at that and the creepy vibe he got from his teacher's all too pleasant grin. "Kohai?" Okay, now being promoted to Jonin was no longer an issue. Being called a Kohai however was something else entirely different. He then felt another pat on the back and looked across to see Asuma pull up beside him, cigarette lit and an amused grin on his face. "You're one of us now, kid. Be proud of that. I look forward to working with you in the future." Feeling more stares, Naruto looked behind him to the other adults and teams following close behind. Completely overlooking the sly expression from Tayuya and the thoroughly entertained one in Tenten, his attention fell on a present Anko, Guy, Kurenai and Gunma, all of whom were looking at him with a mixture of approval and enthusiasm. The former of the four of course gave him a lecherous look and ran a tongue over her upper lip in an excited manner. "Oh yes. We're going to have loads of fun together," the snake mistress spoke up. This comment had a cold chill go down Naruto's spine as he looked ahead of him with tears flowing freely from his eyes. He hadn't even been a jonin for a full day yet and already he was starting to hate it. Seeing his expression had Sakura giggle. "What a baby. But I guess that's what you get for trying so hard." It was a consequence bound to affect anyone willing to ride the highway of ambition. He was promoted just like many of the others were, and while he'd probably been mentally prepared to face the trials and challenges of a jonin, it was clear he wasn't prepared to deal with the attention that came along for the ride. Everyone apparently found amusement in his situation and expressed it equally from Choji to Niji. Even Sasuke smirked to himself at his rival's sudden realization of misfortune as their troop marched down the main road towards the administration building. However, that was not their destination. Their destination came in the form of a meeting at the center of the village. When the convoy rolled to a stop on the main highway, the instructors dismissed their teams, telling them to take a few days off to rest and recover from their ordeal. It was an option they gave to the new Chunin as well. Just like how Kakashi explained it to Naruto, those that had secured promotions were no longer required to attend group meetings or go on missions as a genin squad anymore. They were now allowed to take on whatever missions they pleased and could go on them at their leisure, but were still required to report in a shinobi whenever the higher-ups demanded their presence. The lecture was brief on that and soon everyone was on their way. The only ones who remained behind at the end were Naruto and Tayuya. After receiving personal congratulations from Tenten and pats on the back from his friends, including Ino who approached him with a little more intent than what he was used to seeing from her, the Jinchuriki breathed a sigh of relief and gave a smile. "Well, I guess that's that." He quickly looked over at his roommate, whom he saw was smiling as well. "So, what do you plan on doing now that you're a jonin?" "Easy," the redhead answered and looked over at him determinedly. "I'm going to kick back, relax and go on as many missions with you as I can." Naruto grinned. "You really want to stick around with me?" The redhead laughed and playfully leant against him. "It's like I said to you before, I'm willing to go wherever you go, even to hell and back." "Well then, welcome aboard to Team Awesome, Tayuya-chan." Naruto held a fist out to her and they bumped knuckles, before they then set off at their own pace, with his hands in his pockets and the redhead strutting alongside him. "I'm going to rest at home for a couple of days and then I'm going to take on a mission. I should be more than ready by then." He looked down at the girl to see her strolling along still wrapped in bandages. "You on the other hand might want to stay in the apartment for a little bit longer. You're still in a pretty rough state from your last fight." Rolling her shoulder, the musician nodded. "Yeah. My bones and muscles are still sore, and the medics told me to take it easy when I got back. Guess that's what I get for fighting against someone who doesn't play nice." Gaara had been one mean customer, for everyone. He was a 1 in 100 of an opponent. "Hopefully the next job you get won't involve someone as dangerous as him," the Jinchuriki replied, marching on and taking to the streets bound for his comfortable home. As the pair walked down the roads for their neighborhood, they were met with applause and gazes of approval from the surrounding villagers. Though they were the same sights and waves that they received when they first entered the village through the main gate, they'd been too distracted at the time to thoroughly appreciate all of it. Perhaps it was thanks to all of the shinobi being together that the adulation wasn't so focused on two particular people. But now that they were outside of the platoon and finally given time to be by themselves, the sights and sounds of the civilians' praise washed over them in their fullest. It was a sense of recognition and accomplishment. Naruto and Tayuya returned full force, both of them waving to the people and receiving thanks from the children that also ran past to congratulate and meet them. "You look awesome, boss. I knew you could do it." A familiar shout came from behind as Naruto was soon set upon by Konohamaru, Moegi and Udon, all three of them circling the pair as they strolled along. "I expected nothing less from my rival for the title of Hokage." "Yo, Konohamaru," Naruto greeted, stopping in his tracks and returning the adoring gazes and grin sent his way from the three with his own. He and Tayuya then spent a moment getting high fives from the youngsters, before quickly moving on with business. "Did you guys see all the matches?" "The whole thing," the brown-haired boy with the matching goggles chirped. "We didn't miss a single second. We went to see the fights on both days and everyone watched the finals." Moegi also spoke, beaming up at the blonde with shimmering eyes filled with wonder. After acknowledging the Jinchuriki with a blush of joy and a brushing aside of her bangs to convey her response to his presence, her gaze then fell upon Tayuya, whom she also gave her complete attention toward. "You two were incredible." Tayuya chuckled and patted the girl on the head. "Thanks. I'm a really big fan of yours, Tayuya-san. You were the top kunoichi to graduate from the previous group, and many of the girls from my class admire you as well. How did you become so strong?" "Through hard work, training," the redhead answered, placing her hands on her hips and posing before the academy students, never giving up and always aiming high. "That's something I learned from this troublesome bastard." She thumbed over at the blonde next to her, who waved off her exclamation as something ordinary. "Just do the best you can and work hard on your skills." Smiling, Moegi giggled brightly and swayed on the spot from the advice given to her from the amazing girl she'd seen battle. Udon also stepped forward, wiping his nose as he faced the Jinchuriki firmly. "We knew you could do it, boss. You defeated every single person that came after you and all of them were scary strong." "Oh yeah, they were scary strong all right. Especially Tsubaki. What about that Gaara guy? He was pretty creepy, Konohamaru asked, throwing his arms out to illustrate his point. He transformed into this massive raccoon thing and started stomping all over the arena. What was that? Some kind of demon? Naruto chuckled. Yeah, you can say that. He was close. In fact, the kid was right on the mark. But the Jinchuriki didn't really want to talk in detail about it, not until the boy was probably older and more knowledgeable about that sort of stuff. It must have just been one of his secret sand techniques. It was pretty impressive, but not good enough to scare me. He swore he heard the Kyuubi inside of him grunt in amusement. After receiving praise from the three kids and telling them a bit about their matches, Naruto and Tayuya soon had to excuse themselves. They were beat from the journey and they wanted to just crash back at their apartment as soon as they could. Upon getting this across to their young fans from the academy, the group of troublemakers then parted as well, having did what they'd set out to do to intercept both of them and offer their best wishes to the two new jonin. With Moegi and Udon scampering off, Konohamaru lagged behind momentarily to shoot his rival a look as well as a point of his finger. Just you wait, boss. I'll catch up to you soon, and when I do, we're going to fight, and I'm going to win. Naruto smirked back and waved as the child left, looking forward to it. Squirt. Seeing him disappear around the same corner his friends did, the Jinchuriki and the musician then continued on for home. Their hearts fluttered under the respect paid to them by the villagers as they entered their familiar street, passing the local shops and convenience stores before shortly arriving at the familiar corner, looking up towards the third floor where their dominion was. Ascending the stairs two at a time, they reached the front door, with Tayuya pulling out her key to open it. Ah! Home, sweet home, the Jinchuriki sighed. However, before his friend could put the key into action and let them in, the locks on the other side of the barrier suddenly clicked, seconds before the door unexpectedly flew open and Naruto found himself tackled by a purple blur nearly the same height as him. Hitting the ground with a loud crack, the dazed blonde looked up with a start to find a grinning Isaribi straddling him. The Jinchuriki actually blinked in astonishment at how fast and hard she'd managed to crash into him, and remained frozen and helpless beneath her. Whoa. Hey. Isaribi-chan. The conky got to the head after that had him seeing too, but it didn't affect his view of the girl's expression at all. The teen in bandages leered at him as she leant forward, hands atop his chest and placed upon his new vest. Welcome home, Naruto-kun. Her cheerful disposition then gave way to an unexpectedly dangerous one, with a bloodthirsty aura starting to waft off of her back to choke the atmosphere above her. The sight had Naruto and Tayuya react in slight alarm. You have a lot of explaining to do, regarding your blonde-haired friend from Kumogakure. Yep, just as he thought. Any action he took in his life had consequences. That was the true nature of his world, even if he couldn't help it. Being Naruto Uzumaki was a bitch. The Jinchuriki responded with a weak grin. Well, first of all, do you think we could take this conversation somewhere where we're not outside where people can hear us and you're not on top of me? I'm perfectly fine with this spot. Good. Then, let me begin my three-part apology by saying you're a beautiful girl who has an incredibly kind heart that would prefer to settle disputes with her voice rather than violence. Secondly, as Naruto mumbled on, trying to ease the tension of the demonic aura of chakra coming off of the girl pinning him to the floor, he failed to notice Kin standing in the doorway of his apartment looking down at the scene in amusement and Jiraiya standing further along the walkway with his draft book out and pen scribbling notes across its pages furiously. Though he was making himself as invisible as possible to the three girls and boy in the same district so as to not disturb the chapter playing out, he was making no effort to conceal his brainstorming, which was accompanied by the enormous, lecherous grin on his face. Oh kid, you are by far the most entertaining student I've ever had. Tayuya gave a laugh and scratched her head, while Kin stepped out to also look down at the blonde choking out his apologies under the drowning intent of the purple-haired girl keeping him floored. All of that ridiculous strength is wasted on him, the raven-haired roommate breathed out, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Still, she was unable to get rid of the fond smile she had on as she rested her hand on her hip and gazed at the orange-wearing boy beneath her line of sight. But, I can think or worse people that can have it. Oh. Later that night, sitting on his couch in front of the television, which was currently on and playing through an old romantic comedy Naruto remembered seeing a long time ago, the Jinchuriki had his feet kicked up on the extensions of the enormous seat in front of him while at the same time lying as still as possible, watching the screen's main characters run through their dialogue. After managing to ease the tension between himself and Isaribi, which he'd found extremely difficult to do since the girl was quite scary for someone with such a timid character, the group eventually took their reunion inside, Jiraiya and all. There, the two girls of the house finally congratulated their two roommates for a job well done, with Isaribi being the most vocal in her response while Kin offered her respects reservedly. It was then Naruto sat them at the dining table and regaled them in all the events and experiences firsthand. Hell, he wasn't even able to cover everything along with Tayuya by the time dinner time rolled around, which they celebrated with takeout. For people living in one apartment with a limited income, the best they could really do for now was that. However, none of them had any problems with it as they bought tons of fried rice and a whole but load of side dishes, which they indulged in around the table. Naruto actually got Jiraiya to pay for them, seeing as how it was his sensei who wanted to treat him to it as a way of rewarding him for his successes. The man made no protests. He just slapped his money on the table, paid for their meals and that was that. Though he questioned why they didn't let him pay for a 5-star joint, Naruto and Tayuya simply stated they were tired, preferred to eat at home, and have something that was reasonable and would be within their own budgets were the circumstances different. In their celebratory meal within their domicile, Naruto learned Isaribi had managed to get a part-time job at a local butcher store to help pay for the bills. Since she was so good with oceanic types of food sources, she was put in the seafood section and given charge there. It was an area she had absolutely no problems in working in and had already started on a roll. She sprang this surprise on the others that evening, assuring the Jinchuriki who'd taken her in that he shouldn't need to stress about taking care of all of them, even if he insisted. Naruto didn't argue. Though he made it abundantly clear that most of his mission pay went to the apartment, as the administration staff shaved the necessary amount off of his every paycheck for the mortgage, electrical, water, gas bills and more, he made enough for himself and everybody to live off of. Tayuya did so too, so that they were able to split the responsibility of taking care of their home, and with Isaribi now working and both ninja of the household promoted, they could start earning and saving up a lot more. This wasn't even counting the bounty Naruto had given to Tayuya all those years ago from Crow. The sword sitting on his desk was a big reminder of that. It was a good thing they didn't spend in excess. All they really got was food, clothing, and the occasional movie as part of the deal. Aside from the occasional changes of pace, that was really it. The time they spent together around the table was mostly used to talk about the exams, their promotions, and the future adventures the main pair of the house were planning on having. Even Kin was incredibly supportive of the duo, especially Naruto, whom she couldn't help but view with much more friendliness and respect than before, much to Isaribi's chagrin. Eventually, the group settled down for the night and decided to watch a movie, with Naruto in the center, Tayuya on his right, and Isaribi on his left, who spent the entire prologue of the film fighting with the raven-haired newest member of the household for the spot. About halfway through the event and after everyone had gotten comfortable, almost all the teenagers on that seat had fallen asleep, leaving Naruto the only one still conscious. Running a hand over Tayuya's bangs and hearing the girl murmur peacefully, the Jinchuriki gave a content sigh and looked towards the entrance of the living room. When he did, he saw Jiraiya standing there in the corridor looking in with his arms folded. Smirking at his apprentice, the Sannin stepped into his midst. "You really are a one-of-a-kind, kid. The only other person I knew who attracted this much attention back in their young years who was like you in any way was your father, but he was a one-woman man, that one." Naruto rolled his eyes. "What about you, Ero Sennin? Were you like my father as well?" Jiraiya chuckled and sat himself down on the single couch next to theirs. "Me? Well, I'm a lover of many women, kid. A fantastic, terrific, great lover. Oh yeah. You won't be able to even count the number of women I've had relationships with. Where do you think most of the inspiration for my books comes from?" Ignoring the displeased glare sent at him from the blonde and easing up, the hermit then panned over the three girls huddled up against the boy and began to count on his fingers. "So, how many does this make so far? You have Tayuya and that Samui girl for certain if the shots of the balcony were correct? Isaribi sneaking up from behind and on the sidelines, this fetching, raven-haired beauty you've also managed to snag with your womanizing gun. Who else have you got, if you don't mind me asking?" Damn, for an old pervert that seventh sense of his was damn accurate. He could detect sensations of the female presence from miles away. Naruto was pretty sure the Lech navigated the shinobi nations using women as magnetic points. Nevertheless, picking up where Jiraiya left off due to him being unable to think up any more names, the Jinchuriki continued counting for him, if with a bit less enthusiasm. "There's also Tenten-chan. She likes me because I fight great and that my personality fits well with hers. Now that I think about it, we do get along extremely well." He shrugged in confusion at the grin that was thrown at him by the white-haired wanderer. "Stuff like this just happens when I go places, Ero-sensei. I can't help it. I just don't really know why I'm so interesting to begin with. I'm not exactly the best-looking guy in the world. But you're certainly the most charismatic and approachable," Jiraiya finished with a flicker of wisdom in his gaze. "It also helps that you're a bit of a selfless freak too. A lot of girls really like that quality in a man. Some like jerks, some girls only look for the physical attractiveness in males, but then there are others who like guys like you." Breathing out, Naruto rested his head back and looked up towards the ceiling as he felt Isaribi rub her cheek against his vest. "I was always such a dunce when I was younger. I tried making friends, but everyone just kept leaving me. Soon no one, not even the kids at school, wanted to be around me. The girls especially recoiled whenever I came close to them. It was like I had the plague." "Consider this your big comeback then," with interest, Jiraiya responded, crossing his arms as he looked the boy over. Deciding to put this talk on the back burner now and allow this string of luck he had to run its course, the Sannin's grin deteriorated to a pleased smile as he focused his full attention on the youngster. "But seriously, I'm really proud of you, kid. You jumped rank to Jonin and got your name out there. This means you're one step closer to your goal." The change in topics brought a smile to the blonde's face as well, and he looked back down to face the screen of his television. "I still have a lot of things to do though. I'm not going to let it stop here," Naruto said with a firm voice. "I've still got to do missions for the village, I've still got people I need to protect, and I've also got a world to change. As long as I'm wearing this headband." He flicked the plate with his finger, causing an audible ping to ring out. "There's always going to be something waiting for me around the next corner, whether it's a package I have to deliver or a battle I have to fight." Jiraiya smiled. "I take it you're ready for the responsibilities of your position then?" "More than ready," Naruto replied affirmatively. "Heh. Good," Jiraiya chuckled before giving the boy an even more serious stare and leaning forward in his seat. Lacing his fingers together, he gave his apprentice his utmost focus. "Since you know what the promotion actually means to you, I'm sure you also know why you need to be extra careful from now on. Looking across at the man and seeing his glare, the Jinchuriki was then reminded of another matter concerning his current position. While it didn't directly involve his promotion, it was still an issue that needed to be addressed, as this had existed even before he took the exams. My missions will become a lot more dangerous in the future, and if it comes to it, I'll be forced to fight even stronger opponents than what I'd find in the lower categories. That much is a given. But you also have to take into account the potential enemies who will actually be gunning for your life, and I'm sure you know exactly who I'm talking about. They were black with a particular symbol on each of their persons. Oh yeah. There was no need to remind him of that. Naruto more than remembered his first A-ranked experience out there on the field. It was what helped get him here in the first place, the very thing that gave him the added incentive to become even stronger than he was before. Akatsuki. Jiraiya nodded. Old Man Third told me about your little adventure to the Land of Waves. If I'm recalling it correctly, you encountered 2 of them there. Yeah. Kakuzu and Haiden. You defeated one of them. That's an incredible feat, especially for someone of your age and experience. But that one you got wasn't the strongest of the group, nor was he the most dangerous, Jiraiya informed, his stare becoming even narrower. The Akatsuki organization consists of a total of 10 members, a number which I believe has changed recently, and we know the names of a few of them. My old teammate Orochimaru was a former member of that group, but he left when he attacked one of his comrades and tried to take his body for his own. Itachi Uchiha. Naruto looked up in shock. Sure, hearing that one of the 3 legendary Sannin was previously a part of that group was one thing. Hearing that he tried to get the best of one of them, especially that person, was another surprise entirely. Itachi, Sasuke's older brother? It's good that you know him. Yeah. Tayuya and I have a lot of conversations about that bastard. The guy is supposed to be monstrously strong and ridiculously talented, Naruto replied, scratching his head uneasily. Shit, so what happened? Well, to put it to you simply, Itachi chased the snake away, the hermit replied with a careless shrug, as if a clash between S-rank shinobi for him was just a normal occurrence. This didn't fill the orange-wearing Jinchuriki with much confidence, but he continued to listen in nonetheless. And that's only a small slice of the cake I'm cutting for you. Here's the icing on top of it. Most of its current members are more than capable of going toe-to-toe and possibly killing Orochimaru. That just shows how strong these guys are compared to you. After sparring with me for a whole month, I'm sure you have an idea as to exactly what level these jokers are at. Overwhelmed by this information, Naruto clenched his teeth and his fists tightly, before glaring back up at the Sannin. And they're all going to be coming after me in the future, for the guy that I have living inside of me, the Biju? That was serious, boogeyman stuff right there. Even though his personality said otherwise, Jiraiya was an incredibly powerful shinobi, even when he was just messing around. Naruto knew he wasn't anywhere close to being able to defeat the Toad Sannin, as the man had proven time and again during their many training sessions over the month just how easily he could flatten his ass, no matter how hard he fought. Hell, not even Tsubaki or Gaara could hold a candle to him. He had a seriously long way to go before he could even come close to touching the title of Hokage. Jiraiya nodded, letting out a sigh. The 9 Jinchuriki are their targets. I've been chasing up on any leads regarding their organization for months now, and even after all this time I've only been able to get this much. Your little expedition to the Nation of Wave was the most noise I've heard from them in weeks. The second most noise was the gossip I heard coming in from Yugakure. Apparently 2 men flying the organization's colors were spotted leaving the village after the tournament. Shit. So they were actually there, in the village, to watch the final and 3rd stage of the exams? That was seriously close. So not only are they after the Kyuubi, but the others as well. Utakata, Gaara, Fuchan. And what's more, if it's true that there were 2 of them there at the exams and they saw what you and the other Jinchuriki did in your matches, then they probably now know what you're all capable of, Jiraiya said, nodding to the boy affirmatively when he saw the concern reflected in his gaze. That means you're going to have to get stronger faster, and develop your skills in time to face these guys. The best thing you've got over them is your unpredictability, so the next time you come up against someone of their level and ability, you're going to have to surprise them big time. Hearing this, Naruto took a moment to process all of his woes and thoughts into one idea, before giving a smirk and looking back up at the Sannin confidently. That was my original plan from the start, and I already said I didn't plan on stopping here. I've got a lot more work to do before I can become Hokage. Chuckling and assured at the spark he saw reignite in the boy's eyes, the man stood out of the chair and stretched. It's good to see you're up for this then. He then began leaving the room. I'm not exactly sure what your plans are for the future, but I still intend to train you. As far as we're both concerned, you're still my apprentice. Just because you're a Jonin now doesn't mean you've reached the physical peak of your abilities yet. I'm sure I can get a lot more out of you, and transform you into something amazing. All I have to do is lay down the brickwork for ya. Naruto smirked as he watched the man stop at the entrance to his living room. When do you want to do this then? Weekends? Every second day from now on? What? Though it pains me to say this, I unfortunately can't take you on any serious training regimens right now. I had time before the 3rd stage of the exams, but now I've got more pressing matters to deal with. You just concentrate on getting as much experience and missions under your belt as you can, while I chase up any leads regarding your Red Cloud friends. They haven't made any big moves in any of the countries yet. For all we know they're just poking their heads out of the ground to take a look, maybe because there's something else going on that's causing them to stir. The amount of chatter I'm getting in regards to the kidnappings of Kekkai Genkai users across the continent has got me worried, Jiraiya said with a smile and a nod of assurance. You don't need to worry too much about them at this point. Just keep your eyes open, enjoy your youth and make the most of it. Hey, you know me. I always do, Naruto responded, feeling Tayuya and Isaribi snuggle in closer to him and interrupt his train of thought. Jiraiya gave a small chuckle as he saw the girls' unconscious responses and waved, have fun with your little harem then, and keep me posted. He then flashed his trademark mischievous grin and left, leaving the Jinchuriki with a bit of red in his cheeks as the front door to his apartment opened and closed with a thump. Oh, very funny. I knew you were going to bring that up sometime, Ero Sennin. I knew it. What a jackass. When Isaribi and Tayuya gave a quiet moan and gripped his jacket even tighter, with Kin sliding over the former to involuntarily rest her head on the blonde's leg, Naruto leant back and smiled. Despite the teasing jab, the kid didn't really have any problems with his situation. Right now, he was quite possibly the happiest guy on earth. XXX. A week and a half later. Early morning? Pushing open the door to the mission assignment office, Naruto strode on in with his hands in his pockets, a spring in his step, and a smile on his face. With the overwhelming hype of the Chunin selection exams over, the people of the Hidden Leaf Village had soon reverted back to their normal, everyday lives of business and pleasure. It was almost as if the whole atmosphere created by the build-up to the final stages of the competition never even existed. Perhaps it was just like that because everyone who had been involved in the contest directly had made such a big deal out of it and was so focused on self-improvement that the rest of the village just seemed to have gone with the flow. Either way, the turbulent times of the testing period were over for the time being. But with the events still fresh in the heads of those who'd watched the matches over a country away, there was still an awful lot of praise and congratulations floating around that had to be given to all those who'd been promoted. Not only was Sasuke receiving more attention from the girls than ever, much to his displeasure and the others' amusement, but so was Naruto. Having carved his name into the history books for not only making it to the end of the competition but for shooting right up in rank, the Jinchuriki was having a ball in the aftershocks. His accomplishment was one many in the village shown great adulation over him for, and for the first time in his life, Naruto found himself walking down streets, as himself, by himself, and receiving smiles from people, as opposed to the frowns and sneers from years before. Though he wasn't soon going to forget the times he was viewed negatively by the residents for what he wasn't one to hold a grudge and wasn't one to hold anything over people's heads. He'd earned their praises and he acknowledged them proudly. He waved to the people and nodded to them gratefully all the way up to the administration building, where he now found himself approaching the front desk for his first job. When he arrived in the familiar room, he saw Team 8 and all the members of Team 10 finish receiving scrolls from the Hokage. With the paperwork settled and instructions given, Asuma led his group out first along with Shikamaru, who also went along with them wearing his new vest. The squad greeted Naruto as he passed, with Choji high-fiving him, Ino blushing and giving him a warm look, and the Nara just giving a nod. Asuma was the most cheerful with his greeting, and patted him on the shoulder when he strode by. When Team 8 came around, Naruto got the usual smile from Kurenai, a timid glance from Hinata, and a flash of his shades from Shino. When Kiba strolled past last though, the Inuzuka and his pup partner, who was sitting comfortably on his head, looked the blonde up and down. Naruto was still adorning his orange pants, goggles around his neck and his orange jacket with the hood, blue trim and arrow symbols on the shoulders, but unlike before he now had it unzipped, had no shirt underneath so his top half was practically in the buff, and also had his vest unzipped and worn over it. It was the same ensemble, but with a much more surfer appeal to it, something Kiba noticed immediately. A little roguish, but not bad. Not bad at all, the feral-looking kid remarked before grinning at the blonde, makes me think I should do something with my wardrobe when I win a vest at the next exams. Good to see you're still your usual self, Kiba, Naruto replied, raising his fist before both boys smacked their forearms together. I'm really looking forward to the rest of you getting promoted, so give them hell out there, yeah? Damn straight I will, the Inuzuka said loudly, with Akamaru barking approvingly as the pair passed each other. I'll catch up with you later, dude. When the teams finally departed, this left the blonde alone in the room with the staff. Hands in his pockets, he approached the desk, where he was quickly met by the third skimming through the scrolls. Looking up when he sensed the arrival of the youngster, the Hokage smiled and set down the document he was holding. It didn't escape Naruto's notice that the gate guard Azuma was also present, sitting off to the left, and that there were two other elders sitting to the village leader's right. The closest was a male in his 70s with spiky gray hair, a beard, and wearing green-rimmed glasses. The other was an old lady around the same age with gray hair done up in a bun with earrings hanging from her lobes. Good morning, Naruto-kun, Hiruzen greeted brightly. Hey, Hokage Gigi, the blonde replied casually, not wishing to allow some of his older habits to die out just yet. Even though his address of the elder was incredibly pleasant and well-meaningful, he did receive a few odd glances from the rest of the staff sitting nearby. Well, it's a beautiful day, the sun is shining, and I'm here to take on a mission. What ya got for me? Shaking his head at his spirited statements, the third reached down under his desk and pulled up a massive box and set it down on top of the table. I was expecting you to come in sometime. After pushing it into view of the Jinchuriki and the rest of the workers present, the man wrapped his fingers on the desk in front of him and beamed at the child. Do you know what these are? Hiruzen asked, seeing the youngster shrug. These are all the mission scrolls we received from various clients after the exams interested in and specifically asking for your services. Naruto's widening eyes was the cue that the third was looking out for to continue on, albeit with a warmer smile. Now, there's no need to get excited and rush into them right away. A lot of these don't require an immediate answer, but you'll still need to see to each of them being completed over the next month or so. Wow. Naruto murmured while strolling forward and seeing the village leader pull out a few of the scrolls to line up before him. I knew I moved the crowd with my fights. I just didn't know it would get me this much recognition. Hiruzen chuckled, you really surprised a lot of people at the exams, Naruto-kun. There were many out there who believed you wouldn't be able to bring anything of worth or interest to the field and dismissed you immediately. Most of the audience was actually on the lookout for individuals slated with more talent and ability, someone already with a reputation behind their last name. But your approach to each of your battles, your strength and your methods shook the crowd up something fierce and showed them that people should not judge a book by its cover, especially a shinobi. Your name is now famous, and people have finally started noticing you as the boy that saved 2 countries. The elder tilted his head and nodded. You're definitely something special, Naruto-kun. I'm sure your mother and father would be proud of you. Blushing a bit, Naruto grinned bashfully and scrubbed his head. While unbecoming of someone of his station, he was still young. Even if he was older, you couldn't have expected anything more of his character. Who knows? Maybe he would grow and develop his little personality quirks into something really eye-catching. He certainly was one for extreme evolutions. Thanks, Aji-san. It was then the elder pulled up his pipe, lit it, and inhaled the fumes it gave off. Breathing out a plume of smoke, he then gazed across at the young Jonin as he began skimming over the handful of scrolls in front of him. On a side note, I am curious. A curious expression blinked past his eyes. How in the world were you able to get 2 girlfriends at the same time? This question had everyone in the room either faceplant the tables or sweat drop at the sudden, yet seemingly innocent inquiry. It's always been a bit of a puzzle to me as to how some people are able to accomplish something like that. Daimyos and lords aside, Jiraiya won't ever tell me how he does it. He's had 2 girlfriends in the same place in the past on top of several other flings elsewhere, but doesn't ever tell me what his secret is. Maybe you could shed some light on the subject for me. Glancing towards the elder, Naruto shrugged. Honestly, I have no idea either, Gigi. I just act how I normally do and approach the girls how I think I should, and they just seem to like it. He complimented them a lot, started up conversations, wanted to listen to them and always tried to lift people's spirits. And like Jiraiya said to him last night, he was also a selfless freak. Perhaps his words resonated more with some than others and the girls appreciated that. Maybe it was a combination of several different qualities. Breathing out the smoke he'd inhaled, Hiruzen sighed. I see. Well, I guess my search continues. He mumbled this low enough so that the others in the room didn't look at him strangely. After going through the list, Naruto then spotted a couple of interest and picked them up. Checking out the summaries, the blonde smirked and pushed them forward on the table, drawing the elder's attention to the documents. I'll take the C-ranked mission first and then do the A-ranked one tomorrow. That should cover 2 blocks on my timetable. Upon reading through the details, the third smiled and gave an affirmative nod before setting them aside and beginning to scribble on the paper in front of him. Very well then. Report to the academy at 10 and see the teacher in charge of that class for the details, while I send a message out to the client that you've accepted the job. You can stop by tomorrow for the second scroll so that I can fill you in on the other specifications involved, and set you up with your team. Upon stamping out the document and then the first scroll, the elder then handed it over to the new Jonin who took it with great enthusiasm and juggled it for good measure. Grinning brightly, the boy then pointed at the box and slowly retreated. I'll be back for the rest of those later. With a salute, the youngster turned heel and left the room, trading waves with Izumo before shutting the door behind him. Feeling somewhat cheered up at the visit, Hiruzen was about to get down to more work when the voice of one of the elders beside him spoke up. Was it wise, Hiruzen, to promote that boy to Jonin? Koharu finished in question. It was obvious from their expressions that they both held a considerable level of concern and uneasiness at the situation. Granted, his individual skills and strengths are unquestionable, and the judges were well within their rights to award him the title for such a stellar performance. He's still the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, Hamura stated, emphasizing the importance of the last segment. He's young and inexperienced, especially in his role as the Demon's Keeper. He hasn't had any time to train to take control of its powers, which would make him a much more valuable commodity to the village and the nation. Due to his importance as an asset to the Konohagakure military, wouldn't it be best to keep the boy at a low enough rank and on a tighter leash? To promote him to Jonin is just. Hamura shook his head in confusion. While other villages are willing to give certain levels of responsibility to their Jinchuriki, ours is in the possession of the most powerful Biju in the world. What if something were to go wrong? Hiruzen frowned across at his former teammates and their voicing of their concern over his decision. Giving a weary sigh, the elder breathed on his pipe again before looking back down at his documents. If there was any problem with the seal or with the boy himself, I would have brought it up earlier in one of our meetings. The fact that I haven't means that there have been absolutely no issues with it whatsoever, and should be one of the least of your concerns at this point. Naruto-kun is fine. Hokage-sama. Now, I don't know about the two of you, but as the leader of Konohagakure, I still believe in the importance of reason and fairness, and that it should encompass all the civilians of our village, no matter what their class, color, or creed. You two always talk about having the village's best interests in mind. Well, I think it's high time that I remind you that it isn't the buildings or the name of our beloved Leaf that makes the village what it is, it's the people inside of it. Everyone who lives within these walls lives, works, and looks after their neighbors for the sake of their families, their comrades and the village, and no one works harder to protect these values than young Naruto-kun. Murmuring uncomfortably, Koharu looked across at her teammate and commander, but this boy doesn't have a family. True. He doesn't have one that's with us right now. But Naruto-kun has something just as important in this village that he cherishes above everything else, and they are his friends, the third answered with a smile as he closed his eyes. These friends are like family to him, and like every one of us, they are a part of this village. Like the branches and leaves of a tree, everything is connected, and while you may see Naruto-kun as just an asset, someone that needs to be restrained, well, I believe he has the right to be free to make his own choices just like everybody else, and is just as important as the person next to him. He is a shinobi of Konohagakure. Hearing this pretty much silenced any other points Koharu and Hamura wished to make on the matter before they quietly went back to work. The speech also didn't go unnoticed by the other people in the room either, particularly Izumo, who also sprouted a smile at what he'd just heard. As old as he was, the Hokage really knew how to talk the talk. Even after all his years of service, he still had it. Oh. 2 hours later. Ninja Academy. Good. You've got the scar a few millimeters too high, the pouch is on the wrong side, the hair is a little bit too long, and the height of the figure is off by a few inches, but a good try nonetheless, Naruto chirped, clipboard in hand as he looked over what was supposed to be an exact copy of Irika standing in front of him and smiling. However, after marking the differences, in other words, the mistakes, and seeing the doppelganger go up in a puff of smoke, the Irika standing before him revealed itself to be a kid about a couple years younger than the Jinchuriki, smiling and standing in place holding a seal. Thank you, Kayasuke. Upon waving away the smoke, Naruto watched the gray-haired boy step back and the next person come up, a young girl with brown hair, a yellow shirt and blue jeans, take to the stage and perform the Henge no Jutsu. When she transformed and the smoke of her technique dispersed, it revealed another Irika standing in place with a slight difference to his appearance. The sight had the Jinchuriki raise an eyebrow in interest. Okay, wrong hairstyle but, okay, Naruto nodded. Yeah. He always wondered what his old teacher would look like with blonde, spiky hair mirroring his, so this was a pretty effective demonstration, especially from a student of the academy. The kid pulled it off pretty well. Unfortunately, that was not supposed to be her intention. Upon marking down the errors in the end product, the Jinchuriki then gestured her back into the line. Try not to get the images of two different people mixed up, Kumi. Focus solely on the person you want to transform into. Leave no aspect out. Take in everything. The Irika copy with the blonde hair nodded affirmatively before transforming back into her normal form and returning to the formation. Hi, Naruto-sensei. Upon crossing out the name, the young Jonin sighed and looked over his shoulder toward the head instructor sitting behind the nearby desk, who was currently watching his actions with great interest as the young, relief teacher went about his assessment. The sight of the fascinated and smiling Irika, the real Irika no less, brought an amused grin to the boy's face as he pointed his pen down the line of eager-looking children, all of whom were gazing at the Jinchuriki admiringly and waiting patiently for him to come around to them. This really brings back memories of yesteryear, Irika-sensei. The scarred Chunin chuckled while resting his head on his hand. I'm sure it does. All of the times you had us practicing jutsu in front of you and pointing out the mistakes in our forms, I remember I was always in the middle and always making life difficult for the others. Yeah. But this time you've assumed the role of the teacher, and this time you're the one that has to put up with the antics of the students. It's actually quite funny seeing it firsthand. In all honesty, I think it's quite creepy. The Jinchuriki then looked up thoughtfully. How long have I been a genin for? 6, 8 months. I've only been a jonin for 1 night and the job I chose right off the bat was the one to come back here to try my hand at filling in a class. Man. I'll never be able to forget this place. No matter how much you try, you can never completely forget your roots, Irika stated wisely. They're what started you and everybody else out in life. It was that point that had Naruto arc an eyebrow. Why exactly did you specifically ask for me to come teach this class, sensei? He lowered his clipboard a bit when he saw the man throw him an inquisitive expression. Taking a moment to glance back at the kids listening to the pair speak, the Jinchuriki then turned to his old instructor and shrugged. I was a little bit surprised to find the scroll with your name on it sitting in amongst the others. Since I know you can easily handle any kid thrown your way after teaching me for a record-breaking 3 years, I just have to ask. Irika chuckled as he looked back at the young man who he once tutored, knowing who you are and that you would eventually pop in to see the Hokage about a mission the instant you were up for it. I figured you would have first pick of the scrolls sent to the administration office that were the most eye-catching. I made sure to highlight the document I submitted to the office so that it stuck out the most and would lure you down here. This answer had Naruto grin. So that's it. You wanted to bring me here to test me? This got a bright smirk from the man in return. After seeing you get jump promoted to jonin, I became a little bit concerned that you wouldn't be able to handle the high-level missions on your own. So consider this your induction into the life of a fully fledged shinobi of Konohagakure. He plucked the pencil from his ear and began twirling it between his fingers. So far, you're doing a fantastic job. Keep at it. Just as the pair were sharing smiles, a hand shot up from the line beside the Jinchuriki and the young jonin pointed at them. Yes? The kid with the ponytail. The young male in the beige uniform stepped forward with an immediate inquiry. Naruto-sensei, if you just got promoted to jonin and Irika-sensei is still a chunin, why are you still calling him sensei? It was a good question, seeing as how the ranking system in the village went. However, it was one that the blonde had no troubles answering as he pulled up his clipboard again and moved down the line. Because for the 3 years I was here at the academy, Irika-sensei had been my homeroom teacher and my main instructor. He taught me all of the basic ninjutsu skills I know today. Even though I now outrank him, I still respectfully refer to him as my teacher. He then shrugged and grinned at the man in question. Who knows? He probably still has a lot of things left to teach me. Irika waved him off, still smiling and still thoroughly entertained by what he was watching. Anyway, let's continue with the lesson. Next, we have me, boss. Hearing the familiar shout out, Naruto looked up in surprise, where he suddenly saw an explosion of white smoke fill up his entire line of sight. When the air eventually cleared, the Jinchuriki soon found himself staring at a completely naked girl with bountiful cleavage and long brown hair that reached down to her hip, assumed in a very seductive pose. The well-endowed girl winked towards the startled blonde, with every boy in the class gawking at her and her shapely curves. Irika had the most animated response out of all those present, a fountain of blood shooting out of his nose as he fell backwards out of his chair with a manly cry of shock. "Well, whatcha think?" the bombshell exclaimed before going up in another puff of smoke and revealing a grinning Konohamaru standing in place. "Pretty sexy, I call that my double-page spread model. I figured she would definitely be a real head-turner out there on the field." Amidst the stunned looks from the crowd of academy students, Naruto stared silently at the boy, who waited expectantly for a comment on his newly crafted technique. It wasn't long till his answer eventually came, accompanied by a chuckle and a smirk from the blonde-haired overseer. "Konohamaru, you haven't got the idea of it at all." When he saw the child's expression and posture begin to deflate, and it seemed like the boy was about to get shut down completely, the Jinchuriki set his clipboard under his arm and rolled his head around. A crack echoing off of his neck, a wicked grin then appeared on the blonde's face as he raised his hands to form a seal. "Here. Let me show you how it's done." At face value, the students thought Naruto was going to demonstrate the actual henge Konohamaru was supposed to use for the assessment and not that magazine model catastrophe he just pulled. However, the second Irika saw the boy's hands position themselves and the mischievous expression appear across his face, the once semi-conscious male jumped up from the floor where he was lying and yelled across at the blonde, his nose stuffed with tissues. "Naruto. Class. Assessment. Mission. Oh, right. Sorry, Irika-sensei." Naruto chuckled nervously, breaking out of his stance and picking up his clipboard and pen again. Looking sheepish for a moment, he then turned back to the youngster and marked next to his name a big F. "Fail." "What?" Konohamaru shouted. "Oh, come on, boss. As good as your transformation was, it did not meet the criteria of the assessment. There's always a time and place to perform your jutsu, squirt." "This wasn't one of them," the young jonin replied, giving the academy student a firm look and establishing his authority before him. Upon hearing his role model slam his foot down, the honorable grandson of the third obediently backed up into line and, albeit a childish pout, watched Naruto move on. The Jinchuriki raised his eyebrow at the next face and smiled up at the familiar, brown-haired form of Hanabi Hyuga standing there at attention. He grinned as he stood before her and placed his hands on his hips as she gazed at him intently. "Well, isn't this interesting? I didn't know you were attending the academy, Hanabi-chan." Said clan member smiled as she locked gazes with the boy. "My father signed me up at the beginning of the second semester immediately after the Chunin exams. He said he wanted me to take lessons alongside the other students so that I could be assigned to a team soon." The twinkle in her eyes then reflected a level of hope. "Maybe I'll be assigned to be on your genin squad one day, Naruto-nisan." His smile widening, the Jinchuriki patted her gratefully on the head. "I would really like that, Hanabi-chan." He then stepped back with clipboard in hand and pen at the ready. "So, let's see how well you fare in your basic ninjutsu." Nodding affirmatively, the girl stepped forward and formed a hand seal. A split second later and after the explosion of white smoke that followed cleared, she revealed an exact copy of Irika Umino standing in her place. From head to toe, the Jinchuriki looked her over, before giving a smile and stepping away, scribbling down notes on the document provided. Once his assessment was made, he signaled the little Hyuga to cut her transformation, which she did and emerged smiling proudly from the mist. "Well done. That was the best transformation I've seen today. You must have been revising really hard on your class work, Hanabi-chan," the boy remarked brightly. The girl smiled in return. "Even talented ones need to work hard to develop their skills." "Right, Nisan." "That's right," Naruto replied, nodding to her. "Good going." He then moved down the line to the next person. Receiving the boy's praise with a heartfelt smile, Hanabi then felt a weird sensation on the back of her neck and turned to see Konohamaru glaring at her. Surprised at first for receiving such a hostile stare from the youngster next to her, the Hyuga then glared back with equal intensity. Thanks to her normally collected expression, it made her return even more potent than it would have been had she normally held a face like this. "What are you looking at?" Konohamaru lowered his head to her firmly. "Just so we're clear, I won't lose to you. Boss is my mentor and my rival, and he's going to be my squad leader when I graduate." Hanabi frowned. "What makes you think he'll pick a twerp like you?" Konohamaru puffed his chest out. "Because I'm awesome, and because boss taught me the technique you just saw me use. It's one of his best moves. What you just used was pointless, unnecessary, and completely vulgar. I highly doubt he taught something so indecent to the likes of you," the girl exclaimed, sticking her nose in the air. "Naruto-nisan is better than that. He's more interested in people with poise and dignity in their person. Not bothersome loudmouths like you." "If you think that's true, then you don't know boss," Konohamaru snapped in response. "He always roots for the underdog and for people with a cool personality. I doubt he'd give a second thought about teaching a snobbish princess like you. Wanna bet?" "Of course I do, because I know I'll win." "If that pathetic excuse of a henge was the best you had, then I doubt you'd win anything, loser. Why don't you hit me in the face and prove it then, little Ms. Perfect? I'll drop you in 2 seconds flat." "Well, I'll drop you in 1 second flat, loudmouth. Flathead. Moron." Gritting their teeth, the two kids butted heads against each other and growled angrily. However, just before the two could start throwing fists and kicks at their respective antagonist and turn their grapple into an in-class brawl, a shadow falling over the two of them had them look up to see Naruto standing there impatiently with his arms folded. When the pair of youngsters saw the boy looking at them disapprovingly, they both peeled away from each other. Immediately upon doing so, the Jinchuriki brought his clipboard up and slapped both of them on the head lightly, one after the other. "Knock it off," he said between hits, lowering the writing pad to see the two kids rub their heads as if the act of smacking them on their noggins had actually hurt them. "I will have no arguing in my first class, understand?" "Why yes, boss," Konohamaru mumbled, at the same time looking at his feet with a shamefaced expression. "Sorry, Nissan," Hanabi also murmured apologetically. Nodding, Naruto moved back down the line, leaving the pair standing bashfully for a moment before the pair went back to glaring silently at one another. During which time, Irika couldn't help but let a light chuckle escape his lips as he watched his former student enact swift discipline upon the two troublemakers. While nothing like what he'd done in the past, the Jinchuriki sure knew how to impose his will lightly upon his underclassmen. It really was ironic, because once upon a time Naruto had been the bane of all the villagers' existences at one point in his life, and he probably still was. It made Irika's heart swell, in a manner of speaking. Oh, that night? "You know, Naruto, you made a much better substitute teacher than Mizuki ever did," the scar-faced Chunin chirped, stirring his bowl of ramen as he glanced across at his student happily, who was currently in the process of devouring his. Inhaling the contents of his serving of miso in 3 seconds flat, the Jinchuriki breathed out a satisfied sigh before holding up the empty dish and grinning across at the young woman behind the counter. "Keep 'em coming." I am giggled and took it from the blonde gladly. "Sure thing, Naruto-kun. Anything for the village's hero." This comment had the Jinchuriki cringe a bit. "No need to go that far, Nei-chan. I'm not the Hokage yet." Seeing the girl stick her tongue out at him teasingly, she proceeded to make him another bowl while the boy rounded on his teacher. With his wallet full from the money he'd been able to withdraw from the amount he'd earned on his latest mission, it was clear Naruto was in high spirits. "You think I did well? For your first solo C-rank mission?" "I think you did extremely well," Irika said with a grin. "It was low-key, yes, but teaching others what you know and what they have to know is usually not an easy task to accomplish. You have to know your processes, what to say, what assessments you have to deal out to them and the limits of their abilities and what they have to set. I gave you an outline in a worded brief and a list, and you just went with it. There'd been more to that day than just the henge exercise. Following that came basic stealth tutoring and then a practice on a course, which Naruto acted as the target. It had been an interesting thing to see him lecturing students, perhaps something he'd learned from being lectured to more times than the older Chunin could remember. I'd say a bit more than just my teachings have rubbed off on you." "What? Your shining personality?" Naruto asked with a cheeky grin. Irika elbowed him in the side for that. "I meant my methods, at least my in-class methods. All of that stuff you did on the field was built upon my fundamentals, but you also enhanced them and the new ones you took on in your own, unique way." Hearing the boy chuckle as he watched his next serving of ramen get prepared, the Chunin gave him a half-smile of pride and folded his arms in front of him, leaving his own food alone for the moment. "Was I a good teacher, Naruto?" Surprised at the sudden question, the Jinchuriki saw the expression his teacher gave and the hopeful glimmer that shone in his eyes. Giving his question a moment of pause due to how slow he was responding to it, Naruto then gave the man an affirmative nod of absolute assurance and certainty. "You don't need to look so worried. Of course you were, sensei." "Good," Irika sighed, running a hand over his neck with a wry grin. "I was a little bit worried, thinking you may have forgotten all of it and just replaced everything I taught you with what you now know. It's like you said, we will always remember our roots. Typical Konoha shinobi, quoting metaphors using trees." The man gave him a smirk. "Just out of curiosity, have you already picked out your next mission? I heard from the Hokage that you got a bucket load of jobs from clients interested in hiring you on." After the performance he saw at the tournament, there was no way he was going to doubt the impression the blonde-haired wonder had left on the world. Naruto responded with a slight shrug. "I picked out an A-rank mission for my second assignment, just to mix my routine up a little. It's nothing big, just some bodyguard work I have to do for this celebrity movie star. The job is a little bit out of the way, but I won't be hitting it alone. I'm being assigned a team." He looked up at Irika to see the surprised tweak in his stare. "Hey, at least it's not an S-rank mission. I didn't get any of those in the box, at least not yet." Irika smiled at the boy's good fortune and nodded his way. "Lucky you. I rarely get to go out on A-rank assignments. I'm usually just stuck in the classroom." His expression then became a much more serious one, conveying a sense of professionalism. "Who's the target?" "No one important, just some young upstart from a new television series going to another country with the crew to have another scene shot. Have you ever watched Late by Morning?" "No. Then you wouldn't know her. It's a teen drama? B-list shit, no one you would really care about." "Ah," Irika nodded, turning back to his own bowl of ramen as Naruto was handed his and the boy started gorging once again. For the next few seconds the pair continued eating in silence in the company of both a positively beaming Ayam and Tucci, only for the scar-faced man to crack a smile a moment later and glance back at his student. "You just don't want to tell me who it is you're escorting." Naruto grinned. "As much as I want to tell you, how do I know you won't spill the beans to somebody else by accident and compromise the assignment, sensei?" The Jinchuriki looked over at the man and tapped the tip of his nose. "It's an A-rank mission. It's need-to-know basis material. I'll tell you all about it when I get back." Grinning across at one another, Irika and Naruto then went about eating, with the former patting the latter on the shoulder in a congratulatory manner. Yep. You definitely soaked up a lot of the important stuff I taught you, even though it didn't look like you had. Not talking too much about a high-level mission was one of them. Now that he was a Jonin, he was really showing the care and mindset of one. Hopefully this next assignment you've chosen will be a great experience-building thing for you. I hope so too, sensei. Oh. Later. Naruto's apartment. Lying back on the couch and reading through a magazine she'd picked up, Kin suddenly glanced straight up in surprise to see Naruto grinning across at her. It wasn't his appearance that startled her since he'd practically been standing and chatting with her for a good few minutes already. It was what he'd said that had the girl blink in bewilderment. An A-rank mission? Yep. How long will you be gone for? Not sure. Maybe for a week or so. The mission didn't give me a specific spreadsheet or schedule, but I'm going to be paid big time for the job either way. I figured we could use that. Cool, Kin responded with a smile appearing on her pretty face. You'll tell us all about it when you get back, right? That's the plan. I don't intend to leave you girls or anyone else out of this one. I want to fill you in on every little detail from start to finish when I get back, Naruto stated with an excited grin. Is there any particular reason why you chose this mission as your second one? Though I understand you want to mix it up a little more, why choose this as your second assignment as a newly promoted Jonin? The blonde shrugged. Not sure. Maybe it was the first A-rank mission I was able to pick out from the box. I also read over the details and it seemed like an interesting job to take compared to the assortment of D-rank tasks I was stuck with as a genin. This'll be the first time I'll be guarding a celebrity. A celebrity? Movie star? Yeah. A super famous one too. Have I seen her on the big screen recently? Oh, I'm pretty sure that you have, once or twice, Naruto said while rolling his shoulder and stretching out. Stepping around the chair, he plopped down on the couch next to the raven-haired girl and watched her pull her left leg back so that her knee was raised. It didn't escape his notice that the kunoichi was wearing a red singlet top that exposed her taut midriff and jean shorts. She had a really good pair of legs on her, something that the Jinchuriki couldn't help but acknowledge with a momentary glance. Anyway, I do plan on telling you all about it when I get back. I'll be leading an entire squad on the mission, so it's guaranteed that everyone will have had a part to play by the end of it. Well, knowing your habits, I bet your role in this mission will be the best one out of the entire group, Kin said with certainty in her voice and a sly smile in play. I've heard your stories and I've seen your souvenir desk. Your record isn't exactly the straightest in this village's sorting cabinet. It's not really my fault. Blame the crooks that try to get the drop on me each and every time, Naruto chuckled lightheartedly. Laughing at his response, Kin set the magazine down and looked back at the boy with a more contemplative visage in play. Isaribi and Tayuya were currently out grabbing something extra to eat, as they had a craving for something to nibble on, leaving the two teenagers in the apartment by themselves. This meant that the atmosphere wasn't as nerve-rattling for the raven-haired kunoichi, who was still new to the place and was always at odds with Isaribi. Right now, she was able to relax and take it easy alongside the troublesome wonder that had saved her over a month ago, which allowed her to share a much more comfortable conversation with him. Scratching her cheek, Kin glanced anxiously in the Jinchuriki's direction and beamed. Hey, Naruto. Yes, Kin-chan? I know this may seem sudden, but, well, I'm thinking of getting a job around here in the neighborhood at one of the stores, the kunoichi said straight out while gazing at the blonde hopefully. Since all of you guys are working hard together to pay for the apartment, I figured that I should go out and get some work as well to help fill in the bill. I don't want to have to scab off of you guys the entire time I'm living here. I want to do something more for this place, like Isaribi. Appearing taken aback at first, the Jinchuriki then looked across at the girl more intently. You don't have to stress yourself out so much trying to get a job, Kin-chan. I'm perfectly happy with paying for anything you need. If you're still uncomfortable with the village, then you don't need to kill yourself just to help pay the rent for the apartment. I've already been living here for over a month now, Naruto, Kin said, sitting up and turning on the couch so that she was sitting and facing the boy seriously. I just feel really bad that you guys are doing so much around here while I'm just sitting around only doing meager chores in the apartment. I want to be able to pull my own weight and bring something more to the table and not have to leech off of your blood and sweat all the time. Since I can't be a kunoichi yet and I'm still under surveillance, I figured I could start off with something small, just some part-time work to take up the hours. Kin-chan, please. I want to do this, the girl replied with a pleading expression taking hold. I know how much you want to help people, Naruto. I know because I've seen how kind you can be to others, like at the tournament when you spoke with that Gaara guy instead of beating him into the ground, and when you were speaking with all of the other teams back before the start of the first stage. But you don't have to work yourself to death trying to be the nice guy all the time. You can let other people help you out too. Hearing this and seeing the sincere look in the raven-haired girl's eyes, Naruto considered her words carefully. Considering her gaze fixed on his and noticing she was eagerly waiting for a response, the blonde eventually relented on the subject and relaxed his shoulders. His body language was enough to tell the kunoichi that he'd reached a decision. Yeah, you're right. He massaged the back of his head tiredly. Man. I've been so focused on doing all this shinobi stuff and moving forward, I completely forgot about everything and everybody else around me. Smiling, Kin leaned forward and flicked him in the nose. Get your head out of the clouds every once in a while, Romeo. Your brain will swell from all the ether. The boy chuckled and nursed the light bruise, thanks Kin-chan. He then stood up out of the couch and gazed down at his friend warmly. If you want to go out and work, then I won't stop you. You can do whatever you want. If you have any problems, don't hesitate to ask us, alright. We'll put in a good word for you. Expression brightening, the raven-haired girl grinned enthusiastically and in her usual, tomboyish fashion. Thanks. Don't mention it. XXX. The next morning? After an hour of traveling across country under the rising yellow sun, Naruto and his team of elites soon arrived at the town that was to be their starting point for their new mission. When word was sent out the day before confirming that the shinobi requested for the assignment had chosen the mission as his next job, the young Jonin was pretty much all set to make his way over to meet up with the clients he was going to be performing errands for. However, while this was all well and good, before anyone could go anywhere or do anything, the Jinchuriki still needed to select a support team for the assignment, as the specifications of the document stated that they would be overseeing multiple parties and not just the one. As it turned out, it wouldn't be the one celebrity they would be overseeing, but an entire crew as excess. These were what the details entailed, and something the third Hokage felt he needed to address when sorting through the information. That being said, the village leader of Konohagakure had given Naruto free rein over who he wished to have on this mission with him. He was allowed to choose anyone from the roster who wasn't scheduled for any missions for the following week, which the Jinchuriki was all too happy to do. Of course, Hiruzen had also informed the boy that he'd also had a couple of interested parties who'd put their names down for consideration, all of whom wanted to be assigned to his team should the Jinchuriki eventually go out on a job requiring a few extra hands. There was one name in particular that was highlighted on the list, something that Naruto had no problems in selecting, as this was the first person he picked to be on his squad. After managing to scrounge up 2 other people, he then had them meet up at the front gate. Once the squad was assembled, they were then on their way to the next town. It had been a quiet trip for the most part, with not much being said between the 4 members of the troop. It was only once they'd entered the bustling village and they were well on their way to the institute where they were to meet up with their clients that the members of the group chose to speak up. It's kind of odd seeing you leading a team, Naruto, Sakura said while looking across at the blonde at the head of the formation, hands in his pocket and a small orange pack strapped to his back. The pink-haired girl grinned cheerfully. I'm not saying it like it's a bad thing. It's just that we're not used to seeing one of us actually leading a squad as a Jonin captain. Since we've all been with the same teams for so long, it's somewhat confusing viewing someone so young and someone we all know so well as a leader of a group. Keed spoke in his usual, excited tone as he grinned towards the blonde when he looked back to acknowledge the speaking pair. I'm also still getting used to the fact that Tayuya-san has also been promoted, and is able to lead her own missions now. It was a shame that she couldn't come along with them on this. She'd taken up a job along with Enko in the absence of her roommate to help her around the office and to also take it easy following her rough patch in the exams. Naruto smiled at the 2 teens following close behind him. Believe me, this whole thing is just as weird to you guys as it is to me. I always thought I'd be promoted to Jonin when I was a little bit older, you know, like Kakashi-sensei old. But I guess everybody else had other plans for me. It'll take some getting used to, but I think I can manage. You're a good ninja, Naruto. I'm sure you'll be able to adapt to your new position just fine, Sakura chirped, placing her hands behind her as she put her full support in her friend and teammate, whom she had now started to view with a much greater level of admiration. Gone were the days when they were in the academy and causing trouble for their teachers, and now was the time where they were the ones taking on the responsibilities of the adults. You and Sasuke-kun are really great leaders in your own ways. You're both smart and you both have really advanced skills. Smiling at the girl giving him her praise, Naruto then had his gaze drawn to his other flank when he felt the 3rd member of his team nudge him in the side and saw Tenten step up next to him with a grin. Don't worry too much about it. For better or worse, you've got our full support, tough guy. All 3 of us are here to back you up, so just point us in whatever direction you want and shoot. That was pretty much her way of saying, we're yours to command, sir, but in a less formal way. It suited the Jinchuriki just fine either way, who smirked back at the shuriken user before pulling his hand out of his pocket and checking the note he had in his grip. I'll say this again, just so we've got it straight. Our mission is to guard Yuki Fujikase, the famous actress known for her role in cinema as Princess Gale. I'm pretty sure you've all heard of her. Of course. Who hasn't heard of her? Yuki's pictures are among some of the greatest films ever made. She plays each of the characters she's given for the project she's assigned to so well that it's almost like she was born to play the parts, Sakura answered with an excited glimmer in her eyes. Not just her. A lot of the actors she's worked alongside on her recent films are also extremely talented and well-known individuals. Their performances are pretty spectacular, Tenten also added with gusto. Even though she's the star of all of her movies, she's also supported by an equally strong cast. Every great piece in this world is created through teamwork, Keed stated with an affirmative nod, rounding out the subject neatly. One cannot perform at their best without having their friends there to back them up. We'll be traveling with Yuki to the location of their next shoot, which they say is quite a ways from here, way outside of Land of Fire territory. Apparently there is some concern over the reliability of the bodyguards that they currently have under their employ and have hired us on to strengthen their muscle, Naruto stated, slipping the sheet back into his pocket and looking around as they marched along. They want to make sure that their star player as well as everyone in the convoy is well protected. Tenten blinked as she looked across at the Jonin captain. So, does this mean we'll also be working alongside the production crew on their shoots? Yes. Then that means we'll be watching Yuki performing live in front of the cameras. Sakura chirped, clapping her hands together excitedly. Husha. I am extremely interested to see how a world-famous actress performs on set. I'm sure it will be both an enlightening and invigorating experience for all of us, Keed led on, sticking his chest out as his stride transformed into a brisk march to catch up with the ones at the front. Just imagine it, a beautiful actress pouring her heart and soul into a masterpiece right before our very eyes. It's a sight even the faint of heart can appreciate. Sakura swooned at the idea of being able to meet the many famous people she'd seen in the Princess Gale pictures, with Keed also relishing in the idea of the experience this high-level mission was bound to give him. The shared thoughts made the pair think about how Naruto had approached them regarding the mission and asked them to tag along as his support, which they each gladly accepted. Since they didn't have any other assignments to go on back in the village and their teammates had broken off to take on jobs of their own, particularly Sasuke and Shiho, this left them plenty of free time to fill in. It wasn't just because of their availabilities that prompted Naruto to choose them for the assignment, it was also because he knew the pair well and knew that he could trust them that were the reasons he'd selected them. He was also happy to have been able to bring Tenten along for the ride. In spite of the epic clash they'd seen her fight in back in the tournament that witnessed the girl taking a big hit from her opponent that left her temporarily hospitalized, the girl was remarkably quick to recover from her scrap and get herself back into the game. It was obvious that she'd wanted to be healed up as quickly as possible to attend to her new duties as a Chunin of Konohagakure. Not only did she take every second she had available to her to heal up and recover whatever chakra she'd expended, she'd also taken the time prepping her bags and tools for an assignment on a new squad, with the first mission she intended to go on being a team mission alongside Naruto. Though the boy expressed initial concerns of her condition when he first learned of her submitting her name to be on his very first squad, when she explained to him that she was now perfectly fit for a job outside of the village and was able to carry her weight and more, he gladly took her on as the secondary leader of his team. In the end, Naruto wound up forming a squad with Tenten, Sakura and Keed on it, all three of whom he was on really good terms and able to communicate with. Not a bad first pick for his first A-ranked assignment, one that was sure to be a real blast for all those involved. "We're here," Naruto said, pointing towards a series of large buildings in the middle of the town. When their sights landed on the tallest of the structures on the estate, the Jinchuriki wasted no time in leading his friends across the courtyard. On their way in, the team passed by trucks, wagons, horses and workers, all of whom were busy carrying set pieces across and loading them up. There was a lot of staff present on the grounds and as the team closed in on their meeting point, they began making out more and more studio equipment lying about. They entered the main building, which they immediately took note had every single set piece you could imagine set up across the floor. It was wide and tall, with railings up above and spotlights, stages and canvases positioned all over the place. There were also walls with backdrops painted across them standing against the walls, with many of them being used as makeshift cubicles for the actors. It didn't take the team long to find the director and the head of production. Runners were coming and going from the leading group huddled up around the rear wall, which served as the station for all the concepts, artwork and storyboards, and there were a few other staff members around them too discussing important issues over paper. One man in particular from the gathering, the director himself, who was seated in the chair sporting a pair of sunglasses, a hat and a pipe, spotted the four shinobi and waved them in their direction, and when the youngsters eventually stopped before the head of the crew, Naruto stepped forward and nodded in greeting towards their clients. "I believe you received the message from our Hokage's staff that we were coming in," the Jinchuriki said with a professional expression in play. "Yes, of course. Thank you for responding to our call so quickly, Konoha Shinobi," the old man in the shades and jumper exclaimed, a smile breaking out across his visage as he looked the blonde-haired boy over. "Ah, you must be the new one? Uzumaki Naruto, right? We saw your performance on the television. Very impressive." Naruto smiled, "Thank you." He then looked around, noticing the DOP standing near the director, a man with a baseball cap, jacket, orange hair and a goatee, as well as a few of the main cast he'd seen numerous times before in the movies. The Jinchuriki actually had to hold back laughter when he also noticed Sakura and Keed ogling the people in front of them, with the former having throbbing love hearts in her eyes as she gazed towards the male lead dreamily, a handsome devil with flowing locks and a killer smile. "It's great to be on board. I'm supposed to report to a guy named Sandewa-sama. He's Yuki Fujike's manager. Is he around?" "Ah. Sandeu," the director murmured, looking up at his head cameraman grimly before panning back around. "You've caught us at a bit of a troublesome time." "What's wrong?" Tenten asked, her expression becoming curious. "Our little diva and star actress Ms. Yuki has run off again," the DOP spoke up, breathing out a heavy sigh while tapping a rolled-up script against his shoulder. "This is the third time in 2 days. Ever since she learned that our next shoot was going to be in Yuki no Kuni, she's been ditching the crew repeatedly every chance she could." Hearing this, the pink-haired Kunoichi beside Keed looked across at the man in surprise. "The land of snow?" Sakura murmured before glancing over at Naruto. "Hey, is that where we're going for our mission? That really is far from here. Maybe that's why she's been running away. Not many people are very fond of traveling long distances," Keed pointed out. Tenten's sweat dropped a little when she looked over at the boy with the penchant for fixing bad tea and gave him a deadpan look. "Isn't that a little bit extreme?" In any case, Ms. Yuki managed to slip away from her bodyguards and is now hiding somewhere around town. Sandeu is currently out searching for her, the director finished, breathing on his pipe and expelling fumes into the air. Looking around at the young shinobi before him, he saw that their expressions had become much more serious. "You might be waiting around for a little while before you can speak with him. I'm sorry that he wasn't here to see you personally, but don't worry about it. We've got this," Naruto replied with a smile, stopping the man's apologies short before turning to his team. "Our mission starts right now. I want you guys to search the west side of the village for either one of our clients, Yuki, or a guy with gray hair and glasses searching the streets for her. He flashed them a photo from his documentation of the man in question. I'll take the east side. The blonde then formed his familiar cross-fingered hand seal and produced several shadow clones, after which he then pointed around at the 24 copies he'd formed while keeping his eyes on his team. If you find them, one of these guys will dispel and tell me where you are. I'll also send them out to find you if I come across our clients first. Any questions? He received nothing but stares and head shakes from the others before nodding to them. Good. Let's get to it. His squad then vanished in a series of blurs along with his clones, leaving Naruto the only one left in the area. When he turned back to the cast and crew, he saw all of them staring at him in awe, with the director himself being the first to recover from the shock. The chief of production smiled at the young Jonin and tipped his hat to him. It looks like we were right hiring you on. You really know your stuff, Uzumaki-san. Naruto smiled. If we run into any trouble, we'll take care of it. You can count on us. Nodding his head in return, the Jinchuriki also vanished in a puff of smoke, signaling a Shunshin exit. And so began their mission, but not in the way the group had been expecting it to start. Usually their clients didn't take off running before they had the chance to even meet them. An hour or so later. Sitting on the edge of the large river just outside of the village, a lonely figure could be seen staring vacantly out over the water while her white horse drank from the shallows. Dressed in what would easily be perceived as robes fit for a princess, with her legs pulled up to her chest, arms crossed over her knees and her chin laid comfortably behind her arms, the beautiful, raven-haired teen sat in silence as she gazed out over the still waters of the stream. Listening to the sound of the watercourse flowing by and the birds singing all around her, the girl was given the perfect opportunity and milieu to meditate and think back on the life she'd lived or whatever it was that was troubling her thoughts. She was in fact so completely lost in her thoughts and memories that the raven-haired young adult failed to hear the sound of a person landing beside her until he spoke up above the sounds of nature. You're a really hard person to find. Blinking out of her daze, the seated teen glanced over her shoulder to see a boy in an orange uniform with a Jonin vest and spiky blonde hair standing just a few feet away from her with his hands in his pockets. When her eyes panned up from his legs, past the open space in his jacket, which showed off his chest and abs, and stopped at his face, she saw the stranger smile down at her before raising a hand to wave. Hello. Yuki Fujikaze, right? The boy asked for clarification before thumbing toward himself. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, Jonin from Konohagakure and head of your security force. My team and I were hired by your manager Sandewa-sama to watch over you during your shoots to and from Yuki no Kuni and to ensure your safe passage to the country of snow. Your manager is very concerned about this trip, and has asked us to not only ensure your safety and well-being during the filming period but to also watch over you off of the set. I'm really looking forward to working with you. A moment of silence passed between them after that, with the raven-haired actress now identified as Yuki Fujikaze staring blankly at the boy with whiskers on his cheeks, who returned her stare with a straight face. After a minute or so ticked by with nothing big happening between them, the professional-looking Jinchuriki then breathed a sigh of relief and massaged his neck. Woo! I think that was a pretty good introduction, don't you think? Naruto said brightly, closing his eyes and grinning in his characteristic manner. Though normally I would exaggerate a little more and add stuff like former javelin champion and part-time sheet designer, I think it's best that I keep my greetings short, simple and formal from now on. Maybe when I get a little more used to the routine I'll start stretching it out a bit more. Waiting for his joke to catch on, the youngster stood patiently, waiting for a response from the girl. However, when all he got was silence in return, he opened his eyes to look across at the actress again. Not good, eh? He then balked when he saw that the princess was no longer sitting in front of him and had in fact hopped back onto her horse and was now scampering off into the distance. Speechless, the boy remained staring after her in shock for several seconds before freaking out and chasing after her. God damn it, how the hell did she do that? He must have been so caught up in trying to start up conversation with the girl he didn't even notice her leaving. Hey, wait up. For the next minute or so Yuki continued to lead her horse down the main road as fast as she could. Not really interested in dealing with the boy who was supposedly sent for her by Sandewa, the actress was determined to put as much distance between her and the blonde as possible. However, after several seconds of feeling the wind whip at her hair and the rice field streak past her in a blur, the girl suddenly jerked in surprise when she heard a person clear their throat and looked over her shoulder to see that the boy she'd met on the riverside was standing on the back of her sandal and glaring down at her impatiently. Looking up at the blonde as they continued to ride along at speed, the girl saw him smirk. You really know how to ride a horse, lady. But no matter how fast you move, there's no way you'll be able to outrun me. Yuki's brow furrowed as she continued to glare at the boy, seeing him shrug his shoulders carelessly and raise a hand towards her. Okay, you've had your fun. But now I think it's time we got you back to the studi THWAK. Naruto didn't even have time to finish his sentence when he suddenly found himself clotheslined by a low-hanging branch. Looking back at the tree they just passed under on their way back into the village with pure, unadulterated surprise reflected on her face, Yuki then saw the boy eventually drop and hit the ground in a very painful manner. After which the girl then turned back to the road ahead of her and continued making her way into town, dodging traffic and eventually disappearing down a side street. Groaning in agony and covered in fallen leaves, Naruto blinked away the stars he was seeing and glared up towards the ceiling of the tree that had attacked him. That was just embarrassing. He must have looked like a complete moron when he got hit by that branch. Next time he was going to keep his eyes trained on where he was going and duck instead of making himself look like a big shot. Considering everything that has happened so far, the mission was off to a great start. Now all he had to do was send out shadow clones to tell his teammates he'd picked up the girl's trail and chase after her, once he got feeling back into his legs. Many hours later? Sitting at the corner of a bar of a dimly lit pub on the edge of town, dressed in civilian clothing and trying her best to blend into the furniture around her, the world-famous actress Yuki Fujikaze could be seen staring in a drunken haze across the counter in front of her. With a bottle of sake sitting on her left and a shot glass on her right, the young superstar was currently studying the crystal of a necklace in her open palm, watching the purple gem gleam and twinkle like it were somehow speaking with her. Eyelids drooping over and cheeks pink, showing just how under the influence she was, the girl breathed a deep sigh and wrapped it back around her neck before going back to her drink. Ugh. Who'd want to go to the land of snow? Muttering to herself some more indistinct words, she took another shot of sake, completely ignoring the other two people in the room. The bartender for starters, a middle-aged man with brown hair, glasses and a beard who was busy cleaning glasses over by the sink, and another patron over in the far corner, dressed in ordinary clothing, a jacket and a hat that concealed much of his face. Under the white noise of jazz music playing through the radio, the latter of the two other people present in the establishment stood up, deposited his money for his drinks on the table in front of him, and began staggering his way over to the exit. Just as he was approaching the inebriated actress still downing shots, his fingers twitching for a quick pocket search of her person, he was suddenly cut short when the door to the bar was kicked open by a perturbed-looking Naruto and cut off by the same kid, who stepped in between both him and the actress and knocked the stranger off course. As the patron walked on, the blonde-haired boy frowned at the girl as he rested his arm against the desk, sparing the drunk man a momentary glance of suspicion at the same time. Knowing full well he'd stopped an attempted pickpocketing, Naruto quickly focused his full attention back on the teen, who glanced at him momentarily before then turning back to her drink. "Humph, it's you again. Why don't you go bother somebody else, kid? You're kind of ruining the mood." Expression unchanging, the blonde just stared at the actress for a good, long minute, and watched her take another shot. "You know, while I'm not too sure about other people, I for one don't appreciate being maced and having a ton of scaffolding dropped on top of me, especially by the person I was hired by their friend to protect. It kind of pisses me off." Granted it was the first time he'd ever been maced, it was still an unpleasant experience. Sometimes it sucked being extra sensitive to certain elements of your surroundings. "I wouldn't try that again, by the way. That shit won't work on me twice. That incident with the horse didn't count. It just didn't." Yuki glared at the blonde momentarily before filling her drink once again. "Why do you keep coming after me?" Naruto kept a straight face as he leaned against the counter, "Because it's my job, and this being my first A-rank mission as a jonin I'm not really too keen on failing it either. I'm supposed to escort you to Yuki no Kuni along with the rest of your crew, so basically that means your ass is mine until further notice." Yeah. He was still pissed. He could still feel the pinch in his sinuses from his face recovering from the blasting on top of the pounding headache from having 3-inch wide steel collapsing on top of him. Scrunching his face up when he saw the girl raise an eyebrow at him after taking another shot, the boy thumbed towards the door. "Come on. We don't want to keep your legions of fans waiting by having your next movie postponed for another month. All of us have lives too, ya know." The actress scoffed at his words. "What would a kid like you know about life?" Oh, so she was playing this card now, was she? Well, unlike a lot of other people, this girl was probably used to dealing with Naruto, knew how to play this game and was damn good at it. So good in fact he actually smirked across at the actress still drinking sake like it were water, a lot more than you think you know. Shooting him a look, the actress chuckled bitterly as she swirled her next shot. "Let me tell you a secret, kid, actors are the biggest fakes in the world. It's a dirty, rotten, terrible job, playing a character on the big screen for other people to ogle at and admire. Only the lowliest of the low would ever want in on this profession." Sighing and slapping her glass down, she could feel the blank stare being thrown at her by the boy standing in her shadow. "We're handed lives put down on paper and breathe life into them, it's a sick joke." She then glanced over at the blonde and looked him over, taking note of his exposed chest and abs due to his unzipped jacket. A blink followed her quick yet intent inspection. "Isn't it a little bit drafty with that thing open?" Naruto just looked back unflinchingly. "It gets a little breezy, yeah." Taking note of his muscles when he tilted his head, Yuki leered at him. "You're quite the hick looker. Do you want to take a shot at this?" She emphasized this point by running a finger down her collarbone and tugging on the hem of her shirt in a suggestive manner. Blinking, the boy looked at the bartender across from them, where he saw the man shrug with an amused look in play before the blonde turned back to the woman. "First of all, I have a girl. Wait, scratch that, I'm 13 years old and you're, like, 17. Yep, that sounded about right." Saying he had 2 girlfriends wouldn't have helped him any in this argument. Yuki smirked at him. "Does it matter?" "Not really. Even though you're cute as hell, I've got standards. Picking up drunken women falls under that line," Naruto said, drawing it in the air in front of them. "Second of all, I've still got a mission to do. Now let's get going. Sandeo is waiting for you back at the studio and he's pretty upset." "Ah, he's just worried about his next meal ticket. As for me, I'm hick bowing out as the princess," Yuki chuckled dryly, pouring herself another shot. "Movies switch actors for sequels all the time. Another actress can take my place in the next Princess Gale movie. I'm not going to Yuki no Kuni no matter what you say." Breathing out a sigh, Naruto sat himself down on the stool next to her. He held up 2 fingers to the bartender and pointed to the fancy bottle up at the top shelf. The man quickly got the pair the alcohol as requested and poured the contents into the 2 clear glasses he dropped in front of his blonde-haired customer, who paid with a single note. "Keep the change." Yuki watched him with interest as he grabbed one glass with his palm over it and slid it towards her, which got a smirk out of the actress. "Finally decided to throw in the towel?" The Jinchuriki smirked back at her as his head was propped on his hand and elbow on the counter. "Nope. I just thought I'd share a drink with you." He released hold of the glass while picking up his with his other hand, swirling the whiskey-looking liquid around. I'm still sort of new to the whole alcohol thing, so I figured I'd have my second night out at a bar with a world-famous actress trying out the best stuff the place has to offer before moving on with my assignment. He raised the drink up as the girl considered hers. Will you at least honor me with this? Blinking, the girl smirked and accepted his offering, her eyes completely missing the sizzling of a small something dissolving in with her glass as she lifted the drink up to meet his. Their glasses chinked together before she brought it back to her. Cheers. She then took a sip. As Naruto turned to face the bar, at the same time taking a sip from his glass, he seemed completely oblivious to the actress next to him setting her drink down and turning to the bar as well. After which, Yuki's eyes then became droopier as she swayed a couple of times on the spot, before collapsing over the counter with a thud. The sound of light snoring was soon heard from the now unconscious actress as the Jinchuriki sculled his drink and sighed as he set it down in front of him. Damn, that's good stuff, Naruto breathed, turning to Yuki next to him with a smirk, not that you can offer your own 2 cents on it, princess. Smiling as he fingered his empty drink a bit, the boy then pushed it forward before getting to his feet. Still, I should do this more often. He then picked up the hapless princess and hoisted her over his shoulder. Not forgetting the bottle he'd bought, he saluted the bartender, who nodded right back, and took his leave. Just before Naruto could vacate the premises, the boy paused only for a moment to hear the door to the establishment open and close, signifying the exit of the drunk that had attempted to pickpocket the princess beforehand. His senses gluing onto the man, the Jinchuriki couldn't help but sense something off about that, but chose to keep this little observation on the back burner for the time being as he began making his way to the studio. He had an out-cold actress over his shoulder and a mission to complete. There was a time and place for everything. Later that night, many miles away. So, she has the hex crystal, the deep voice of a large man seated in a metallic throne exclaimed as he set his glass of scotch down on the armrest and smiled up at the film playing before him against the wall. Resting into his seat, the individual spoke with absolute clarity in his return address of the shinobi kneeling on the ground to his right and to the pair in a similar state behind him. Splendid. This truly is splendid news, Nadar. This actress Yuki, there is no question that she is really Koyuki Kazuhana, the shinobi identified as Nadar, a man with grayish-purple hair tied into a ponytail, marks under his eyes and wearing a thick white snow shinobi uniform with armor and a mask-style forehead protector, stated with a smile of his own. The confidence he spoke with was absolute. The informant that I had shadowing her for the past month confirmed she is in possession of the gem. She is the genuine article. The pink-haired Kunoichi wearing a similar style of uniform and kneeling to the left behind the head honcho smirked, I can hardly wait. It was worth the 10 years it took to find her. Heh, the larger of the 2 male subordinates, a hulking man with a chiseled chin and wearing notable armor plating to the right of the leader scoffed as he looked towards the screen, taking care of one little girl ought to be a piece of cake. This statement brought a small frown to the man that had made the report, the ponytailed individual glancing across at his teammate seriously. She's not alone. My informant also told me that she has Naruto Uzumaki as a bodyguard. The bulky shinobi raised an eyebrow in surprise, Naruto Uzumaki? Well now, isn't this interesting, the kunoichi in the room chirped while looking up towards their squad's boss. If I remember correctly, he was that boy who made it to the end of the international Chunin exams over a week ago. His performance was truly remarkable, especially for someone so young. While this had Nadar smirk slightly at the prospects of a battle, the man seated in the throne leaned back with an amused chuckle. I highly doubt a child like that would be that much of a problem. I wouldn't get so confident if I were you, big boy. Hearing the familiar voice echo into their midst, all 4 members of the group looked to the left of the room to see a figure step out of the shadows. Her teenage form wrapped in a purple and white robe, with long white, spiky hair framing a cute face and a forehead protector with no symbol on it adorned across her brow, the child-looking newcomer stepped into the light and stood on the edge of the projector light continuing to play a film featuring Yuki Fujikase as the lead. The pink-eyed youngster smirked confidently across at the group, who regarded her with serious intent and focus. In spite of what you may think of him, that brat you're talking about was listed prominently in Gado's blacklist prior to his death and has an 8 million Ryo bounty in the bingo book, the girl informed, placing her hands on her hips as she looked at all 4 faces slyly. On top of the fact that he saved not only Ida Inakawa no Kuni, land of Great River, but Nami no Kuni, land of waves, from our former partner twice, he was also able to defeat a member of Akatsuki in battle. Nadar twitched at hearing this. Really? How do you know all this, Karenbana? The man on the throne spoke, his eyes narrowing dangerously on the person. In spite of her size and appearance, the 3 people in the room were still wary of her, as they had full knowledge of who she was and who exactly she was working for. The girl, now identified as Karenbana, gave a cheeky smile and wagged a finger in the group's direction. I have my sources. My boss likes to keep tabs on everything that goes on around the elemental nations, just so that he's informed. He has eyes everywhere, including here. She then dropped her arm back to her side and tilted her head at the group. If you like, I can help you guys capture the princess. Perhaps my services will help steer you into making the decision into finally joining forces with us. Your contributions so far have been most helpful to our cause. Thanks, but we'll pass, the man in the throne replied, turning toward the big screen once more and relaxing into his seat. I have my eyes set on a much greater prize. Karenbana shrugged and slipped her hands behind her head. Very well then. I'll just stick around a little while longer in case you change your mind. The grin that formed on her lips revealed her excitement. Things look like they're about to get a little more interesting around here anyway. Nadar smirked at her, in spite of what you've said, whether or not you're here to support us, in the end it doesn't matter. I'll crush Naruto Uzumaki with my own 2 hands, and get our sweet little princess to hand over the crystal. Chapter 32, Land of Snow Naruto. Drifting. The changing winds. That same night? True to the thoughts that had plagued his mind throughout his entire march up the main road, Naruto was welcomed back to the studio's central building by the collective masses of both his teammates and his clients, all of whom were absolutely baffled by the sight of the blonde-haired Jonin trudging up the highway with an unconscious Yuki flung over his shoulder. While Sandeo nearly fainted at the sight of his beloved star actress and the condition she was in, the Jinchuriki ended up having to face the expected chewing out by Sakura for treating their package and one of the most famous women on the face of the planet so carelessly. However, she didn't take her lecturing of him too far for two good reasons. One was because he outranked her, and two, even though he was one of her closest friends, the Kunoichi hadn't forgotten what he'd done in the Chunin exams to earn him his rank. The boy had proven in all of the matches he'd fought that he could be scary strong when he wanted to be, and that kept her more volatile tendencies towards him pacified. Naruto eventually explained to the group that the princess didn't exactly make her retrieval from the village easy on him, so any further discussions on the matter were quickly settled once his case had been pled and he was able to set Yuki in the carriage that would take them down to the coast. Once the actress had been secured and all were present and accounted for, the shinobi team then wasted no time in getting everyone moving, and after about 2 hours of fast marching, the entire convoy eventually arrived at the docks and were soon loading up the ship intended to transport them. While the film crew finished up moving supplies into storage and the shinobi squad oversaw the final boarding procedures, Naruto used that time to carry a still unconscious Yuki into her cabin and dropped her onto her bed, leaving her in the clothing he'd found her in while he yanked the covers over her still and sleeping form. With the homemade drug he'd given her, the movie princess would be out for quite a bit, enough time for the crew to safely move all their supplies on board before eventually putting them to sea. Though it was guaranteed that she was going to be alright, the actress was still going to have a splitting headache when she eventually woke up. That was the main drawback to downing so much alcohol and then being unceremoniously knocked out by a cocktail of berries and herbs you would not be able to find growing in your backyard. That's what you get for overindulging. As Yuki lay there in her bed, sleeping peacefully under the rays of moonlight dripping into her midst, Naruto stood quietly by her side with his hands in his pockets, a serious gaze fixed on her delicate face and a firm expression in play, which failed to lift even when the boy shook his head at the state of her. She was very pretty. There was no arguing that. Of the numerous times he'd seen the girl on screen, you would swear her personality in real life would mimic exactly what she put forth to the general public. But in reality, the great Yuki Fujikase was nothing like the characters she portrayed in her films. Her attitude needed a serious adjustment, and perhaps some therapy to help with her alcoholism. She was a cold, hard case, plain and simple, which had been made glaringly obvious to the young jonin back in the bar when the two of them had had some alone time together, even when one of them had been stone drunk and completely open to flirting with complete strangers. After giving his appraisal of the woman, Naruto slowly turned to leave, only for his foot to suddenly scrape against something on the floor of the chamber, causing him to look down in surprise. When he did, he saw a necklace with a chain lying under his heel and, figuring it to belong to Yuki, reached down and picked it up. Admiring the purple crystal at the end for a moment, sensing some significant importance behind it, the blonde then set it down beside the girl's bed on the cabinet before walking out. I've never seen someone so adamantly against the idea of going to another country before, Naruto thought as he shut the cabin door behind him. Perhaps the reason will turn up a little later down the line. It was an issue that was bothering him somewhat, but not enough for him to call off the assignment that had been set for him. Seeing as how this was a simple escort mission and all he and his squad knew about where they were going, were what they knew about the country and that their destination was a glacier somewhere within it, there was very little he could do to prepare except to wait and see what will happen. Once out on deck again, Naruto then proceeded to watch alongside the rest of his team as the crew finished boarding before the ship finally set off onto open waters. With all men and women present, the movie crew turned in for the night, leaving only a couple of the ship's staff awake and Naruto to oversee the clear and steady course of the vessel. Due to the hectic nature of the day beforehand, including both the traveling, manual labor and chasing after the roguish, runaway star, it was safe to say that everyone was pretty beat. The only one who didn't really feel the strain at this time was Naruto. The boy just stood up at the bow end of the vessel looking out over the waters as they cruised along at a steady pace. Feeling the night wind wash over him as well as the ocean waves gently rock the ship as it cut across the waters, the boy looked down at his hand and flexed his fingers. Having trouble sleeping? Hearing the familiar voice, Naruto smiled and looked over his shoulder to see Tenten stroll up to him along the deck to stand next him. When she secured her spot, the blonde gave a light-hearted chuckle. No, not really. Besides, someone's got to keep an eye on the crew during the night shifts. Since we're pretty much guarding celebrities, we need to have our eyes and ears open at all times. Heh, yeah, I can agree with you on that. Giggling, the girl with brown hair tied into buns saddled up on his flank against the railing and nudged him in the arm. But try not to worry about it too much. Sure, it's important to act professionally, but the best you can really do at this point is be yourself. Focusing on my work of being an awesome ninja is what I normally do, although every now and again I like to mix it up a bit and add a little more crazy to the mix, Naruto responded confidently while running a hand through his hair. He then looked at the kunoichi with an inquisitive expression. How do you take your mind off of these sorts of things? What do you usually do to chill out? Oh, stuff. Training, tinkering, hanging out at the weapon store I work at, sparring, going out on the town, dango stands, making new swords, that sort of stuff, Tenten chirped brightly while giving the blonde a wide grin. I recently got myself a new toy. Want to try it out? A little later, Naruto replied quickly, at the same time looking to see the small pout thrown at him by the girl. Now don't give me that, Tenten-chan. We're supposed to be on a mission. I know, Tenten sighed while resting her chin against the railing. She glanced forlornly towards the boy when he also rested his on his arms, which he had folded in front of him too. I guess I'm still a little bit disappointed that we didn't get to fight in the tournament stage of the exams. Yeah, you don't need to tell me. I was looking forward to fighting a lot of people in that round. Only half of them ever made it to step up to the plate, and the other half got cut out early. The Jinchuriki then threw the girl a grin. I was especially waiting for a chance to knock heads with you in center ring. Perhaps challenge you to a knife fight if it ever came down to one. I would have riddled you with kunai the second the bell was rung. Really? Damn right I would have. You move faster than lightning travels along a straight line. There's no way I'm touching that at close range. Sure, an exaggeration, but the boy was bloody quick. Heh, if you say so. Everyone's been on their toes ever since those final matches. Maybe the mood on those 2 days was so hyped up that it's taking a while for all of the intensity to completely die down. No kidding. When Niji and I went to visit Lee over at his place to see if he was okay, the guy was doing one-armed push-ups on his bedroom floor, Tenten stated while rolling her eyes. The guy's muscles were shredded from using the 8 gates and his limbs were shot from battering Kyoko around through the air like a pinball, yet he can still find the effort to get back into his usual training regimen. In all good conscience he should be bedridden until further notice. Heh, you should strap him to the frame next time. We did, but he managed to get out somehow when we came back to see him at lunch. Tranquilizers? Never thought of that? Though we would probably need the same amount it would take to drop a bull elephant to put old Wonderbrows down for the count. Agreed, Naruto nodded, both parties looking thoroughly amused at Lee being drugged into unconsciousness and drooling at the mouth. What about Niji? Is he doing alright? You gave him a concussion from smacking his brain from above and below with that knockout white fan combo you gave him. He spent the first day home in the hospital getting checked out. He's okay now. Mission? Yeah. He has an assignment with Sasuke and Kotetsu escorting an ambassador back to Kumogakure over the next couple of days. They should be home by the time we get back, Tenten responded informatively, earning another nod from the Jinchuriki. As they looked over the sparkling waters under the night sky, the Kunoichi smiled. I wonder what Yuki no Kuni will be like? A country that snows all year long? Probably cold. Should have brought more winter clothing, Tenten muttered. All I've got are a couple of long-sleeved items, a scarf and arm warmers. A pair of gloves and socks would have been nice. She then looked across at the Jinchuriki and sized him up, taking an extra long minute to notice his chiseled front under his unzipped jacket and vest. I noticed your bag wasn't carrying anything heavy. What you see is what I've got. Forget about me. I think you should be more worried about yourself. Naruto smiled and looked across at the girl. I warm myself up with my chakra. But this jacket isn't just used for style, you know. Case in point, he zipped it up and pulled the blue hood over and threw his arms out grandly, earning an amused expression from the girl watching his poses. Double woven and padded for extra protection. A sly smile coming over her, Tenten then stepped towards the blonde and, taking advantage of his lowered guard, opened up his jacket so that it exposed his chest and wrapped her arms around him, pressing her front against his. This action surprised Naruto a bit, as did the instance when her nose brushed against his. It was funny that they were about the same height now. Nobody had really seemed to notice that the Jinchuriki had grown quite a bit. Well, you can keep me warm anytime you want, stud, Tenten chuckled. I won't mind. Blinking, Naruto grinned. This is awfully forward of you, Tenten-chan. Any particular reason why? No reason. It's just that I like messing with you from time to time, the girl with the bun said simply while resting her head against his shoulder. She was genuinely pleased when she felt the boy reciprocate her actions, his arms wrapping over and around her. You're so strong. It's more fun getting you flustered than anybody else. Careful. It's really dangerous to be around me. I'll bet. Just as their flirtatious bantering was getting kick-started, the pair was interrupted from their whisper talk by a clearing of a person's throat next to them, causing them to look up to see Sakura and Keed standing nearby. Quickly they identified the stunned look on the Pinkette's face, as well as the curious look from the boy in white, the former of which then pointed up at them in shock and gestured between the two. Why you, too? Sakura gulped before choking out the rest, her as well? This was a question mostly directed towards Naruto, and when the boy and his apparent third partner eventually answered with a nod, the pink-haired Kunoichi shook her head before allowing her arm to drop unceremoniously to her side. Pandemonium. Tayuya, Samuyang Tenten. Were there any more girls she had to be concerned about? What the hell was wrong with the world? With the surprise subsiding, Keed then struck a pose and rested a hand on his chest before gesturing grandly with stars twinkling around him. Ah, young love under a pale moonlight and an ocean sky. This truly is the finest expression of a person's passions and desires, as well as a joining of dash. Not a good time, Keed. Sakura said loudly, while the sudden mutterings from the boy caused Naruto and Tenten to giggle between themselves. I'm still trying to come to terms with the fact that I have a serious polyamorous for a teammate. XXX. The next day? It was business as usual for the shinobi squad on guard duty, with Naruto and his team standing on the sidelines as they watched the film crew in action aboard the ship shooting scenes for their newest project. With Yuki having woken earlier than expected that morning to the rocking of the ship on the ocean waves, you could say that the star actress was pretty pissed to learn that she'd been taken on the excursion to the land of snow while she'd been unconscious and against her wishes no less. She'd had it out with Naruto for a minute or two when she found him, before eventually resigning herself to her fate. After dressing their little diva up, the main cast and the deck of the ship for the shoot, which the shinobi present found quite remarkable at how ambitious and creative the director was with his setups, they then proceeded to watch the gorgeous princess mourn over the defeat of the male lead before 4 different cameras. To say that her performance was impressive was an understatement. Even though the team was slightly put off by the fact that Sandeo had to step in every once in a while to apply the eye drops for Yuki to cry, since she couldn't, the rest of her act was fantastic. Having seen a great many of her films and finally getting to see one of her movies being made in person, Naruto could not deny she was a fantastic actress. Had her character actually come with an equally fantastic personality, then they would have had something marvelous, but unfortunately she didn't. She fell short in some areas while climbing high in others, and that kind of detracted from the overall experience. With Keed sitting on the deck concocting his witch's brew, otherwise known as his tea beside the rest of the squad, which he planned to share with everyone there, Sakura, Naruto and Tenten stood watch leaning against the railing as Yuki went through another take with the cast. She's good, Tenten said quietly with a smile and her arms folded. That acting talent would be perfect for shinobi work, Naruto also remarked. She'd be able to impersonate and charm anyone with her wordplay. Sakura raised an eyebrow as she watched Yuki flourish before the camera while at the same time being swooned by one of the male cast members. I'm having a bit of trouble following the story. Have they already shot some of the other scenes before this? I'm pretty sure that they have. I guess they shoot scenes at specific times whenever the sets and cast are available, and then put them all together in post, Tenten replied. It makes sense. You can't really film an entire movie in just one location, unless it's supposed to be in that one location, Naruto added while rubbing his chin thoughtfully. He then shrugged when he was able to summarize all of the information swirling around in his head. This is probably what it's like for a lot of major productions. The original creators and producers put a lot of money into the product to make a masterpiece assembled in the most exotic locations. Sakura's face then crinkled into an uncomfortable one. Couldn't they have shot the movie on a tropical island instead of a cold, unforgiving landscape covered in snow? Everyone will be freezing their butts off up there. The crew is going up there to shoot the final scene of the movie, Tenten answered, looking across at their team leader and dredging up memories of the mission specifications he'd shared with them. Apparently the bad guy freezes the entire country, with the Rainbow Glacier being the epicenter of the technique he used. The princess and the heroes defeat him, after which the landscape then cuts back to a warm, springtime setting, marking the defeat of the main villain and the end of the battle. Naruto chuckled. It's kind of a cheesy plot, don't you think? Yeah. But people love it, Sakura said, a smile coming upon her again as she clasped her hands together and nudged her teammate in the side. So do I. I think it's going to be fantastic. Maybe they can cut out the special effects and just have real shinobi fighting. Perhaps then the film would have more clout, Tenten suggested with a grin, her expression reflecting hope of possibly starring in a movie one day. Silence fell amongst the four youngsters again as they watched from a distance the crew flip through several more scenes, with a majority of the shots requiring them to be absolutely quiet. Eventually, once the crucial segments and some of the extra shots had finally been recorded, the head of the project nodded with a satisfied look on his face before holding up his hand. AAAD. Cut, the director shouted through his megaphone, glancing across at his camera and sound guys immediately afterwards. Did we get all that? There wasn't any interference? After a moment of running through the hour of footage they'd shot, checking the ambient noises in the background and making sure no unnecessary background sound had been captured, the crew members then turned to the director and gave him the thumbs up. Good job everybody. Take 5. With everyone scattering and the cast retiring to their seats, Keed saw this as the perfect opportunity to add his little contribution to the group. With a tray of tea and a kettle in hand, he strode from his spot over to the movie stars, with Yuki being the first one he approached. The boy gave both a sincere and hopeful smile as he held out his offering to the crew. All of you have worked so hard. Please, have some. This tea will help soothe your throats and replenish your vitality. Sakura looked up in alarm when she realized what Keed was doing and was about to jump in to stop him when she was held back by Naruto and Tenten, both of whom looked on with amused grins as the crew took the tea from the boy and drank their fill of the delicious-smelling concoctions. The group then proceeded to watch as the majority of the cast spent the next few minutes bent over the side of the ship gagging and hurling into the ocean, with Tenten eventually going over to console Keed who found a quiet corner immediately afterwards to sulk. As far as the shinobi were concerned of course, their mission was going splendidly. Even with the attempted assassination by Keed. XXX. 2 days later. Early morning? The shinobi guard and the crew were suddenly roused prematurely from their sleep by the head cameraman freaking out all over the ship when he went to wake not only the director but the captain as well. When everyone eventually trudged up onto the deck, most of whom were still dressed in their pajamas including Sakura and Tenten, they saw exactly why the man had gone and flipped his lid when they saw an enormous glacier standing in their path. I was going up to check our course with the officer in charge and he found this in our way. I don't know what happened, it just appeared, the second in charge exclaimed in panic. The director however, after surveying the problem for himself in his robe and nightcap, suddenly turned to everyone with a manic look in his eyes, causing even the shinobi present to lean away in surprise. No. This is perfect. We're going to tear down our previous setup and replace it with this. Our second fight scene will happen right here. He then grinned and clenched his fists excitedly under the stunned looks of his crew. Cherish this moment people, the movie gods are smiling down upon us. Everyone, prepare to disembark. And so they did. Once every able-bodied crewman had their game faces on, the ship was landed on the icy shore and all of the movie equipment was quickly unpacked. Showing the resolve and hard work of a cinematographer on a shinobi continent, the people were quick to set the stage for the epic fight between the main villain and the heroes, in which the primary antagonist would emerge the victor. Everyone was psyched for it, especially the main cast. After warming themselves up by the portable furnace, with Naruto and Yuki sharing a simultaneous yawn at the early morning start, much to the crew's amusement, the shooting began. For the next half an hour after that, the usual hooray of line reading and improvisation took place, with the main antagonist being framed by the mountain of the enormous icy glacier behind him and the heroes standing in the snow at the base of the cliff. Things were going well and it looked like it was going to be a spectacular battle. However, just as the main villain was preparing to unleash his Stormbreaker or whatever technique it was called to take out the good guys, Naruto suddenly picked up something intruding on the very edge of his senses. Having been unable to sense it due to the cold, it took him a little while to register to the sudden feeling of intent rolling in over the area. Looking around quickly in paranoia, moments before his eyes fixed on the mountain above, he then saw something out of place sitting against the icy side in the form of a sheet of white cloth over a ledge. Realizing that was not a natural part of the glacier and that the killing intent was leaking out from under it, the blonde suddenly vanished in a shunshin and reappeared directly in front of the main cast, his right fist uncorking in a swinging overhand. Everyone, get back! Futon, Senpuken. Wind release, whirlwind fist. The second he let his punch fly, an enormous tornado of wind, much larger and more powerful than his ordinary hien attacks, blasted from his knuckles and shot straight towards the top of the glacier at the speed of a bullet. The force of the attack literally took off the top of the mountain in an earth-shaking explosion, sending rubble and slabs of ice flying in all directions. However, when the powder and smoke eventually cleared, it revealed his attack had barely scratched the spot he was aiming for. As the dust settled, the sheet of cloth rose up from the ground. Along with the snow on top of it, the canvas was thrown off, revealing a man with a ponytail and dressed in shinobi uniform with a headband worn proudly upon his crown. Folding his arms, the man grinned, "Welcome everyone, to Yuki no Kuni." Naruto's eyes narrowed. That headband, a Ukigakure shinobi? He then sensed another presence and glanced to his left, as did everybody else, where they then saw another shinobi in uniform, a woman with pink hair, standing on the tip of a pillar of ice. "Greetings, Princess Koyuki," the woman waved with a lecherous smile. "I do hope you're still carrying around the hex crystal." The team of shinobi on the ground noticed the sudden looks of shock that came across a couple of the crew's faces, most notably on Yuki and Sandeo. However, before any of them could press the group for further information, Naruto then switched to his right when he sensed another foe make an appearance to the scene. Snow being thrown off of a second tarp, a hulking figure in more impressive battle armor unveiled himself, with the gears of his mechanical left arm twitching and hissing. "You're pretty good, Naruto Uzumaki. The skills you displayed in this year's Chunin exams do not disappoint at all," the man spoke with a rough and clearly amused tone of voice. Gritting his teeth, realizing that these shinobi were here for Yuki, Naruto spun around and began barking orders. "Tenten, Sakura, Kid, protect Yuki. Defensive formation. Everyone get back to the ship, now." At first everyone on the crew was confused, merely standing around and muttering to themselves. However, the moment the Konoha contingent rushed forward and formed a ring around the actors, the people on the set slowly started to realize the growing danger of the situation. They'd hired shinobi as bodyguards for a reason, and that reason just so happened to drop down right on top of them. Seeing the enemy form up brought a smirk to Nadar's face, who then nodded to his two subordinates. "Fubuki, Mizore. I leave the princess and the cannon fodder to you." He then leapt down from the ledge as his own team sprang into action, albeit with a little bit of disappointment from his kunoichi partner. Jumping up onto the glacier's cliffs, Naruto met the enemy boss on a separate ledge, with both shinobi coming to stop and glare across at each other, one looking utterly confident while the other was completely serious. "So I'm going to venture a guess that you're the squad leader," Naruto said with a frown. The snow shinobi chuckled, poking his nose into the air and looking down at the boy beneath him. "Correct. Nadar Roga. At your service." The Jinchuriki smirked and cracked his neck. "Naruto Uzumaki. Now that that's settled, I think it's about time I kicked your ass." "How vulgar," the Jonin remarked while rolling his arm, "but I guess that's to be expected from a new Jonin fresh out of the oven. I hope that you don't disappoint me, otherwise I'll just have to consider this whole expedition to this deserted iceberg a waste of my time. We'll see how disappointed you are when I start stomping your face into the snow." Slamming his foot into the ground, the Jinchuriki vanished in an orange blur, as did his opponent, only Nadar hazed out in a white blur. Loud bangs rang out as the two leapt at each other through the air and up the mountainside, the pair trading and parrying blows meant to deal the other a great deal of damage. Smacking a fist to the side, Nadar countered with a flying kick when the two shinobi climbed in altitude from a simultaneous jump, only for his smaller opponent to hook his leg around his and swing under it, countering with a swinging punch across the man's face. The blow landed with a deafening crack, sending the Jonin sailing back with blood flying from his jaw. Gritting his teeth, the older shinobi then landed against the side of the cliff and sprang up, with his opponent in hot pursuit. Leaping from ledge to ledge and apex to apex, trading blows every time they passed each other, the pair eventually climbed to the very top of the glacier, where they both rested on separate peaks. When they stopped and looked across at each other, Nadar spat out the blood from his mouth while Naruto nursed his arm from blocking a particularly solid hit. "As I expected, your taijutsu is sublime. I should really keep my distance from you. Heh. You can sure take a hit and counterattack like a Jonin should. But your own attacks have no edge to them and there is absolutely no flow in your movements," Naruto replied, setting into another stance. "Just keep me away if you can." "Don't get conceited, brat," Nadar replied with a sly grin, "you haven't seen anything yet." With that, the pair shot at each other once again, Naruto leading with a left overhand while his opponent threw a right hook. Oh, with Sakura and Tenten rushing out into the open and setting herself into a wide stance, Sakura gritted her teeth when she suddenly saw the large man up on the snowy ridge suddenly come barreling down at the group on a foldable board. Careening towards the film crew at speed, kicking up snow behind him, the man charged straight at the pink-haired kunoichi when she drew a cluster of shuriken and tossed them at him. Showing superb maneuverability, the man dodged the first barrage and swung at the girl, only for the kunoichi to leap out of the way of his dangerous-looking melee weapon. Realizing he'd missed, he came back around and accelerated towards her again, aiming to plow the youngster into the snow but missing the kunoichi yet again when she leapt out of the way. Just as he was coming back for another swing, Mizore completely missed the sight of a series of kunai flying across the snow and shooting towards him. The blade slammed into the man's side all at once, only to bounce off of him when an odd-colored shield of light unexpectedly repelled them. Completely unshaken, the Ukigakure shinobi trained his gaze upwards to see the girl with brown hair wrapped into buns flip through the air, unfurl a large scroll and summon 3 Fuma shuriken, which she then hurled at the man with a yell of effort. Seeing the enormous blades converging on him, the hulking Mizore crossed his arms in front of him and took them all head-on. For the second time in a row, the metal stars slammed into the weird multicolored barrier, the steel shoulder pad helping to shatter the enormous windmill blades and scattering their remains across the snow. Cursing, Tenten landed in the snow and glared up as she watched the man turn in her direction, at the same time ignoring the shuriken bouncing off of him from the pink-haired kunoichi aiming at his blind spot. "Take this." Letting out a yell, Tenten drew another scroll through the air in front of her and launched a third salvo of kunai and shuriken. The wall of weapons exploded forth from her sheet and converged on their target, only to once again bounce off of the same shield that had appeared to block her first shots when the man plowed through her attack. The sight of her favored projectiles effortlessly being knocked away alarmed the kunoichi. What the hell? She then jumped straight into the air, hiking off of the man's back when he attempted to drive into her with his shoulder, but ended up missing the nimble teenager. Why isn't anything working? Mizor laughed as he casually surfed along on his snowboard, spinning around and rocketing back towards the girl now landing a safe distance away. The increase in his speed however allowed him to close ground on her just as she was turning to face him again. Sorry little girl, but none of your pathetic weapons will be able to touch me while I'm wearing my chakra armor. Chakra armor? Tenten murmured before her face creased into displeasure. Seriously? They make stupid junk like that? What a cheat. Say that again after I bury you. Mizor then accelerated at an alarming speed, blasting towards the kunoichi and hooking at her with his arm. Leaping out of the way, the kunoichi drew a couple of kunai and tossed them at the ground in front of him when he decided to come around again. She was getting sick and tired of him snowboarding all over the place and she figured it was about time she leveled the playing field a little. As soon as her knives embedded the snow, the two blades went up in two simultaneous and concussive explosions, knocking the man flying into the air and off of his board. Mizor was able to recover with a flip, crashing to the ground before, without missing a beat, charging towards the shuriken user. With a roar of anger, he leapt at her and cut at her with his armored arm. Reacting quickly, Tenten sprang away, beginning to dodge excessively as the man lashed at her with heavy, swinging blows one after the other, using a heavy-handed and swift taijutsu style that punched holes into the ground wherever he landed. After managing to cause the girl to stumble at an inappropriate evasion, he then cocked his armored arm back and, with the help of gas venting out the back, plowed it straight into her and sent her flying. Letting out a cry of pain, Tenten barreled backwards along the snow before righting herself, gritting her teeth in frustration. Alright, this guy is pissing me off. She then summoned a 3-section staff from her scroll and threw it through the air in front of her before connecting the pieces together into a metal pole. I'm going to knock your lights out. Back on his target, Mizor charged again, only to get shoulder plowed in the side by Sakura jumping at him and sending him crashing to the ground. When he got up and saw the pink-haired girl join the party, he grumbled in displeasure and leapt to his feet as well. Annoying rat. Don't ignore me, Sakura shouted, flipping through hand seals before bringing her fingers to her lips and inhaling sharply. Try this on for size. Ninpo, San no Kumo. Ninja art, cloud of acid, she then spewed a powerful purple cloud of toxic gas straight at the approaching enemy, the fumes rocketing towards the giant yeti like a fireball. Mizor spotted the incoming attack and, reacting in alarm, leapt back to avoid it. However, he didn't get far enough when the clouds crashed into him before consuming him entirely. When it seemed like the technique had taken him out for Hood, Sakura and Tenten then watched in shock as the purple smoke suddenly lifted from the area, revealing an utterly melted ground and a smoldering crater with their opponent standing perfectly inside of it, arms crossed over and a smirk on his face. Sakura looked on in disbelief. That should have melted the skin off of his body. How is he still standing? Oh. With Keed. On his end, Keed was having his own problems against his opponent. Leaping backwards across the snow, the boy avoided the kunoichi cutting at him with a kunai before taking his distance at long range. As soon as he did so however, his opponent had already flown through a series of hand seals and, upon landing on the tiger sign, cut her hand back and threw it forward. Snow kicked up around the grinning kunoichi in a cloud before forming into hundreds of miniature swallows. Hayaton, Tsubame Fubuki. Ice release, swallow snowstorm, the sharp wing projectiles scattered before all of them made a beeline straight towards their target. Reacting instinctively, Keed cartwheeled out of the way, avoiding the initial run before the swallow suddenly came around and flew back at him. The youngster responded instantly, flipping through seals as he faced the attack headlong before his cheeks inflated. Taking aim, the genin then ground his feet into the snow and fired. Suetun, Suidanya. Water release, water severing wave, a high-pressure stream of water then shot from his mouth at high speed. With sniper-like accuracy, he managed to knock all of the icebergs out of the air, cutting them to shreds thanks to the blade-like function of his water jet. Oh, you're pretty good. How about this? Fubuki exclaimed before forming more seals and dropping to the floor, jabbing her fingers into the ice. Hayaton, Hairu no Jutsu. Ice release, ice prison jutsu. The second she made her move, huge boulders of ice began jutting out of the ground in pursuit of Keed, forcing the boy to back off quickly before leaping into the air. As soon as he was airborne, the wily Konoha genin flipped through more seals before bringing his fingers up to his lips, his chest inflating. Suetun, Utakata Shikibuten. Water release, foam mattress, he then blew a thick stream of white foam straight towards his target below, the wave smashing into the ground and charging towards its intended targeted en masse. Manipulating her chakra, Fubuki formed another seal, more ice pillars shooting out of the ground in front of her and forming a protective wall. This defense managed to block the wave of bubbles, repelling and separating the foam as it washed around her. The wave settled before hardening seconds later, leaving Fubuki unharmed behind her element and allowing Keed to drop back to the ground safely, a disgruntled look upon his normally cool and cheerful visage. Fubuki grinned at the youngster before licking her lips. Interesting jutsu, kid. Got any more? Keed cursed and set himself into another stance. Water against ice. I think it's safe to say that I'm at a bit of a disadvantage at this point. If he had a chance of beating her, then he was going to have to change his strategy and use something with a little more bang to it. With Naruto. By this point in time, Naruto was getting sick and tired of playing tag with Nadar who, for the better part of their fight, had been keeping well out of reach of the blonde to prevent his opponent from getting any good hits on him. Even though he wasn't as fast as the youngster, the man was determined to keep his distance. Every time he got away he would lob either kunai or shuriken at the boy, pissing the Jinchuriki off to the point that he decided that they'd played hopscotch across the glacier long enough. Fuck this. Naruto shouted from a ledge below, hiking up the side of the cliff and starting to sprint up towards the man. Throwing his gauntlet arm forward, he fired a cluster of 3 paper balls that ignited, before he cocked his right arm back and threw it forward in a punch while still in motion. Katan, use a Senpuhi no Jutsu. Fire release, fire whirlwind vortex technique, launching a tornado from his fist again, the Jinchuriki caught the exploding paper balls in midair, stifling their explosions inside the attack and transforming his wind tornado into a fiery one. The attack gushed up towards his target in the form of a blazing firestorm that literally started to melt the ice all around them on its approach. The sight of the bellowing flames had a still bewildered Yuki below look on in horror before collapsing to her knees. Sandeo quickly rushed to her side to help her, while the shinobi continued to do battle with their respective opponents. Grinning in amusement at the sight of the approaching wall of fire, Nadar slapped his hands together to form a hand seal before flying through several more. He then gritted his teeth and took aim from his position up above. Time for a counter. Hayatan, Haryumoko. Ice release, tearing dragon fierce tiger. The moment he made his incantation, the ice behind him exploded forward in the form of an enormous tiger, which let out a bellowing roar as it charged towards the approaching flames. The attacks slammed into each other and exploded with concussive force, the ice neutralizing the flames, which in turn, fast melted the giant tiger. When a cloud of steam bellowed out from the point of collision, Nadar expected his foe to have gone down with the ice. However, all his initial hopes were dashed when the cliff wall behind him exploded outwards and, emerging from the blast of snow, Naruto appeared with his hand cocked back and aimed right for his opponent's back. Surprise, motherfucker. He then threw it forward, only for his hand to slam into some sort of colorful barrier that knocked him backwards. Flying from the unexpected and violent rebound, Naruto then skidded to a stop along a plateau of ice further below and looked up with a start. What the hell? What was that? It was then he sensed something off about the air around his foe and his eyes narrowed into a glare. Wait a second, that armor you're wearing. Nadar, spotting his opponent behind him, grinned down at the boy and his attempted sneak attack. Like it? All shinobi of Yuki no Kuni are outfitted with these suits to help them in battle. They are the pinnacle of shinobi technological research. The man as well as his cohorts leered at the stumped Konoha shinobi surrounding them and showed off their respective gizmos. The armor increases the chakra flow within the body, strengthening a handful of the more useful jutsu. A chakra barrier gathers around us as well, able to deflect the chakra of our adversaries. As a result, ninjutsu and genjutsu are rendered useless. The field output is also strong enough to deflect projectile weaponry. Baring his teeth, Naruto then looked down towards the field where he saw Sandeu and a couple other men trying to get a catatonic Yuki to move, while a panicking camera crew hastily made their way back to their ship, at the same time filming all of the battles taking place. Feeling the odds kind of stacking against them, due to the strength of their opponents and the new battlefield element facing them down, the blonde opted on the most reasonable course of action he could take as a leader. Retreat. But he wasn't going to go out quietly. Oh. With Keed. Fubuki giggled as she sent another wave of ice boulders jutting towards her opponent, forcing Keed into another hasty retreat across the frozen landscape. Eventually the wall of ice converged on him from two sides, forcing him into the air. On his way up however, the boy's foot was suddenly caught up by one of the jutting ice pillars, the boy looking down with a start when he felt his momentum stop. Crap. He was then flash frozen inside the block of ice, which encased and froze him in an instant. The chain of attack stopping, the water user was left suspended within the transparent prison, leaving an unharmed Fubuki looking gleefully at her success. That takes care of him. It's a shame. He was such a cute thing too, the woman chirped, only to blink in surprise when she suddenly saw the boy's form within her ice prison suddenly transform into a portable furnace, alerting her to a Kawarimi technique. It was the exact same furnace the camera crew had brought along with them. But how the heck was he fast enough to make the switch? And attach an explosive tag to it at the same time? The second the pot appeared, the explosive tag on its front ignited before going up in flames. The contents of the furnace then began rocketing down the lane of ice in the form of a wall of burning death, at the exact same time two kunai shot from the flames, trailing wire behind them. Before Fubuki could dodge, the kunai wrapped around her and bound her against the ice wall, locking her in while the explosion careened towards her. Unwilling to be incinerated by the counterattack, the kunoichi then did something completely unexpected and unfolded a pair of wings from the back of her suit. The mechanical appendages snapped the wires and upon spreading, allowed the young woman to escape the firestorm that nearly roasted her alive. Since it was an explosion fueled by natural elements and not chakra, she was not about to risk her armor taking the brunt of the blow while killing her in the process. She escaped into the sky in time to avoid receiving third-degree burns, leaving Keed on the ground watching her soar out of reach. The genin blinked as he observed the woman perform an aerial spin and frowned. Majestic, but deadly. Oh. With Tenten. Standing back with her staff drawn, a serious Tenten could be seen glaring across at her opponent, who was currently in a grappling match with Sakura. The pink-haired member of Team 7 had managed to intercept the hulking Mizore and engaged him in a clash of brute strength. Due to her increased physical prowess, she was able to trade hits evenly with him before ending with the two locking hands and trying to overpower the other. On her end, Sakura was holding up pretty well, but it wouldn't be too long before her brute of a foe decided to toss her aside and press forward. Pulling out some more blades from her pouch to try and peg the guy while he was occupied, Tenten then looked behind her to see Sandeu still fussing over Yuki. The sight had the girl growl and snap at them. What are you doing? Get back to the ship? Princess. Please. We have to go. No. Yuki cried out, clutching her head in her hands as her eyes shimmered with unbridled fear and distress. No. I won't go back to Yuki no Kuni. I can't. Before Tenten could do anything, she suddenly heard a shout from Sakura and looked just in time to see the girl get thrown aside by her opponent. The moment she was out of the way, Mizore pointed his gauntlet arm towards the downed Yuki and fired, his artificial hand rocketing from his launcher at speed. Seeing it was a cable weapon, Tenten quickly leapt in the way of it and, spinning her staff in her grip, slammed a counter into the claw, intercepting it. Her weapon easily knocked the projectile away, before the teen watched as it retracted back into its user's limb and reset itself. Mizore growled in annoyance and took a stance, seeing his opponent also assume a defensive one. You girls are starting to get on my nerves. Oh. With Naruto forming his cross-fingered hand seal, explosions of smoke signaled the arrival of a squadron of shadow clones that began rushing back down to ground level to help with the others. The original Naruto mixed in with them as he left his opponent standing on his ledge. Nadar smirked. Leaving so soon? I don't think so. He then slammed his hands together and flew through more seals. Hayatan, Ikakuha Kugiai. Ice release, one-horned white whale. Upon executing his technique, the ocean right next to the glacier to Naruto's right suddenly exploded upwards in a wave, and an enormous white whale composed entirely of ice shot straight into the air. The shadow of the colossal creature from the ocean fell upon the Jinchuriki and his squad of copies, with the original glaring up at the thing before throwing back his left hand. That's it. I'm ending this stupid fight right now. Stopping directly under the whale and watching it begin its descent, the blonde took aim at it and threw his hand out. Stop this if you can. Jet hand. His palm made contact with the falling ice with a tap, a split second before an ejection point exploded against its side and sent the enormous ocean mammal careening towards the enormous glacier behind him. Nadar's eyes nearly bugged out when he saw his own attack fly straight at him and yelled as he barreled out of the way. Damn it. Thanks in part to his armor, but mostly to his quick reflexes for getting the hell out of dodge, the squad leader of Dodo's guard was able to avoid the enormous ice whale crashing onto the very peak of the glacier he was standing on and smashing right through the entire berg in one go. As the attack plowed through the icy peak, Naruto and his clones made it to Yuki and, without a moment's hesitation, picked her up and ran for it. The original shouted for the others to fall back, which they gladly did as the fields of snow and ice started to crumble all around them. The impact the redirected attack Nadar had thrown was catastrophic, causing the entire mass of floating ice to shake violently and bob around on the waves as it was carved in two by the white ice giant making complete landfall. Within seconds, a great chunk of the glacier was crushed and now in the process of caving in on itself, the cry of the whale echoing out as it gleefully returned to the sea. By the time the rough waves settled and the clouds of perspiration and snow returned to the water, it revealed the camera crew safely aboard their ship, filming the magnificent spectacle of the final techniques separating the two groups. With all cameras rolling, the director threw his megaphone up and shouted. And, cut. Man. I hope we got all that, the DOP breathed exhaustedly. Clearly it had been one hell of a getaway. Sharing the same deck, the team of shinobi that had managed to get the people safely out of harm's way, Yuki included, who was now lying unconscious in her quarters, stood around nursing whatever injuries they had sustained. 1010, sporting some bruised ribs from the train that had plowed into her thanks to her mechanically juiced up foe, gritted her teeth angrily and looked up towards the glacier sinking in the distance. Those guys were lucky. I was just seconds away from bombarding that fat ass with enough explosives to level the place. I would have sunk that entire glacier myself just to prove my point. What point? Sakura asked, rubbing her shoulder from the rough landing caused by the same opponent throwing her. That chakra armor is a ridiculous cop-out. Too many factors kept us from ending that battle, most notably the terrain, Keed also spoke, looking a little winded from performing so many attacks and defensive plays against his own opponent. He'd taken on a Chunin-level Kunoichi and drew with her, even forcing her to retreat with his spirited assault. Had it been on solid ground, we may have been able to finish those three off. That armor saved them, for now, Naruto stated, looking across at his team from the ship's railing with a serious expression in play. However, just because they've got a few impressive toys doesn't mean we can take it easy against them. All three of those guys are seriously tough. The armor makes them more dangerous because ninjutsu and throwing weapons don't work on them, and genjutsu won't work either. That means we'll either need to fight smart and get around their shield somehow, or take them down using taijutsu. Sakura smirked and glared back at the remains of the glacier they were now drifting away from. The next time we fight them, the outcome will be much different. Both she and Tenten had a score to settle, and they were going to settle it with interest. I wholeheartedly agree with that statement, Sakura-san, Keed replied, also feeling he'd left that glacier with unfinished business. Be that as it may, in light of recent events and a surprising change in circumstances, the scope of their mission had just increased tenfold, and presented them with a new question they all wanted to have answered. It was something that came up before their respective fights with each of the snow ninja. The true identity of Yuki Fujikaze. XXX. The next day? Morning. After checking up on Yuki and making sure she was alright, Naruto excused himself from her cabin and went back out on deck to check on things. Shutting the door behind him, he found that the ship had finally pulled into dock at the country where the film crew would be shooting the last of their footage. As soon as he learned of the exact whereabouts of their landing, he and his team then helped with the unloading of the vessel, where all of the camera equipment and supplies were then transferred onto a convoy of vehicles waiting for them nearby. When the trucks were soon loaded up and Yuki was moved to the back of the main wagon, the cast, crew, and shinobi set off. Things went on smoothly from the port after that, with the trucks and cars hitting the dirt road and making their way into the snowy countryside that was Yuki no Kuni. For most of the crew and team things were alright, though some of those in the group didn't find the conditions that much to their liking. It's so cold, Keed murmured, arms folded as he sat back at the table of the main vehicle. Even with the truck's central heating, it was still incredibly unpleasant. By contrast, the glacier wasn't that bad. The further north we actually go, the colder it's going to get. How annoying, Tenten also added, running her arms up and down the long sleeves of the red thermal she was wearing under her regular pink top. Now I can see why those snow ninja were wearing such bulky clothing. They're perfectly acclimatized to this weather. Yeah, and we're made for the trees on a warm, summer's day, Sakura added with a sigh. Even though we have snow during our winters, we never have it all year round. That's the difference between us and them, and how unused to this landscape we are. Is it true that there's really no spring in this country? It's like this 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? She directed this question toward Sandeo, who was sitting at the end of the table under the serious gazes of Naruto and the directors of the project. The man in the glasses bowed uncomfortably and nodded. Why yes. Heh. Well, doesn't that just suck? Ten chuckled while shaking her head incredulously. The agriculture here must be non-existent. It was this thought that also struck Sakura and Kid Curious, who began thinking about how the people in the country actually made a living and survived in such conditions. You couldn't farm on lands that were iced over for years at a time. Even if you did manage to find a way, it still must have been a real pain growing stuff. The oceans were freezing cold and so were the rivers. The terrain was covered in feet of snow, the sky was clouded over most of the time. What exactly could you do here to make ends meet? How did the country survive? Even before the terrible events that transpired in Yuki no Kuni all those years ago, the people here had to work hard in order to survive. We toiled at the land and built a great civilization, a strong one that was recognized amongst even the great shinobi nations of the mainland, Sandayu informed before a smile crossed his face. Despite the adversity of the environment, the people who lived here were happy and were enriched by the many things we were able to build and achieve in such an untamed place. We were industrious and ambitious, and we thrived on the technology we were able to craft. Our daimyo spearheaded this endeavor and put everything he had in advancing the world through technology, and the country grew from it. But then that happened. Naruto spoke, arms folded as he looked across at the man intently. After their fight on the glacier, the team went to confront Sandayu regarding the real identity of the actress they were guarding and the reason why they had suddenly been attacked by shinobi of Yukigakure. Over the remainder of their journey across the ocean, the manager revealed to the squad of shinobi that he had been a loyal soldier and bodyguard to the country's former daimyo Sosetsu Kazahana and, under his leadership, was a member of the 50th Brigade. He'd been a servant to both the Lord of Kazahana Castle and his only daughter, Koyuki Kazahana. They also learned that a coup had taken place in the country years ago, which saw the death of the daimyo, the destruction of the great landmark that was his domicile and the takeover of the country by his younger brother Dodo Kazahana. The same shinobi that had attacked the team and the camera crew on the berg were the exact same shinobi that had led the attack on the castle, something that left a bit of a sour taste in everybody's mouths. What's more, on the same day that the coup took place, Koyuki managed to escape the country thanks to the help of a shinobi from Konohagakure. Though the exact details on her escape were minimal, what the team did find out was that upon escaping the country, Koyuki assumed the identity of Yuki Fujikase, and has been living under that name for all these years as the world-famous actress. Sandayu shook his head as he massaged the bridge of his nose. Our country is in great turmoil. Ever since Dodo took over, he squandered every last bit of gold he stole from the people and kept all of the country's riches for himself. He cares not for what happens to the villagers or the country. All he uses them for are stepping stones, a means to an end. He treats them like the dirt at his feet and trash on the street. Nothing more. Because of his wanton neglect of the nation and his greed, all of our industry and progress in the land has stopped dead. Families are starving and the people are suffering, and all of it is because of what he did all those years ago. Sniffing, the man held his hand in front of him firmly and bit his lip to stop the tears. As I watched the crown of our kingdom, the great Kazahana castle burn to the ground, I thought for certain that the princess had perished along with it. But then, just as I was beginning to think all was lost, I later learned that she'd in fact survived the attack and went out in search for her. The day I finally found our country's princess alive and well after months of searching, I was beside myself. Wiping the tears that brimmed at his eyes, the man sniffed before looking up again. I was so happy. I should have died that day. Hearing the voice beside them, every person in the dining car turned to see Yuki herself standing in the doorframe, arms folded and dead eyes rested on all of them. Upon seeing her up, Sandayu rose to his feet. You shouldn't say such things, princess. The people of the nation of snow, everyone feared the worst for you. We never stopped praying for your life. I may be alive, but my heart is dead, Yuki said without a single tell on her face. That day, all those years ago, any and all tears that I had left dried up. Wiping his eyes dry upon hearing the heiress speak in such a manner, Sandayu turned to face the shinobi team listening intently to the dialogue going back and forth. Ever since I found the princess and became her manager, I have been biding my time, waiting for the day when I could finally escort her safely back to Yuki no Kuni. The director's assistant and head of camera work looked shocked. So, you mean to tell us you've been using us all this time? Yes. I apologize for deceiving you. All of you, Sandayu bowed repentantly before rising to his feet and rushing around the table to bow before Yuki on his hands and knees. But all of this was for the people of the land of snow. Please, Koyuki Haim. I beg of you. Confront Dodo, end his reign and take your rightful place as ruler of Yuki no Kuni. I will sacrifice myself without hesitation to protect you. Please, take up arms and lead our people against him. Yuki raised an eyebrow before huffing indignantly. I don't think so. Seeing the man recoil at her words, the actress turned away. You've got to be joking. Princess. Forget it. But the country needs you, Koyuki Haim. The people need you. I could care less about them or this damn place, Yuki argued back with a tight scowl. From the way she held her ground, you could see the resolve she had in sticking to her decision. When she heard the man begin to stammer again, she turned on him with an angry gaze. Just drop it. Look, it doesn't matter what you do or how hard you try. In the end it's all meaningless. You can't defeat Dodo. He's that bad, huh? His voice unexpectedly breaking into the conversation, everyone in the room turned to Naruto sitting at the other end of the room to see the boy leaning back in his seat with his feet kicked up on the table. Having listened to both Sandayu and Yuki bicker, taking in every little detail of their arguments, the Jinchuriki had scrunched his face up and looked ahead of him contemplatively. He killed his brother, usurped his throne and is now basking in all the spoils he managed to get his hands on after becoming leader, and at the expense of thousands of people. After juggling this around in his head a moment longer, a wide grin then spread across his lips and a chuckle soon followed. Upon reaching a decision, the Jinchuriki dropped his feet back to the floor and stood up, hands in his pockets and a confident look on his face. All right then. It's settled. He glanced across at Tenten and the others. Since I've got nothing better to do this week, and since we're already here on a mission, who feels like taking down an asshole? This question got a jaw-drop response from both Yuki and Sandeu, with Tenten on the other hand flashing the boy a grin and giving him a thumbs up. I'm in. Sounds like fun. Keed smiled and folded his fingers on the table in front of him sagely. Considering the circumstances, the only way out of the situation is to move forward. Because Naruto-san is the team leader, I am obligated to follow him wherever he goes as both a close friend and a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf. You have my full support in this. You can count me in too, Sakura chirped while raising her fist determinedly. There's no way we can turn back now, not with everything we've just heard. If we're in this, we're in it to win it. Are you all nuts? Koyuki shouted incredulously at the shinobi and kunoichi present. Dodo will kill each and every one of you. None of you can beat him. Frowning, Naruto rolled his head around on his neck before glaring back at the fuming girl directly across from him. Look, your worshipfulness, I've been fighting against assholes like Dodo ever since I was kicked out of the orphanage. I've beaten up entire street gangs with my bare fists, fought against whole armies of mercenaries, defeated a girl who was practically a walking slab of metal and one who could literally turn herself into lightning, rescued 2 countries from a fucker named Gato, and killed an S-rank nuke Nin who wouldn't die no matter how many times you stabbed him in the face. That last one got strange looks from his friends and he waved at them. Yeah, that was a bullshit day for me, asked Tayuya. The point is that there's not a single creature on this beautiful ball of water and dirt, living or dead, that I can't beat. Fact. Wow, you really know how to sell yourself, Tenten commented in surprise. You guys shouldn't have any troubles either, Naruto said while looking across at Sakura and Keed. Aside from their armor, those other 2 have nothing on you. Think you can get through them? Rubbing her chin, the Pinkette gave it a moment of thought. They've been using that stuff for so long that they don't even bother trying to dodge most of the attacks thrown at them. It's something I noticed while we were fighting them. Their reaction times were shocking. Smiling, the girl faced her teammate again with a confident gleam in her irises. I think we can manage. Naruto nodded, good. At that, the director started speaking quietly, eyes closed and an intense look pulled across his face as he absorbed everything that was being said. As long as there is hope, there is a dream. As long as there is a dream, there is a future. I like it. This is the perfect theme for the final chapter of the Princess Gale movie. We're rewriting the entire second half of the film right here and now. Sakura looked at them with a sweat drop forming on her head. You're seriously going to keep filming, even after everything that has happened? The director nodded with absolute self-assurance and a big smile on his face. It's like I said to you all back at the glacier, this movie is evolving. How often do you get to make a film with a real-life princess in it? It's a complete game-changer, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You're right, the assistant said, liking the idea more and more as the realization of their position settled in. The buzz about this film will be enormous. Think of the ratings. We won't just be making a blockbuster, we'll be making a movie that will be remembered for all time. This film will springboard off of the big screen and into the history books. Even the making of will be a hit. Hey! Koyuki shouted, only to be cut off by Keed. Unfortunately, we don't have a choice. In our current situation, there's only one possible course of action we can take, the boy said while folding his arms. Tenten nodded in agreement, getting what the boy was leading them onto as he looked across at the actress. This prompted the others to do so as well. Now that Dodo knows that Yuki is really Koyuki Kazuhana, he will never leave this alone. He will continue to chase after her, even to the ends of the earth. The only option we have left is to fight. Knowing that the status quo has changed, Naruto continued rewriting his plans. So, in addition to protecting Princess Koyuki, as per the terms of the assignment given to us, we will also need to finish off Dodo. When we do, this whole thing will end. Even if that meant bumping up the A-rank mission to an S-ranked one, he didn't care. The paperwork was going to be ridiculous either way when he got home. Getting angrier and angrier as the discussion on the matter amongst the shinobi progressed, Koyuki stomped forward, stop joking. This isn't some movie. This is real life. There is no happy ending. Hearing this, the director responded in kind. Though he was far better off, he still reacted defensively in the face of his practice and passion being pulled into question. Of course there is if you're willing to fight for it. Naruto looked out the window of the truck as it trundled along, watching the evergreen trees of the snow-covered wilderness outside pass them by. Even if we were to send a message to Konohagakure for backup, they wouldn't be able to get here in time. This whole thing should be mopped up in the next couple of days. Smiling, he looked back at his crew. Normally I'd be doing something like this on my own. But since I'm the team leader on this mission, you guys are my responsibility. Nadar is clearly the heavy hitter of the group. He's tough, about a league or so beneath Kakashi-sensei, and he's got a good set of skills on him, but he shouldn't be too much trouble once I get past his armor. You 3 are more than enough to handle this. Seeing the smiles come about on all of their faces, the Jinchuriki then turned to Sandeu, who was back on his feet. Though this is stretching the limits of our contract, this is still a mission, and I hate leaving things unfinished. You've got us for as long as this lasts. The man beamed with tears in his eyes and bowed to the shinobi. I knew I could count on you, Naruto-san. Thank you. Thank you all so much. The director laughed as he watched the scene before him play out. That settles it. We're definitely moving ahead with this picture. And you can bet this one will have a happy ending, the assistant said boisterously as well. While the crew went about making plans and the shinobi also laid out their own strategies, Koyuki continued to look on from her position by the door with a sense of complete detachment. Closing her eyes, the girl breathed out irritated. Fools. Oh. A couple hours later. Following the talks in the dining hall of the main cart, the caravan continued on its journey unimpeded. As the convoy passed into the mountains, following the winding road further into Yuki no Kuni, Naruto and his team came up with a plan of attack should Nadar's team show up again. Since they all had scores they wanted to settle, neither one of them had any problems with the arrangements. Each of them decided who would fight who and what strategies they were going to use to get past that stupid chakra armor they were wearing. Tenten especially wanted to get past it as a personal challenge. Understandably, Naruto also thought up a possible strategy to use against Dodo should he eventually run into him as well. He got all the details he could from Sandae on their trip through the cave system, in which the man happily informed him of what kind of person the guy was and what his strengths were. With this information, Naruto was easily able to formulate a clear picture of a favorable outcome. He just needed the right setting to perform it. After passing through the caverns and stopping outside of them, the director instructed everyone to fan out while Sandae approached the team of shinobi again. Our hideout is not too far from here. Once we've finished shooting on this spot, I'll let my people know of our princess's safe return. I'm certain that they will be able to rest easy after that. The director standing nearby agreed with this and waved for his crew to spread themselves with the equipment. We'll definitely be able to get some good footage here. Let's get the show on the road, people. Suddenly, the head DOP suddenly came barreling out of the main carriage in a panic. Director, we've got a problem. Frantic, the man skidded to a stop in front of the two teams. Yuki has up and vanished again. What? Narrowing his eyes, Naruto turned to look over the cliff where large expanses of snow-covered forests and mountains laid stretched out before them. His team did the same thing, all of them gathering alongside him as he scanned the horizon line. She must have jumped ship when we stopped at the entrance to the cave, Tenten said. That's just great, Sakura sighed while palming her face. How in the world are we going to find her this time? She could be anywhere out there. This country was huge and, for the most part, the territory was relatively unknown. There were plenty of places for her to hide. She couldn't have gone far, Naruto spoke, turning back to his team and the camera crew. He smiled at them when he saw the concern etched on their faces. Don't worry, I've got this. Tenten. He turned to the girl with brown hair. You're in charge until I get back. While I'm gone, protect the camera crew. The kunoichi nodded upon receiving her orders. Yes. Good. Now he had free rein to do as he pleased. He needed to find this girl and fast, before anything unsavory happened to her. Even so, he wasn't going to risk using shadow clones for this task. Sending out hundreds of doppelgangers in all directions to find just one person lost in a snowy wilderness wasn't such a good idea at the moment. Not only were they currently resting in potential enemy territory, but if Dodo's men were out there hunting for them, shadow clones would only give away their position. Though he couldn't use his copies, Naruto still had other more fun and interesting methods to work with. Stepping closer to the cliff, the Jinchuriki then took a deep breath and, turning towards the woods on top of the slope behind them, gave a loud howl that echoed out across the range. Everyone in the vicinity stood baffled as his wolf-like call reverberated across the region, startling those standing closest to him due to the unexpectedness and sheer volume of his cry. When silence eventually fell, both the crew and the team watched and waited with bated breath to see what would happen. It didn't take long for the youngster's call to be answered when, seconds later, another howl echoed back, followed by a chorus of calls that grew louder and louder with every second. The cameraman backed up fearfully from the direction the howls came, until low growls filtered over the area as a pack of wolves suddenly came dashing down from the forest. The people closest to the slope screamed when the hunters dashed into their midst, the squad of shinobi also backing up when the pack leader ran to a stop directly in front of Naruto while his clan circled. The boy smiled and knelt down, seeing the wolf with the scar on his face look up at him attentively. The boy faced the group's leader like he were an equal, before pulling out something from his vest pocket and holding it up to him. A girl from our crew has run off. Do you think you and your kin can find her? The people watched curiously as the wolf sniffed the thing in Naruto's hand, before the boy retracted it and allowed a few of the other wolves to smell. Waiting for a few seconds as the head wolf sniffed the air, he then huffed towards the blonde waiting on the sidelines and took off along with the others. Naruto turned to his stun team and grinned, be back in a flash. He then disappeared over the cliff with the wolves, leaving everyone standing in silence. The director, blinking, turned to the cameraman watching on the sidelines and pointed, did any of you get that? Got it, boss. Same here. Me too. The head of the project grinned, outstanding. Oh. Meanwhile, not too far from the last stopping point of the convoy, but still a considerable distance for someone like Koyuki to cover, the star actress could be seen running through the woods away from the crew as fast as she could. Panting heavily, the young princess winded through the trees, not caring where she was going but wanting to get as far away from this place as she could. There's no way. Absolutely not. I won't go back there, the girl thought in desperation. She was so focused on running that she failed to spot the heap of snow lying in her path, which her foot ended up getting caught on. Letting out a cry of surprise, Koyuki fell forward at speed and ended up rolling down the slope ahead of her, where she eventually stopped at the bottom and laid there, motionless. Vision fading, the girl gazed through the cold, dark forest of tall evergreens as her eyes closed her off from the rest of the world. You lied to me, father. There is no spring in this country. Memories of a time long past flashed through her head as she was taken back to the Kazuhana castle, to the room where her father worked. She remembered seeing mirrors standing all around her, reflecting her image back as her beloved dad spoke with her, promising her a dream that he was certain would come to pass, but never did. It was a past Koyuki had thought she'd buried long ago, but had managed to climb its way back to the surface. After a short while of lying there in the cold, completely immersed in her dreams, the actress's eyes drifted open to the sound of light footsteps approaching her. When the girl looked up, she found herself staring at a pack of wolves watching her from the edge of the clearing, a sight that had her wake with a start and leap to her feet. Panicking, Koyuki backed away, only to stop and look behind her and realize she was surrounded. The wild animals cornered her on all sides and glared at her, while their pack leader, a big wolf with a pure white coat and a scar across his eye, circled the ring. Just as Koyuki was beginning to believe she was going to be killed, she suddenly heard more footsteps approaching and looked back around to see the familiar form of Naruto step out from behind a tree. When he appeared, he frowned at her before breathing out a sigh. You know, I've seen and done a lot of things in my life, and I gotta say, it's so much better to face down your problems instead of running away from them. People won't be able to stab you in the back so easily when you're looking them in the face. Glancing down, the Jinchuriki nodded towards the head wolf, who gave a huff in response before scampering off along with the rest of the pack. Let's go. Everyone's waiting. After being faced down by 8 full-grown wolves, Koyuki made no fuss or fight as the boy approached her from his spot and pulled her onto his back. Once she was securely fastened to his shoulders, the Jinchuriki then began making his way back to the others. "This has been an interesting few days, hasn't it, princess?" Naruto asked in a conversational manner as he leapt up the mountainside back onto the main highway. Upon reaching it, he then turned and began making his way through the same cave system the convoy had cut through in order to get to the path on the other side. "Maybe next time you should consider shooting your movie somewhere with a little more grass and sun, perhaps even on a beach." A mischievous grin then spread across his lips. "I bet you'd look great in a two-piece bathing suit." The girl sitting on his back gave the boy a dirty look before turning away stubbornly. Even though she didn't put up much of a fight, her mood was still incredibly despondent. "You're a pervert." "Hey, I'm only speaking up on behalf of every man on the face of the planet. I mean, can you blame me? You're beautiful." Koyuki scrunched her face up nervously at his compliments before frowning again. "Then every man on the face of the planet is a pervert." Naruto chuckled good-naturedly. "You could be right. But hey, food for thought." While his footsteps echoed throughout the labyrinth of caves as he followed the road out of it, Koyuki looked back around at him and towards his face. When she saw him looking ahead of him intently with a casual expression in play, she considered him for a good, long moment, before narrowing her eyes. "Why? Why do you always come looking for me?" "Because it's my mission. It doesn't matter how much you hate it. I'll keep coming after ya," Naruto responded with a small smirk. "Just try to hide. I'm gonna find you." The girl raised an eyebrow at him curiously when he said that. "Those wolves, were they in the neighborhood?" "This was their territory and we were in it. I just asked them for a little bit of help," Naruto answered with a shrug. "How? Simple. I can talk to animals. It's something you pick up on after living with them for more than half your life," Naruto replied, glancing back at the princess to see her surprise before staring ahead of him again. He then grinned confidently when another thought came up, "And also because I'm awesome. Sure, you hear a lot about famous shinobi out there in the world who can do extraordinary things, but in my own humble opinion, I'm better than all of them combined." Koyuki gave a small smile at that. "You're a modest one, aren't you?" Naruto chuckled. "When you're stuck in a corner with nowhere to go and no one else to turn to, the only one you can really count on is yourself. That's how it is sometimes." After that, Koyuki's smile dropped and she returned to her usual, cold disposition. "You can drag me back all you like. All I'm going to do is act in front of the camera, finish this movie and leave. That's all. You got it?" "Whatever you say," Naruto said, shouldering the girl further up his back as they continued down the tunnel. However, just as they were about halfway through, a sudden tremor stopped the boy in his tracks followed by a distant whistle behind them. Turning around, both the Jonin and the movie star blinked in confusion. "Wait, was that? Oh. Standing outside the tunnel, everyone looked on in surprise when a train track suddenly appeared on the ice. Sensing something off about it, Sakura and Sandeo approached it, with the former kneeling down and rest a hand on the railing. "There's chakra running through this." It was upon hearing this that Yuki's manager reacted in alarm. "He's here." He then turned towards both the crew and the shinobi team scattered across the area. "Everyone, get out of here. It's not safe. You can't let them find you." The man then hopped over the tracks and began sprinting up the nearby slope, up into the woods. "Wait, Sandeo-san." Keed called out in surprise, "Where are you going?" Seeing the boy about to run off in pursuit of their client, Ten jumped in front of him. "Don't go after him." She then turned to the camera crew. "You heard the man. Everybody clear out. Pick up your cameras and get the trucks out of the way." Oh. A light suddenly appeared from down the tunnel both Naruto and Koyuki had already traversed. Seconds later, another whistle bounced off of the icy walls around them in the form of a deafening wail and the steel hull of the enormous locomotive shot into view, causing alarm bells to go off in both teens' heads. "It's a train," the actress shouted. "Oh, that's just perfect," Naruto exclaimed in a sarcastic and irate manner. At the same time the rumbling of the approaching vehicle shook icicles from the ceiling and caused the debris of the cave to cascade all around them. Not needing to be told twice, the Jinchuriki spun around, slammed a foot down on the ice and leaned forward. "Hang on." He then took off at full speed, with Koyuki crying out in surprise at his sudden burst of acceleration that saw them shooting down the length of tunnels in a blur. However, in spite of the boy's impressive speed, the train was quickly on his heels. "What the fuck? How fast is this thing?" Even with slabs of ice and boulders standing in its way, it just plowed through them like they were part of the air. "It's no good. It's gaining on us." Koyuki cried out as she held onto the boy tightly. "Not if I can help it." Naruto bellowed right back. "We'll never make it." "Of course we will. Think positive. There's no way you can do this. We'll be run over." Naruto glared back at her. "Look, if you're not going to think positive, then shut the fuck up and let me run, lady. I'm trying to find my zen here. I've come too far to be put down by a goddamn hunk of metal." Koyuki shook her head as she looked back at the locomotive bearing down on them. It was now just feet away. "It's impossible. You can't do it. Watch me." Naruto roared, immediately picking up speed till he was traveling much faster than the train was, his head cutting the air like an arrowhead as everything blurred out around them. The actress bouncing on his back looked on in shock as he literally shot into a different time zone. Seconds of winding through the tunnels, passing by icicles and rocks that would soon be decimated by the train, a light up ahead signaled the end of their short yet epic journey, with Naruto springing off to the side the second he was out. Upon sliding down the slope to a stop, the boy spun around and glared up at the gaping hole, where he saw the locomotive shoot out several seconds later. Both watching the enormous transport coast to a stop several yards away, the blonde-haired Jinchuriki then gave a victorious grin before raising a fist in triumph. "Did you see that?" Not forgetting his passenger, the Jinchuriki set Koyuki to the ground, only to have her knees buckle and drop her on her tailbone. The blonde jumped on his toes and began dancing on the spot. "Woo! My feet are burning, baby. They're burning. I gotta tiptoe." Taking his time, the boy started skipping on the snow and whispering, "Tiptoe," with every 2 steps he took. Upon expressing his satisfaction at his performance, the blonde then stopped and smirked down at the girl behind him, before sticking his nose in the air assuredly. And you said I couldn't do it. Panting as she saw the boy extend a hand to her, Koyuki then gave a small chuckle for the moment before being pulled back to her feet. As soon as she was up and gazed across at the blonde that had managed to save both their asses, she was then shocked into silence at the voice that came next. It's been a long time. Koyuki. The princess's head snapped towards the vessel and its line of cars in bewilderment. I knew it. Dodo. There, standing on the locomotive atop a raised platform alongside Nadar, a large man with long brown hair, a chiseled jaw and adorned in ornate robes stood holding a microphone and an arrogant smirk upon his wretched face as he gazed back towards the tunnel they just exited. Seeing the young lady standing beside the tracks, the man lifted the speakerphone closer to him and made his presence completely known. After 10 years, it's good to see you again, my dear. Komi. Don't be shy now. Let's have a look at that pretty face of yours. Shirking under his gaze, Koyuki stepped away. As a menacing grin began to form on the dictator's mug at the telltale signs of fear reflected upon the girl's expression, he was suddenly cut off from any further exclamations when Naruto came to stand between them. Hands in his pockets, the boy glared back at him. So you're the Dodo guy I've been hearing so much about? You don't look so tough. Before any more words could be spoken between the two parties, a mass of logs from the top of the slope suddenly rode down the hill at speed before crashing into the train. The force of impact smashed two of the carts and knocked the wheels off of the tracks, disabling the train and causing everyone to look up to the crest of the rise. When all attention fixed on the rocky outcrop, Dodo's horde, Naruto and Koyuki saw a line of armored warriors standing there. Heading the group of samurai to emerge from the woods, Sandeo stood at the front, also adorned in battle garb and glaring down at the train just as the rest of his legion was. Drawing the katana from his side, the man in glasses breathed in deeply before speaking at the top of his lungs. Do you see, men? Our beloved princess has returned to watch over us. With her at our side, victory will be ours. A cheer went up amongst the men, with the commander raising his sword and pointing it towards the man on the train. Dodo, we have waited a long time for this day of reckoning to arrive, and here our patience has been rewarded. Sandewa-sama and 50 loyal warriors under Lord Sosetsu stand before you to avenge our fallen leader and to take back Yuki no Kuni. Today, you shall breathe no more. Under the eyes of the cameras trained from hiding spots along the ridge and the bewildered looks of Koyuki and Naruto, Dodo eyed the line of soldiers distastefully before looking down at his right-hand man. I thought you got rid of the last of the insurgents. Nadar bowed his head with a frown. My apologies, Lord Dodo. We will get rid of them immediately. No need to waste energy. Smirking, the would-be leader of Yuki no Kuni looked up amusedly as a battle cry rang out and the soldiers on the ridge began charging down the slope. Following the path of the logs, they aimed all their sights on Dodo, who raised a hand and signaled the soldiers on his train into action. With men such as these, the only thing they'll be able to understand is total annihilation. The second his hand gesture was made, doors all along the side of the train snapped open, revealing a battery of projectile-firing weapons, including mounted turrets at the tops, all controlled by Foot Ninja under Dodo's command. When all systems were trained and activated, the carriages then began lobbing hundreds upon hundreds of kunai at the approaching warriors, a rain of metal death peppering the brave men and mowing them down in a single stroke. Soon, the entire slope of snow and ice was covered in kunai, blood, and 49 bodies riddled with shuriken. Naruto was gobsmacked, having not expected the train to be carrying something like that. The fuck? They have weapons like that? He then bit his teeth together and glared furiously across at the man responsible for the attack. No, it wasn't an attack. It was a massacre. The only one out of the whole platoon of soldiers still standing after such an onslaught was Sandeo, who remained swaying on the spot with kunai sticking out of his body. Upon seeing the man, Koyuki's eyes shimmered in disbelief while Dodo raised his hand and ordered one last salvo to finish him off. With a wide grin, the ruthless man let loose another round. However, just when it seemed like the shuriken were about to hit, a massive, spiked metal shield suddenly dropped down from the sky and landed in front of Sandeo, deflecting the kunai and allowing the man to drop backwards into the snow. Tenten appeared directly on top of the shield and fired off a series of kunai from her scroll, the knives slamming into the sides of the carriages and detonating one after the other. Dodo then watched on in annoyance when explosions at the top of the cliff suddenly sent an avalanche careening into the side of the armored train, taking out the rest of the volley guns before the carriages started to move again, the locomotive chugging furiously to get them out of dodge. While Tenten continued lobbing kunai with explosive tags, Keed stood further along the ridge above from where Sakura set off the charges, and flung a wall of foam from his mouth down the way, which slammed into the front two carriages and hardened like concrete. This pretty much stopped the train and forced the locomotive to detach itself from the rest of the assembly. Thanks to its enhancements, it was able to take off at speed and avoid any further attacks. Responding in kind to the assault being mounted by his team, Naruto rushed forward and slammed his hand into the back of the last cart. With a loud growl, his jet hand exploded into life and sent the caboose careening into the carriages in front of it. The speed and force it shot off at was simply immense, the sonic boom that occurred being only the start of it as the other carriages were blasted off of the tracks and sent flying in all direction in pieces, as the rear carriage ripped through them one after the other before barreling into the back of the retreating locomotive. The occupants on the platform outside actually had to duck and cover as it took out the podium before the caboose itself smashed to pieces, leaving an absolutely ruined armored train, a ruined track, and a collapsing bridge. When the dust settled from the battle, the camera crew was finally able to come out of hiding, and everyone quickly saw to the soldiers lying scattered across the open ground. Sakura and Keed quickly ran to help out, while Tenten returned to Naruto's side as he and Koyuki strolled through the remnants of the one-sided slaughter. While the dead were tended to, they arrived at Sandeo's side, where Sakura was now doing her best to try and fix him up. This is awful, the pink-haired girl murmured while gritting her teeth angrily as she applied gauze to the man's wounds. What the hell kind of monster is he? A callous look on her face, Koyuki looked around at all the men that had been taken down by the hail of kunai and scoffed at the sight. This is what comes from never giving up. If they hadn't stood against Dodo, then none of this bloodshed would have happened. No. Sandeo told us, Keed spoke, glancing up at the actress with a deep frown on his face, that man is cruel. Women, children, the elderly, this man killed hundreds of people he suspected were against him. He didn't care. This land was left to rot under his heel. This put an even deeper look of hatred and sadness on all the present people's faces, including Naruto's as he glared across at the princess to see if she responded in kind. But she didn't. She just stood there, looking on with an expression of utter disinterest. Koyuki's eyes narrowed when she returned to looking down at Sandeo and a stunned Sakura. They put their faith in the wrong person. As her manager laid there barely breathing, Sandeo cracked his eyes open through the blood dripping down his face and looked up at the raven-haired actress. When he saw her kneel down beside him through a blurry vision, he spoke in a hoarse, yet determined voice, "Please, forgive me, princess. I should have never gotten you involved in all this. But, every one of us believed in spite of everything, because we knew you were alive. That alone was enough to keep us going to the end. You must believe in yourself, not just for me, but for your people, and for your country. You have always been our last ray of hope." The man's voice grew quieter as he struggled to speak, before sprouting the smallest of smiles. "Please, don't waste your tears on me." With that, the last of his strength left him, and the man's head fell limply to the side as the last of his life left him. Sakura's hands left the man's chest when she realized he was gone, her expression conveying complete shock. As the others looked on solemnly, Koyuki continued to stare at the man's lifeless form with an emotionless air, before rising to her feet. "You are such a fool, Sandeo. I can't cry, you have my eye drops." She then looked at the director and the Konoha ninja, expecting to see nothing but defeat wrapping all of them. Panning from face to face, she then pointed down at the man. "Are you all satisfied? Let's go back. If you stay here, your lives will be forfeited, just like his. Let's go home." She then turned and began walking away, back to the convoy of trucks sitting on the side of the ruined tracks. "Your home is here." The voice of Naruto stopped Koyuki dead, who then glared back to see the boy standing there with his hands in his pockets and a scowl fixed squarely on her. It was clear from his eyes that he had not turned away from her for even a second, not even after she spoke her last words to Sandeo. "This is our mission. Of course our lives are in danger. Sandeo hired us to protect you, and that is exactly what we're going to do," Naruto stated firmly, before turning to her completely. "And even if we wanted to, we can't turn back now. Dodo knows who you are and he'll keep coming after you until either he or you are dead. No matter how fast or how far you run, you're not going to be able to keep him away. What would you know about any of this?" Koyuki snapped at the boy, her frustration growing with every word he spoke. "Spring doesn't come to this country. Our tears are frozen over and our hearts are hardened from the cold. There's nothing here anymore." "That's not true," Naruto replied while glaring at her. "There's still something here that can fix all of that." He pointed at her, putting her in the spotlight. You can change this country yourself if you just stand up, face your past and do what you know you have to do to make things right. While it's true that we can pick and choose our destinies, when there's something that you and only you can do, you have to step forward and take responsibility for it." Tenten glared angrily at Koyuki and the completely detached way she was dealing with this whole thing. "Sandeo believed in you. He lived his entire life taking care of you and keeping you safe so that you might come back here and free the country one day." She then stormed towards the actress and raised her fist. "You haven't even shed one tear for his sacrifice because you're a spineless coward." She then threw a punch, only for it to be caught by Naruto stepping in front of her, stunning all parties in the area. Looking at the kunoichi, Naruto shook his head. "There's no need for that, Tenten-chan." Releasing his grip on her fist and watching the shuriken user calm down, the blonde then looked back at Koyuki. "Fact of the matter is, she's stuck here with the rest of us. This is her fight as well, whether she likes it or not." It was then, when it seemed like Koyuki was about to argue back, a shocked look came across Naruto's face when he and everybody else saw something rise up from over the cliff. A large war blimp ascended into view, with the bottom boarding door open and revealing the hulking form of Mizore standing in its frame, his grappling arm extended. Just like before on the glacier, as soon as he had a clear shot, he fired, the hand grabbing hold of Koyuki and snatching her up. Before Naruto or anyone else could react, the high-flyer Fubuki swooped over them and launched a barrage of kunai that, upon striking the ground, exploded into dozens of ice trees that branched out and impaled everything in sight. It was a miracle that everyone managed to avoid the barrage of icy death, because the entire mountaintop was completely riddled with the stuff. The shinobi who were the intended targets leapt out of the way and landed on the various branches that had sprouted when the trees eventually stopped growing. "You've got to be kidding me!" Tenten shouted while glaring hatefully after the blimp now starting to make its escape. Since it was a giant balloon with air, it didn't move very fast, but was still putting a great deal of distance between them and the Konoha contingent. "They have more of this shit?" "I'm not one for swearing, but Mother Hubbard," Keed cursed as he stood at the defense of the director and the DOP huddled up under the ice pillars. "What do we do now, Naruto?" Sakura asked, glancing across at the blonde to see him set down the two cameramen he'd managed to save from the hail of ice weapons. Frowning, Naruto bit his thumb and flipped through hand seals, seconds before slamming a hand into the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu. Summoning technique, in a large burst of white smoke, two enormous swallows stepped out from the cloud and ruffled their feathers under the cold that greeted them. Though not sporting the impressive crest and crown like Saito, the two large birds were still armed, groomed in white and black feathers, and battle-ready. Upon spotting Naruto, the two birds bowed in greeting before crouching down in the snow, while everybody in the vicinity awed at the sight of the majestic creatures. Even those who'd already seen his summoning partners were in awe at seeing the pair of avians. Forming a few shadow clones and having them round up the film crew, the original turned toward his team. "Hop on. We're going for a ride." As enthusiastic as Naruto was, however, he couldn't help but feel annoyed at the amount of twists and turns that were taking place on this mission. I bet Sasuke doesn't need to put up with this crap. Triple X. Meanwhile, Land of Fire border? Marching down a distant road, side by side with their hands in their pockets, Sasuke, Neji and Kotetsu walked along in absolute silence, just looking around at the landscape passing them by. Having escorted their ambassador client up to Kumogakure and stuck around for the main proceedings that required their presences, the group was then instructed to return home, while their client remained in the village tending to whatever paperwork he had to do. There was to be a rotation in guards while negotiations continued with the country over some unspoken agreement between the villages, but the trio of Chunin paid little mind to the details and just followed through with the job. With their time there over and done with, the squad then made their way back to Konohagakure. Though the B-rank mission was a success, it had still been quite eventless for the most part. Save for the little bandit encounter on the way to the nation that was their destination, nothing else of interest had taken place over the course of their assignment. It left a very sterile taste in the Uchiha's mouth. So, Kotetsu spoke up, grinning down at the two new Chunin that had put on such smashing performances back in the exams. How was your first B-rank assignment to another village? Surprisingly relaxing, Neji replied, marching along with his eyes forward while Sasuke was looking off in another direction. Everything went swimmingly from start to finish. I expect there was a good reason for the three of us really being there, Sasuke murmured, voicing his concern over the lack of action for them. The senior Chunin chuckled at this and nodded, of course. I'm sure you can guess at this point why our client was so set on having you two along. Due to the reputations of both your clans and in an effort to try and set aside past discretions with Kumo, they had both of you, a Hyuga and an Uchiha, tag along for the major bulk of the ceremonies. You can say it's also a way for us to show off, if in a not too subtle manner. Though Sasuke always appreciated a flexing of biceps every once in a while, he'd still hoped for something more challenging. Even after the hectic routine of the exams, he still hadn't been satisfied by the competition. Like many of the others, he'd wanted more of a chance to stretch his wings out there in the ring, something to adequately test his skills against. Unfortunately, Tsubaki and a couple of other aspects in that tournament prevented them from going that far. By extension, we also served as representatives of our village, Neji added after a moment of careful thought. Yep, it was all part of the deal after all. A shinobi can take on any number of roles, whether small or big, Kotetsu stated while looking across at the other two boys. I'm sure you all remember the D-rank assignments you'd been given in the past. Sasuke grumbled at that and rolled his shoulder, at the same time adjusting the Chunin vest he now wore. No need to remind us. Kotetsu laughed at the distasteful look the youngster put on. All of us had to go through that same shit, kid. Why do you think I always pick gate duty with Izumo? As a Chunin, you're free to pick and choose any of the missions you want. Even so, we still need to complete the missions that we are chosen specifically to participate in, Neji said sagely while his eyes closed. That's also part of our roles as shinobi. Exactly. Sasuke, somewhat curious, looked across at the spiky-haired man with the bandage over his nose. Mind telling us what other assignments you've been on besides gate duty? The older Chunin grinned and stuck his nose into the air. Glad you asked. While the senior officer began to enthrall the two boys in his tales of past heroism and whatnot, with the young pair listening in with some intent and focus to his stories, as the small band passed through a particularly rocky area of the forest road they were following, the squad failed to notice a group of onlookers up high watching them from a distance. Under the glare of the sun sitting in the perfectly clear sky, the faces of a team of sinister figures looked down upon the valley with smirks and grins in play as they stood and observed the Konoha squad and their primary target amble across the countryside. Though most of the men up on that plateau were wearing the same uniform, thick white suits with hoods, dark gloves, purple vests, headbands all bearing a symbol affiliating them to a hidden village, and carrying large, gold-colored machines on their backs resembling gliders of some sorts, there were a handful among them that differed from their squadron. There was a large man with a hulking frame, large hands, long brown, spiky hair with a chiseled face, big nose, and wearing beige-green battle attire with a blank forehead protector, and two women, both dressed in pink and green knight-like armor respectively, both with long, golden blonde hair and red eyes. These three stood out from the 10 men dressed in uniform and were clearly the leaders of their little band. Though they easily originated from completely different places, it was also obvious that they were all on the same side. What side exactly, however, was, as of now, still a mystery. So, that's the target the boss wants us to snag a piece off of, the young girl in the pink armor asked while licking her lips. He looked scrumptious. Cool your jets, Renka. Those three down there are supposed to be tough, the other woman in green armor spoke up while smirking across at the others. We'll cut them off further up the road and take them on separately. They won't be able to help each other out while we have all of them occupied. She then looked over at the men standing behind her. You all know what to do. Yes, ma'am, one of the masked shinobi replied. Very good, the female knight in green chirped before looking over at the big man with the excited grin in play. Ready for this, big boy? Of course, the brutish form of Kongo replied, his fists tightening. I'll take the brown-haired one. He looks fun to hit. The woman in the green armor and cape smirked in return and threw her hair back, as she too readied for action. That's the idea. Triple X. Back in Yuki no Kuni? Sitting on the table near the helm of the blimp, Koyuki sat glaring at the very man who'd murdered her father. In spite of her repressed loathing of the person, she was still conscious enough not to forget her manners and remained in her place quietly as the current leader of the country beamed at her. It was a reunion the man had obviously been waiting a long time for. You have really grown quite beautiful, Koyuki. Even though it's been years since we last saw each other, I can still recognize the face of my sweet little niece, Dodo spoke with a sickeningly warm smile. He stepped towards the teen sitting with her legs crossed and her chin resting on her knuckles. But as much as I would love to spend time catching up with you, I have important business that must be attended to and cannot be kept waiting any longer. Do you have the hex crystal? Yes, the actress replied, eyeing the man with suspicion as he slowly approached her under the watch of the 3 snow ninja he had on his beck and call. Very good, the man responded, his tone conveying a sense of satisfaction. It is the sole link to the Kazuhana clan and the key to unlocking its greatest treasure. Koyuki looked up in surprise at this statement, this being the first time she'd expressed any form of emotion in the man's presence. Treasure? What treasure? She didn't know of any kind of treasure? Hell, her father didn't mention anything like it to her. Dodo breathed in and straightened up. When I wrested control of the nation from your father, the resources of our once great clan were all but dried up. So Setsu obviously hid his treasure somewhere, so I searched high and low for it before finally finding it, buried deep within the country's great landmark, Rainbow Glacier. There I found a keyhole, which can only be opened by the hex crystal, an ingenious little design and very complicated. I spent years trying to forge a second key, but the lock only responds to the crystal carved from it, as the two pieces are connected. A haughty smile then came across his face. Once I acquire the fortune hidden there, I'll be able to use the riches to gain military superiority over the 5 great shinobi nations. Surprised at hearing this, the princess's expression steeled once more when she saw the man extend a hand out to her and close within easy arm's reach of her. Now, Dodo spoke with expectancy reflected in his eyes, I will have the hex crystal, please. After all, you don't need it, and once I have it I will allow you to go free. Simple as that. The sickening grin he wore however didn't bode well for the young actress, who eyed him with an enormous level of suspicion. However, after several seconds of silent debate, Koyuki eventually relented and surrendered the crystal to him. Upon passing it on to the man, she watched her uncle analyze the crystal before his expression scrunched up in anger. What is this? What? Koyuki asked in surprise, unable to comprehend the man's sudden shift in temperament. Dodo then violently picked her up from her seat by the collar and held the necklace up to her. You think that I can't recognize a fake when I see one? Where's the real crystal? No. That's impossible, Koyuki stammered, before realization hit her. No way, he couldn't have. Naruto? The uncle's expression twitched at that name. What? Nadar, who was standing by his fellow subordinates, clicked his tongue impatiently and glared out the window in the direction they'd come, that little blonde speck of a jonin that chucked the train card at us. I never pegged him for the subtle type, but he's actually quite shrewd. He managed to pull a bait and switch on us. After feeling herself get dropped back in her seat and watching Dodo step away to catch his breath, Koyuki then went about looking around the bridge of the blimp again, only to jump in shock when she suddenly saw a girl she didn't see before sitting at the same table across from her. With her legs kicked up on the desk, the newcomer with the white mane of hair and purple and white battle robe sat there drinking from the bottle of wine provided while basking gloriously in the tense atmosphere that was now floating around her. I warned you guys that he would be a problem for you, the young adult sang while downing another glass of alcohol, but you didn't listen to me, and now you've gone and fucked things up. Oh well. I guess some dreams just weren't meant to be after all. Dodo growled down at the young lady with an irate expression in play and hissed, Karenbana, you. Hey, don't get angry at me, the white-haired Kunoichi replied with a careless show of hands. I wasn't the one who picked up the princess. That was your subordinate's fault. Fubuki gave a sultry smile at that and placed her hands on her hips. It doesn't matter. We know where the hex crystal is and we know that the blonde boy wonder has it. Give us till sundown and we'll have him and his entire band of schoolchildren rounded up and taken to the stockades. With his mood slightly improved, Dodo smirked back at his team of hired guns. That will not be necessary. Knowing who they are, the brat and his team are bound to show up for the princess on their own accord. Until then, all we have to do is wait. Chuckling, the man crushed the fake crystal in his bare hand and tossed it aside, leaving a still shaken Koyuki sitting at the table. Oh, that evening? What Dodo and his crew aboard the blimp didn't realize of course was that minutes after making their dramatic getaway with the princess, Naruto and his team had in fact been in hot pursuit of the kidnappers on board their own specialized air force. This came in the form of the Jinchuriki's 2 unique swallow summons, large, incredibly swift birds that were more than capable of taking on the weight of 2 shinobi apiece. Being animals bred and raised for battle in the most inhospitable mountains and skies you could imagine, the 2 flyers were more than prepared for the passengers as well as the cold conditions they'd been summoned to. Soaring at high altitude just below the clouds, the 2 birds carrying the shinobi had flown for most of their journey across Yuki no Kuni within bare sight of the blimp far below. Due to the difference in quality in the 2 opposing forms of transport, it was easy for Naruto's crew to catch up to the slow-moving vessel after the surprise attack mounted against them and tail the enemy right back to their base of operations. It took some time thanks to the lack of speed of Dodo's war machine, but after an hour of flying they eventually got there. And what a base it was. Upon watching the blimp settle in from a distant ridge and after seeing the sun sink over the horizon some hours later, Naruto directed the 2 birds he'd summoned back into the clouds to stay out of sight of any sharp, wary eyes watching from the fortress below. Not wanting to draw attention to them, he was sure to keep them as high above the radar of any onlookers as possible and hid both him and his crew in the icy cold atmosphere above. Though all of them were dressed appropriately for the winter conditions, it was still incredibly nippy, as indicated by the warm breaths they were exhaling at that altitude. However, this being a rescue operation, Tenten, Sakura and Keed wisely chose to ignore the harsh temperatures and kept their opinions to themselves as the 2 giant birds circled the enemy headquarters. It was situated atop of a mountain and was as impressive as any old castle could be. But unlike other citadels, this one had a much more modern and menacing feel to it. This one had been specifically designed and outfitted for war, where the walls and position of the very construct could fend off attacking armies for months. The design of the structure clued the others into the intentions and interests of the would-be leader of this nation, the knowledge of him being a tyrant being an even bigger giveaway. In spite of the expenses and exhaustive efforts he'd put into constructing his war palace however, there was one thing Dodo didn't count on, and that was air superiority and infiltration via the Forgotten Front. After 15 minutes of circling thousands of feet in the sky, Naruto nodded assuredly and brought up his wrist to look at his metaphorical watch. Check your clocks, guys. We need to be in sync for this, Naruto called up above the howling winds as the birds flew close to each other. The boy glanced across at Sakura and keyed on the other bird, while Tenten gripped a hold of him from behind. When he hiked up onto the swallow's neck, the bun-haired girl released and took control of the flight while the Jinchuriki readied himself. As soon as I go, give me exactly 15 minutes. It shouldn't take me too long to clear house of enough of the guards to make it to Koyuki. After that, enter in from beneath the castle via the underground pipes and raise hell, just like we planned. We'll rendezvous outside the prison block. Sakura smiled and gave him the thumbs up. Got it. You can count on us, Kid called back. Orders given. Naruto spared each of his friends a smile and a nod. Standing straight up, he then threw his arms out and, without warning, fell backwards and over the side of the swallow when his summon banked. His teammates then had the pleasure of watching their Jonin captain skydive however hundreds of meters they were above the mountains towards the enormous fortress far below, heading straight towards the main building's roof and vanishing in the night. Even wearing orange he was still able to disappear against the night sky. Furrowing her brow, Tenten then waved her hand and instructed the swallows to follow as dictated, and they vanished into the clouds once more. 10 minutes later? Prison level? Having been taken down to a cell by a couple of Yuki no Kuni foot soldiers under Dodo the second the blimp had landed, Koyuki spent the next few hours upon her arrival just sitting there, with a miserable look on her face and her knees pulled up to her chest. Every 10 minutes or so a couple of guards would come by to check on her, while a few more would periodically stroll by on patrol not really paying her any mind. In the confines of her room behind the steel bars, it was dark, cold, and deathly silent, a world that allowed the young actress plenty of free time to her thoughts. The only subject that really stuck out in her mind at that moment was the thought of complete and utter defeat. There was not a thing about her situation that didn't tell her that she was finished and that this was the end for her. Everyone around her was going to die and so would she. There was no ending she saw beyond this that had her walking into the sunset alive, happy and free. To her, this was the end of the line. All she had to do now was sit there, wait and see what dreadful send-off her captors had in store for her. However, by the pull of what she felt was another hour of nothing but quiet, Koyuki soon became aware of the sounds of dull thuds ringing out around the prison level. Head perking up at the distinct chorus of struggling reverberating off of the many walls, the actress looked out the gates of her cell across the walkway, the chasm, and to the cells on the far side. The sounds of conflict eventually ceased, which earned a curious blink from the girl. Getting up, she went over to the bars to investigate for herself what was going on, only to let out a shriek when she saw a body fall from an upper level and crash to the ground directly in front of her. Alarmed, she looked out and around, where she immediately noticed the collection bodies strewn all about the place, all of them either beaten up or bleeding out. A split second later, a person wearing orange materialized out of the air in front of her, and Koyuki looked to see Naruto straighten up and smirk confidently at her. 50 guards and not a single one of them put up any kind of a fight. Naruto shook his head in amusement. Is this a nation's idea of an army? Because if it is, I'm going to be completely honest with you, it's a bit of a joke. He then noticed the bewildered look Koyuki was giving him and placed his hands on his hips. So, how's your day been so far? How did you get in here? Koyuki asked in utter shock, how did you even find this place? Naruto scoffed and thumbed over his shoulder, tracking a blimp moving as fast as the wind can blow it isn't that difficult. Even without my winged friends I could have followed it on foot. It never left my sight. The princess stared at him incredulously for a moment before her expression returned to its previous one reflecting nothing but a negative disposition. It even remained when the boy pulled out a random, low-value Ryo coin and flicked it into the bars of her enclosure. A clang followed by a spark of electricity sent the spare change flying over the chasm, with the boy and the actress watching the glowing piece disappear into the dark before the former grunted. That's annoying. Koyuki wrapped her arms across her as the boy began checking the bars from top to bottom for any sign of the seal producing the current. Just give up. Her voice had the Jinchuriki snap to her again. You can't win against Dodo or his men. Not by yourself. Naruto chuckled and reached into his pouch, aiming to retrieve the special key he normally used for these types of situations. You've been with me for how long now and you still don't think I can do it? He laughed in amusement at the look sent his way. Trust me, I've been in far tougher situations than this. If you think I'm just yanking your chain then ask my teammates. Pulling out a kunai, he then saw the girl scowl and twirled it on his finger. Come on. Why do you have to be so cynical all the time? What's wrong with having a little faith? Giving the Jinchuriki a hard stare as he continued to examine the gate in front of him, Koyuki let out a sigh and looked away. Face darkening somewhat, she allowed her memories and her feelings regarding them to bubble to the surface and take the wheel. You'll see when the spring comes, Koyuki. My father used to say that to me all the time. He told me that spring would eventually come, to imagine myself running through a field of flowers, feeling the warm sun beating against my skin and the butterflies dancing around me across the hills. He always said that if I never gave up, always believed, and never stopped dreaming, then spring would eventually come to Yuki no Kuni. To this country. She then breathed out and shook her head. But this place has no spring. It's always snowing, always cold, never changing. My father died, I fled from here, and I stopped believing. In the years after that I was always running, always lying to people, but I've mostly just been lying to myself. Naruto stopped looking over the door to stare at the girl, where he saw her dead eyes land on him again. In them he saw all her feelings reflected like light upon window panes, as well as her memories flickering through like he was actually there, standing right beside her. It was enough to have him stop and consider her for a moment before the girl brushed a few stray hairs out of her face. I told you before, back at the bar. I live in a world filled with lies and deceit, and I'm the best at it. Becoming an actress was easy for me and was the only thing I was really cut out for, because naturally my life was just one big charade. Nodding at hearing this, Naruto allowed a moment of silence to pass before finally deciding to speak. Okay. Sure. You've lived a life filled with lies and false promises, and because of that you've lost your faith in the world and the people around you. I get that. He then looked at her and met her gaze head on, but even if you say your life was just one big act, one massive charade where you were forced to adapt in order to survive, you still chose that life. Yes, you felt the entire world was against you at one point. Yes, you were forced to run and were worked into a corner. But eventually you just quit. You gave up without even trying to change a thing or make a difference in your world, to set things right. Spotting the tag over the lock, the Jinchuriki stepped over to it and ripped it off. Scrunching it up and chucking it away, Naruto then examined the keyhole quickly before his eyes flickered up to Koyuki's again. I was given a poor start in life too, before I can even remember. People despised my existence all throughout my childhood and refused to acknowledge me as a human being. Everywhere I went I was hated, and I was beaten up a lot because of it. I got into a ton of one-sided fights and, for a while, I thought that I would have my face kicked into the ground by people who didn't like me for the rest of my life. It would be a while later till I realized why all of the villagers hated me so much and why I struggled so hard at the beginning. Turns out I had this mass of malicious, palpable, living chakra called the Kyuubi sealed inside of me on the day that I was born, and didn't even realize it was there until 12 years later. Heh, it's kind of funny when I think about it. But even though people turned their backs on me and others knocked me to the ground and treated me like trash, do you know what I did? What? Koyuki asked, her face showing her focus and surprise at the tale the boy was now telling her. I got up. I was put down repeatedly, but I never gave up and always got back to my feet each and every time. Even though I felt that the whole world was against me and that I was on the losing end of everything, I knew that I still had a chance to make things right, to change the world and make my life better. I started working hard, pushed myself to be the best that I could be and persevered to get people to acknowledge my existence. I fought, bled, worked, adapted, and did everything possible to get stronger, because if I was to become the best ninja in the world, there was no way people would not be able to recognize me, Naruto said with a smirk, holding his knife back before driving it straight into the lock. With a single twist, the latch came undone and, upon yanking the blade out, the door swung open with a metallic creak. I'm not going to give up. I'm going to prove to the world that I'm the best by beating up every last person out there who wants to hurt others weaker than them, starting with the assholes ruling this country. So, he threw the girl a grin. Want to see me save a whole nation in one night? Processing everything that was said to her, Koyuki stared back at the boy momentarily before a warm smile appeared on her face. When the Jinchuriki offered her his hand, she took it gladly and together they ran out of the cell towards the exit of the prison level, which took the form of a nearby elevator. However, just as the two of them were running down the walkway, Naruto suddenly picked up something on his radar that he didn't notice before. Skidding to a stop, he then proceeded to sniff the air until his eyes narrowed on the levels and bridges above them, with the actress behind him wondering what had gotten him to unexpectedly coast to a stop. It was only a few seconds later that she smelled it too. Perfume, the princess murmured. All of a sudden, the pair found themselves surrounded on all sides by a wall of flower petals floating on an unnatural breeze. The blonde and his client looked around at the vortex encompassing them for a few moments, wondering where the heck it had come from and what was going on before the Jinchuriki's eyes widened and, picking Koyuki up, shunshined out of there in time to dodge the hail of kunai that impaled the ground on which they'd been standing. Reappearing on the walkway across, Naruto set Koyuki behind him and instantly fired off a barrage of pellets from his gauntlet towards the icy wall a level up and across the chasm. The shot of paint rounds he sprayed splattered against something invisible before the camouflaged figure leapt onto the steel railing above, her form materializing out of thin air a split second later. The person that appeared from seemingly nowhere looked to be a young girl around the same age as Naruto with white spiky hair, a cute face, and white and purple battle robes with a blank headband. Though the Jinchuriki with her didn't express anything beyond a momentary snarl, Koyuki recognized the girl immediately and reacted in alarm. It's her. Grin on her face, the enemy Kunoichi that was forced to materialize out of the air responded in a clear and boisterous tone. The information about you was right after all. You are a sharp one. Baffled by the appearance of the stranger, Naruto drew two kunai from his pouch and, holding them by the tips of their blades, cocked them back for a throw as the unknown adversary leered down at them. She's not like those snow ninja from before. This one. His eyes narrowed aggressively when he sensed something amiss about her. It wasn't the perfume she was wearing or the fact that she'd tried to kill them, it was the vibe she was giving off that made the blonde feel uneasy. She wasn't normal. Who are you? Naruto asked. The young lady up above smirked and leaned forward childishly. It's nice to finally meet you face to face, Naruto Uzumaki. The name is Karenbana. A giggle escaped her lips as she strolled forward, while her opponent continued to watch her with complete and utter intent. Now that we've become acquainted, I suppose that makes us enemies now, huh? Judging from your weird getup and forehead protector, I can tell you're not from Yukigakure. Heck, I don't even think you're from any of the hidden villages, but you're still working for the bad guys, Naruto murmured observantly, his eyes tracing over her form and taking in every detail about her. Working? Hardly. More like visiting, the white-haired Kunoichi chirped as she stepped forward some more with her hands behind her back. She then stopped in the middle of the causeway and gazed at the Jinchuriki and the princess. My job here was to try and negotiate with the jokers of this country for an alliance on behalf of my boss, but apparently Dodo and his gang have other plans and are not interested in playing ball with our team. So really, my presence here is no longer required. And what team would that be, exactly? Naruto asked. Who are you working for? Karenbana grinned and wagged a finger down at him. Sorry. Spoilers. She then slid into a fighting stance and formed a hand seal, putting both the Jinchuriki and the princess on guard. However, I am still curious to see how things in this place turn out. Maybe if I was to kill you and take the princess and the hex crystal up to Dodo myself, he would be willing to reconsider our offer for an alliance. The Jinchuriki smirked, wondering what kind of a fight this person was going to give him. She was apparently strong, and there was something about her person that told him that she was barely even showcasing all of her power. He prepped himself for battle, ready to defend Koyuki with his life. However, just before any kind of sparks could start flying between them, an explosion somewhere inside of the fortress rocked the foundations the castle was standing upon and caused a great tremor to run through the ground. When ice started to fall around them and alarms started blaring, Karenbana allowed a new grin to cross her lips and stood out of her stance. Unfortunately, I'm not too interested in taking that bet, not to mention fighting you would only be a waste of valuable time and energy. It would also probably get me killed. Perhaps, on another day somewhere further down the line, when the conditions are more favorable. She then saluted the boy and turned her back on him. It was nice meeting you. In a swirl of red flower petals, the young woman vanished onto the wind, leaving a startled Koyuki and a still glaring Naruto behind. Her disappearing act really struck a chord with the two of them, something that placed the blonde on edge. There was someone else playing their own dangerous games out there. Not knowing who they were gave Naruto real cause for concern. After a moment of silence, eyes cutting around the prison level and his senses reaching out for anything malicious or dangerous remaining in the area, the Jinchuriki soon felt that the presence of the individual was no longer within their midst. Knowing that the strange ninja had now left them, Naruto slipped his knives back into his pouch and took the princess's hand once more. She's gone. Come on, the blonde said, before running with said actress down the walkway for the exit. They arrived at the elevators, where they quickly boarded and were taken back to the upper levels. While they were on the flight up, Naruto returned the necklace to the princess, setting the hex crystal in her open hand after he brought it out. When she recognized it as her piece, Koyuki gave the boy a hard look, which he responded to with an apologetic one of his own. I'm sorry, but after the fight on the glacier I figured that this was what they were really after, Naruto replied, nodding down to the jewel as she clenched it tightly in her hand. If I hadn't had taken it, he probably would have killed you. Koyuki breathed before shaking her head. It's alright. The man may be a murderer, but I know that he wouldn't kill me without first letting me see all of his hard work realized. He's too much of an arrogant prick for that. After rolling the gem around in her open palm, she felt the elevator come to a stop and the doors open up before them. All this trouble over this thing? Upon exiting onto the upper floors, the pair then suddenly saw 3 Yukigekure shinobi drop down in front of them from the rafters above. However, when Koyuki first thought they were enemies, the Jinchuriki next to her stepped forward and smiled when he sensed the familiar presences. Nice work guys. Giving them hell? Plenty, the shinobi in the middle replied before ripping off the disguise, revealing a smirking Tenten underneath. Sakura and Keed also got rid of their own disguises as more explosions continued to reverberate throughout the castle. We laid out bombs all over the place. It'll take them forever to put out the fires, but it should distract them long enough for us to get the heck out of here. Good, Naruto breathed, turning to Koyuki to see the girl looking at him. I think it's time we seek the nearest exit, because I'm about to raze this place to the ground. How? Sakura asked. Do you remember that last jutsu I used against Gaara in the final round of the exams? Oh? Sakura murmured, before her eyes widened in realization. Ooh, you're going to use that in here? More or less, the Jinchuriki chirped. When in doubt, always follow your instincts, Keed shrugged, smiling around at the other two who were also thinking about what their team leader was planning. After a few seconds of consideration, smiles came across their faces at the thought of the blonde absolutely leveling the entire mountain. Should we get a better seat for this? Tenten nodded. Let's. We need to move, Koyuki said, turning around and running across the walkway. When they took me down here I saw a way out. Follow me. She then sprinted into the corridor on the other side, closely followed by the shinobi team. The squad stuck to her heels as she led them further into the complex. The darkness of the hallways fell upon them as they heard more explosions echo out from many more paper bombs going off throughout the entire fortress. What with all the commotion going on caused by their carefully laid charges, the group was certain their way would be clear for them to make a problem-free escape. However, after a few minutes of running through the labyrinth that was the castle, the group suddenly coasted to a stop in the middle of an enormous chamber. There, the room was suddenly flooded by light from above as a throne atop a mountain of stairs suddenly came into view. The second the shinobi turned toward the high seat and spotted the person sitting in it, the man let out a menacing laugh and rose from his place to smirk down at the surprised troop. Well done, Koyuki. In their bewilderment, the team was unable to react in time when Koyuki unexpectedly turned heel and ran towards the stairs. Just as Naruto was moving to intercept her, Nadar, Mizore and Fubuki appeared in front of him and his team, cutting them off. All the young group could do from that point on was watch as the girl sprinted up the stairs, reached the throne and placed the necklace she was holding into Dodo's waiting hand. While Fubuki grinned lecherously at Keed, Naruto had to contend with the arrogant smirk sent his way by Nadar, who stood before the squad with his arms folded. Too bad. You lose, boy, the snow ninja exclaimed. The Jinchuriki's expression became stone cold as both he and his team held their ground. The next chance I get, I'm going to cave in that shit-eating grin of yours. Understand? He then trained his glare to the top of the podium, where the princess stood alongside Dodo smiling down at them. What the hell are you doing, Koyuki? The girl chuckled darkly. This shouldn't be any surprise to you. I am an actress after all. It's my job. Dodo let out another amused laugh as he leered toward the hired help. Yes. Another magnificent performance by the great Yuki Fujikase. You played your part well, my dear. Yes, Koyuki nodded, her eyes lowering under the glares from the team tasked with her protection. When her gaze was trained downwards, for a moment everyone thought she'd played them all, that she'd in fact made a deal with her uncle to hand over her necklace in exchange for her life. However, just when they thought it was all over, the girl suddenly pulled a tanto out from under her coat, the same one Sandeo had wielded, and ran it right through the man's side. Her burying the blade into Dodo's waist earned a shout of surprise from her target as the large man was driven back by the sudden attack. I did play my part well, didn't I? Naruto and the rest of his team blinked in surprise. Whoa! Good move, the blonde exclaimed, before a grin appeared across his face. So that was her aim all along? Dodo growled as he grabbed the girl by the throat, trying to force her back. Why you little? As the pair struggled, with the princess fighting against her uncle's powerful grip, she pushed forward, shuffling the two of them closer to the edge of the platform. I always knew, Naruto, that if I was ever going to return to Yuki no Kuni, I was going to die here. At least in the end. I could. Naruto gritted his teeth and stepped forward, only for the snow ninja in front to shift into his line of sight. Cursing, he glared up at the struggling pair. Don't be so dramatic. It'll be an empty victory if you kick the bucket now. Koyuki smiled weakly towards the boy and closed her eyes as she gave one final push, and both her and her uncle found themselves right on the edge. It was thanks to you, Naruto, that I was able to return home and face my past. Then, without thought or hesitation, she pushed the two of them over the side. I'm sorry, father. Sandeu, were her last conscious words as she and her last blood relative dropped a full story before crashing into the hard floor with a heavy thud. Koyuki! Naruto shouted the second he saw them land. Both the uncle and niece then lay there for the next minute motionless, with the princess having seemingly been asphyxiated into unconsciousness by the vice-like grip that had previously been around her neck. However, just as Naruto and the others looked on and prepared to move from behind the three snow ninjas standing in their way, they suddenly saw Dodo rise to his feet and let out an amused laugh, at the same time unfastening the belt of his robe. Did you seriously think that little toy could hurt me? When he removed the veil of his princely attire from his person, he revealed to the Konoha contingent a black armor hidden underneath, with a design reminiscent of the snow ninja's own uniform standing in front of him. This model, however, looked slightly different and even more impressive, with the core of the device positioned right on his chest, the latest prototype chakra armor. Worth every bit paid for it. The tyrant then looked down at his side, where he saw Koyuki cough and sputter back into consciousness, prompting the man to grab her by the coat and hoist her up and under his arm. Hey! Let me go, the girl shouted, punching the man's forearm desperately. As she struggled, Dodo laughed. Don't even bother trying to escape, my dear. You won't be able to hurt me with this on. I'm invincible. We'll just see about that. Naruto yelled, having waited enough on the sidelines and throwing a kunai with an explosive tag straight at Nadar's team. Seeing the blade land at their feet, the three enemy ninja immediately took off using wires before the bomb detonated and took out the floor. Seconds later, the entire chamber started to collapse on itself as the other explosives planted around the fortress took effect. Dodo laughed out loud as he fired a wire up into the ceiling and ascended at speed, carrying the princess with him, who continued to try and free herself before vanishing into the clouds of dust. The snow ninja managed to get out, and just as the room was starting to shake itself to pieces, Naruto rounded on his team and yelled his orders. Take them! I'm going after Koyuki. Sakura, Kid and Tenten did as instructed and disappeared as enormous chunks of rubble began raining down around them. Making use of one of the fallen bits of ceiling, Naruto fired off his jet hand and flung it straight into a wall, taking it and several others behind it out and giving himself a straight shot out of the doomed throne room. Within seconds, the blonde managed to make it outside the fort, having blasted holes all the way through it and to the very edge of the structure. Escaping through one of the windows and making it outside the gigantic walls onto the icy slopes, the boy glared up towards the sky where he could see Dodo gliding towards the horizon with his niece held securely in his arm, which brought an infuriated look to the Jonin's face. Naruto began leaping down the rocky hill. Oh no, you don't. Not so fast, boy, another voice called out. Skidding to a stop to avoid the kunai impaling the floor at his feet, the Jinchuriki glared to his left to see Nadar drop down from the fortress above him and land on the ledge across. Hand on his hip, the man leered in the boy's direction confidently before sticking his nose in the air. You're planning on running? We're not finished yet, the older Jonin spoke in an arrogant tone. Standing on the cliffs at the base of the ruined fortress, Naruto clicked his tongue impatiently before a smirk crossed his lips. You're right. We're not. The blonde then cranked his right hand back and set himself into a stance, their standoff resulting in both Jonin taking positions for a jutsu throwdown. I'm going to make good on that promise of mine and take your face off. Let's do this. In the blink of an eye, chakra began to gather above the Jinchuriki's knuckles, swirling and twisting before a tornado of rotating wind formed around him, with the starting point at the end of his fist formed into a drill. Tsubain Geishi. Swallow return. The second his technique was formed, Naruto exploded from his position and dashed towards his opponent at blinding speed. Impressive. Now it's my turn. Nadar shouted while flipping through hand seals. An excited grin formed on his face when he finished the combination. Hayatan, Roga Nadar no Jutsu. Ice release, Wolf Fang avalanche technique. The snow gathered on the ridge above them then came to life and started cascading down the mountainside in the form of a wall of white powder and ice, before transforming into a row of charging wolves. The enormous, ice-made creatures thundered towards the attacking blonde, aiming to blindside him. However, when it looked like they were about to wipe him out, the nimble Jinchuriki suddenly picked up speed and, turning into an orange blur, easily avoided them by causing the attack to miss him by several feet. The sight alarmed Nadar as he took a defensive stance. How did you? He bit his teeth together. Shit. He's fast. Growling, the Jonin then formed another hand seal. Leaping through the air, Naruto let out a loud bellow and rammed his wind drill into the man on the plateau, or tried to anyway. For the third time since their first meeting, the Jinchuriki's spirited attack was halted by the multicolored shield of his opponent's chakra armor, which stopped the blonde dead as his fist ground into it. Just as his jutsu continued to tunnel into the defense and the glass plate that was the core of the armor started to crack, the rest of the avalanche Nadar had launched barreled into them. While his chakra shield deflected most of the fallout, one of the wolves he'd created with his ice technique managed to blindside Naruto and took the boy into its crushing jaws, sending both it and the teen over the side. The snow ninja grinned widely as he watched the boy get taken out. What a shame. You almost had me there too. However, just as he was watching his attack drag the youngster down the rolling cliff, he suddenly saw the blonde go up in a puff of white smoke, which had Nadar's eyes widen. What? Before he could fully comprehend what had happened and that his opponent had just been an ordinary shadow clone, the Jonin suddenly let out a yelp of shock when something small and fast-moving unexpectedly slammed into his back and sent him blasting down the cliff. No! Mounting his opponent's spine, Naruto landed right on top of Nadar with both his feet, one foot on the back of his head and the other right over his center of gravity, and remained in place as the Yukigekure Jonin slammed face first into the icy slope. Then, like a snowboard, the Jinchuriki started to ride his irritating foe down the side of the mountain as fast as a mass of flesh could carry him. With the remnants of the avalanche cascading all around them, providing the perfect backdrop for an epic finish, and crouched atop his immobile opponent's form, the Jinchuriki laughed loudly before standing up and, with absolute skill and precision, began guiding his adversary into every corner, bump, crevice and rock he could see, making his fun ride down the best he could possibly make it. Surf's up! Woo! Naruto cheered with his hands in the air, feeling the terrain become even rockier as he leapt over another gap and crashed into the snow on the other side, continuing on down the slope at blinding speed. Even though he was using a person as a board, Nadar was surprisingly sleek. This is awesome! Hang 10, baby! Yiiwa! For the next few minutes the Jinchuriki surfed the guy down the slope, hitting every turn hard and even doing a flip, before the ground eventually leveled out at the forest and the Jinchuriki began coasting to a crawl. Timing himself, the boy crouched low before back flipping off of the man's spine, the momentum allowing Nadar's body to travel a few more meters before he crashed headfirst into the trunk of an evergreen with a dull thud. Making a perfect landing immediately after jumping off, Naruto dusted himself down and approached his opponent to see if the guy was out for the count. Yo, dude, you okay? Naruto asked, reaching for the man's hair and pulling his head up to take a look. He then cringed at what he saw and dropped him back into the snow. Yeah, you're not okay. He'd shaved his entire face clean to the bone. His entire front was caked in blood. The guy was dead. Scrubbing his head, Naruto then looked around his icy setting before beginning to walk, stepping on Nadar's body for good measure. Now let's see. Koyuki went. Before he could finish, the sound of an approaching engine drew the Jinchuriki's eyes toward the thick of the woods, where he quickly spotted the director pull up on a mobile snow trolley being driven by his head cameraman. He also had another man operating said camera, filming every second of their journey. The ambitious movie man and head of the project grinned, and waved the boy over. Come on. The sight of the machine had Naruto smirk excitedly and rush over. As soon as he hopped on, the crew took off in hot pursuit of their beloved princess and her kidnapper, intent on finishing this once and for all. It was just seconds after they'd left the area that the group completely missed the sight of a pack of wolves coming out of the woods to surround Nadar's dead body, where the familiar leader of the clan looked in the direction Naruto had gone before turning his full and undivided attention to the corpse. In this harsh environment, food was scarce. Oh well. Circle of life. Oh. Meanwhile, Land of Fire border? While it had been a hope that Sasuke and Neji held on to when they first stepped out on their B-rank mission to eventually encounter a challenge somewhere along their road, the level of degree it eventually came it turned out to be a bit of a shock. From out of nowhere, while the escort squad from Kumo was returning to Konoha to make their report of a job well done to their Hokage, they were suddenly blindsided by an attack from above in the form of a rain of bombs. The unexpected ambush from the group of aerial assassins separated Sasuke, Neji and Kotetsu and forced them to leave the highway, before each of them were then confronted by separate factions of an unknown enemy group and run down into a hasty retreat. The senior-ranking Chunin of the trio took to the trees as he was pursued by the group of flying shinobi, all of them lobbing kunai at him from weird rifle-like launchers they were all carrying. Thanks to the cover of trunks and ground, Kotetsu was quick to down two of them through clever use of his terrain before the rest of the squadron started strafing the area with bombing runs from high above the canopy, and began to level the area with incendiary explosives. Sasuke had the two women in armor chasing after him, whom he met in the forest and its many clearings in a heated clash. Immediately, the two golden-haired attackers displayed a unique and almost terrifying range of abilities, with the knight in green sprouting wings from her arms and taking flight and the girl in pink hurling bolts of electricity at him. Since the former kept out of reach of him for the most part, he was forced to engage the heavy hitter of the two and the pair squared off. Neji however was chased off by a hulking figure with a blank headband. At first the boy was confident he could take him, but after nailing the guy cleanly with a few staggering blows, he suddenly found his attacks repelled by an invisible barrier and quickly sprang away. When he activated his Byakugan to see what had stopped him, the Hyuga was surprised to find he could not see the man's chakra circulatory system under the weird body plating he was wearing, and that his vision was being distorted by a continuously fluctuating sphere of chakra encompassing the enemy shinobi. Kongo laughed at Niji's bewildered expression and patted his chest. You can't hurt me with those pitiful attacks, boy. Not while I'm wearing this. Staring for a moment longer, the new Chunin then frowned after getting a fair bead on his target. Interesting. That armor is repelling all of my Juken strikes and preventing me from inflicting any internal damage. Though he found use of the uniform a cheap shortcut, as would any self-respecting ninja, it was still an ingenious way of doing battle. Since you seem to favor taijutsu, it would make sense you would be sporting something like this to protect you from attacks specifically aimed for your internal organs and involving chakra. The bulky shinobi chuckled and stomped forward, his hands curling into fists once more. I never used to wear something like this. I was always strong, but my boss said it would do me a lot of good to start wearing this armor to help boost my chakra levels and strengthen my attacks. I see, Neji replied before scowling as his eyes fixed firmly on the individual now advancing on him. If that's the case, then I'm going to need to attack him without chakra. Just pure taijutsu. But with insufficient power, I do not think I'll be able to overcome this opponent. However, he then extended his palms and settled into a wider stance. If I am smart about this, I will be able to beat him. The enemy leered dangerously. Well, are you going to play with me or not? If you wish for me to fight, then so be it. Neji responded, dashing forward and quickly ducking under a wide swing. As soon as he got up close to the man, he pummeled the guy's side with swift palm strikes, followed by blows under his arm. However, thanks to the addition of the armor and his natural insulation to physical attacks, the wandering ninja effortlessly repelled the damage and responded with a quick, swinging counter. Dodging the fist, which buried the ground behind him, Neji swept around his foe and quickly struck at his back with swift attacks, forcing Kongo to stumble forward. When he righted himself, the man spun around and came at the boy with a swinging overhand, which the Hyuga grabbed and, quickly positioning his arms around the limb, tossed the giant over his shoulder. The man crashed and tumbled across the ground painfully, only to get up and smile at Niji like the throw had no effect whatsoever. That was fun. Niji remained stone-faced. This is a life or death battle. It's not supposed to be fun. Then why don't we make it so, Kongo suggested before charging straight at the boy at speed, quickly hurling a punch, only to have it parried and receive a counter to the chest. He responded to the boy's new assault with a kick, sending the Hyuga leaping away for distance. Wow. You're quick. The man sounded just like a child. The Hyuga frowned and then began running a wide circle around his foe, with the intention of giving him a wide berth. Despite his simple-mindedness, he's incredibly powerful and extraordinarily light-footed for his size. I have to tread carefully from now on if I am to avoid his attacks. For some strange reason, Niji couldn't help but believe this person was only toying with him just to hold his attention. Sure, he was mounting an adequate defense against the brute's shocking speed, ferocity and nerve-rattling punching power, but there was just something off about the way he was attacking that the Hyuga prodigy couldn't quite put his finger on. It was almost like the guy was stalling. Kongo chuckled and rushed towards his prey, seeing him slide to a stop and respond in kind. Ready or not, here I come. They then swung at each other, both parrying and both crossing blows that exploded outwards in a shockwave, which cracked the ground at the force. Oh, with Kotetsu. Grunting after dodging another hail of kunai, the Chunin spun to the ground and landed skillfully upon the grass before glaring up towards the trees. There, he saw a lone sky ninja strafing the canopy and dodging branches, at the same time trying to take pot shots at him with his launcher. These guys are starting to annoy me, Kotetsu thought. While they weren't individually strong, they were irritating as a group and would always fly out of reach of his attacks. Though their technology was impressive and they presented a grave threat as enemies, they had a very one-dimensional way of battle when it came to aerial stratagem. Were they to conduct themselves on the ground, they would probably be more of a threat. This is the second time I've ever seen a ninja fly. The first time was in the Chunin exams when both Tsubaki and Naruto displayed to the world their amazing abilities to defy gravity. That was something to talk about. While the two youngsters manipulated the air for flight in their own ways, the Kunoichi due to the versatility of her Kekkai Genkai and the Jinchuriki thanks to his control over wind, these ninja were using their chakra in a different manner. Combined with the science of gliding, they were able to stir their energy within the wings of the machines on their backs, change the air pressure and create lift. This way they were able to fly gracefully through the air, even in tight corridors, without a worry or care. Sure, it required a sort of handicap, but you had to give these guys points for creativity and the ninja know-how that went to creating those things. Responding to the next barrage with a pair of kunai and explosive tags, Kotetsu hammered his persistent foe around and forced him to run, allowing him to acquire some breathing space. I'm getting nowhere fast. As long as they maintain that distance I won't be able to touch them, even with shuriken, the spiky-haired Chunin thought before taking to the trees. When he did and looked up ahead, he saw two more enemies burst out from the canopy and come charging at him. As the two flying shinobi trained their weapons on him, the man smirked. Looks like I'm going to have to be a little more aggressive. Acting evasively, Kotetsu began springing off of trees in a zigzag pattern, confusing the two approaching shinobi before the Chunin sprang at one of them and nailed them with a kick across the face. The blow sent the man spiraling into a branch, where he clotheslined into it before crashing to the ground, his glider smashing to pieces on impact. The wingman shot past Kotetsu when he singled out his partner, but the Chunin wasn't done yet. While spinning around from the kick and still moving from the momentum of his jump, the wily Konoha ninja drew a scroll from his pouch and unfurled it, running his blood across the front and forming a seal. Kuchios no Jutsu. Summoning technique, with the incantation, a burst of smoke came from the scroll before an enormous, pink conch shell flew out from the cloud and slammed into the back of the retreating enemy. The sheer speed and size of the summoning destroyed the sky ninja's wings and sent the man spinning to the earth. The second he scored the hit, Kotetsu called his conch mace back by the chain he had it extended on, and caught it skillfully by the handful the moment he landed. The Chunin smiled at his success, that's 4 down. He then trained his glare up through the canopy, where he saw another sky ninja fly by and scatter a 20th round of bombs. Spotting the spheres, Kotetsu frowned and took flight as well, barely avoiding the explosives that lit up the area he'd previously been in and set the trees ablaze. 6 more to go. As much of a ball this was, Kotetsu couldn't help but ask himself who the hell these people attacking them were and where they'd come from. Hell, from the symbols he was able to spot on the headbands of the flying ninja, Kotetsu knew it was a village. But what village, he had no idea. Oh, with Sasuke. Chidori. 1,000 birds, Sasuke shouted, driving his lightning-imbued hand into the electric field of his opponent and digging into it as the pair clashed. So far, this match had been pretty even between them. The Uchiha had managed to get in some killer shots onto his foe and even managed to chase her off a couple of times. Thanks to her partner however, the boy was only able to do so much and could only take his 2-on-1 fight so far. It was only after Sasuke started to really gain the upper hand in the fight that his female opponent in the pink armor did something completely unexpected, and transformed from a curvy, incredibly attractive young lady into a repugnant, golem-like monster with the same purple and pink color pattern as her armor. Not only did her form double in size and her body change shape to accommodate her increase in power, but her electric-based attacks also increased in strength several times over. This meant Sasuke's once advantageous position in terms of overall combat skill, speed and strategy had been worn down to the bone. He was now fighting with everything he had in his arsenal to try and defeat his opponent. With a roar of anger through a bruised face, the raven-haired boy in the black ensemble eventually managed to pierce the plasma shield and strike through it with his signature jab, slamming his hand into the woman's chest at the shoulder and impaling her. The transformed Ranka let out a yell of pain as she stumbled back, feeling the boy's attack burn her as he thoroughly ran her through, only to quickly counter his blow by slamming a knee into his stomach and forcefully throwing him away. Spinning to recover, Sasuke landed at a distance and glared up. Ignoring the blood running from his lip, the boy's Sharingan eyes fixed onto his foe, a frustrated growl escaping his lips when he saw her breathe agitatedly and fix her own gaze on him in kind. Just like I thought. The density of her muscles has increased as well with that form. Fighting her when she was just as agile as him had been challenging enough. In this form, she turned her once graceful fighting style into that of a berserker one. The fact her speed increased as well meant he was having a tougher time contending with it. While the boy gripped his arm and recovered from his attack, at the same time trying to think up a way around her powerful defense that didn't require such an enormous sacrifice, Sasuke then had the pleasure of watching with silent intrigue as the gaping wound in the woman's shoulder suddenly healed over. Hearing bone snap back into place and seeing the lady brush the blood off of her chest, the Uchiha narrowed his eyes. What? Ranka laughed at his expression. It'll take more than your little, electric cutting knife to beat me, boy. Nice try though. Sasuke glowered at her condescending tone as he saw his foe begin to circle him once more, her footsteps stomping along the ground. Thanks to her shield she was able to move in time to avoid most of the damage from my attack, but she was still able to heal her injury like it was nothing. He gritted his teeth when he replayed the scenario in his head. Damn it. On top of her weird jutsu, she has an accelerated healing factor as well. Concern growing at his situation, Sasuke saw his opponent stop and leer dangerously at him again. Now, it's my turn. Eyes widening, the girl then charged, her approach mimicking that of a rhino's. Gritting his teeth, the Uchiha quickly brought his hands up and flipped through hand seals. As soon as he finished the combination, his cheeks puffed out and he brought his fingers up to his lips. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. He then spewed an enormous sphere of flames at his opponent, which rocketed towards her in the form of a rolling ball. However, instead of avoiding it like she did in her previous form, the transformed woman simply plowed straight through it. The plasma barrier surrounding her split the fireball right down the middle and she exploded out the other side, dispelling much of the attack and sending the embers on the wind. Pathetic. That level of attack won't be able to get past my defense. With a roar of effort, she sprang at her foe and thrust a swinging hook down at him, only for the stoic Uchiha to spring right over the punch and, using her back as a mount, leapt off of her. Flipping through the air, the genius brought out a series of kunai and prepared for a counter with some explosive kick to it, only to get sidetracked by a loud screech followed by a black shadow suddenly slamming into him from the side while he was still airborne. The fast-moving attacker smacked the boy back to the ground, where he crashed into the base of a tree and coughed up blood. Biting away a shout of pain, Sasuke prepared to stand again, only to feel his forearms grabbed and slammed against the trunk above him. Pinned by both the one hand and a knee atop of his chest, Sasuke looked up through a blurred vision to see his hulk of an opponent, now reverted back to her normal human form, leering down at him from up close. The girl in pink armor chuckled at the hateful glare on the youngster's face and shook her head at him. Sorry brat, but as fun as this has been I'm afraid playtime is over. Ranka then looked off to the side to see her partner land next to her, changing back from her bat form to the knight she had been before, with both powering down from their exciting battle. With their foe now lying completely at their mercy, they had nothing left to fear from him. You put up a good fight. I'm sure you would have had me if it was a one-on-one battle and it was just the two of us. Unfortunately though, we had a numbers advantage. Sasuke scowled at the cocky female and attempted to break out of her hold, but was unable to due to his center of gravity being pressed underfoot. Then why don't you just kill me then? A laugh came from Kimura. Kill you? Why would we want to do that? Our boss has other plans for you, Ranka informed the boy, drawing his gaze over to her to see the knight reach behind her and fumble around for something. He said that he wants to change this world by transforming it into a perfect utopia, a utopia that we all want, and promised us a place at his side as his knights to help rule over it. But in order for him to create this world, he needs certain items to help accomplish his goals. As it turns out, you just happen to be one of those items, Kimura shrugged, before smirking confidently. Well, your assets anyway. Sasuke's glare deepened and sweat began to drip down his head. That did not sound good, nor was the sight of a small flask that Ranka suddenly brought out from behind her and placed on the grass next to her. As soon as the container with the transparent liquid appeared, the woman then brought her free hand up and began reaching towards the boy's face. The sight of her extending fingers quickly had Sasuke's eyes widen in horror and he began thrashing about violently. But thanks to the knee pressing down on him and his hands being held by the woman's, the best he could do was writhe. Keeping the fingers away from his face by clenching his eyes shut and violently twisting, Sasuke was then forced to submit by his head being grabbed by Ranka's partner kneeling down beside them. The woman in green armor turned his mug around and had the Uchiha face forward, allowing the other pinning him a clear shot. No! Sasuke shouted desperately. Get off me! In order for a new world to be born, the current one must be destroyed. To do that, chaos must be brought down upon the land to touch every living soul in existence. The fires of war will scorch the earth and from the ashes of the old world, new life can be born, Kimura informed as Ranka forcefully opened Sasuke's right eye with her fingers. Your eyes will help guide us toward that eventuality. Think of this as a stepping stone towards that final goal. The two of us are just helping to speed it along. The woman in pink shrugged as her fingers kept the boy's eye open. Our boss said only an Uchiha can unlock the full potential of their Sharingan, but wants to test that theory for himself, so be grateful that we're leaving you with just the one, Ranka chirped before giving the boy a bright smile. She completely overlooked the terrified stare she received from the raven-haired youngster beneath her. Buck up, kiddo. This might sting a little. A split second later, Sasuke's blood-curdling scream echoed across the forest, marking the end of the conflict in the area. Oh. Meanwhile, back in Yuki no Kuni? Leaping through the trees, dodging the various ice pillars that were being dropped by Fubuki, Tenten tossed a barrage of throwing weapons from her scroll at the giant that was chasing her on his snowboard. Mizore, doggedly pursuing his foe, smirked as the knives and ninja stars she threw at him bounced off of his shield, scattering all around him as he kept up the pace. Weaving through the evergreens, he kept a sharp eye on the retreating girl, who at the same time continued to pepper him with weapons from up high. "We've been through this already, little girl. Your attacks are useless against me." He then picked up speed when he saw said Kunoichi land up ahead and started towards her. Standing up with her scroll still in hand, Tenten gave a very confident grin and waited for the man to come within range. As soon as he was, the girl dropped to the ground and slapped her scroll down. "Try this on for size then." In a puff of white smoke the Kunoichi summoned a new tool, a black spiked shield that arced over her and caught her approaching opponent completely by surprise. A loud clang rang out when the man mounted it unexpectedly and was thrown forward through the air, right over Tenten's head. "Have a nice flight." Letting out a cry of shock, the snow ninja was clotheslined by a low-hanging branch. Thanks to Tenten's careful timing, the man flipped and spun back down toward the ground, where he crashed into it in a shower of ice and snow. Groaning from the pain, the man stood up and was just about to shake his head down from the impact when a large, ominous shadow overcame him, forcing him to look up towards the canopy prematurely. When he did, Mizor saw an enormous spiked iron ball 3 times his size plummeting towards him with explosive tags protruding from its spikes. Wielding it by its whip-like handle, Tenten let out a roar of effort as she dropped the mass of metal right on top of the startled man, the explosive tags exploding on its rear sending it into its target using the recoil as its momentum. Mizor's yell of terror was muffled by the ball crashing down on top of him with concussive force, the impact shaking the entire area as he was flattened by the gigantic spiked weapon. Due to the ball's sheer size and weight, his shield could not stand up to the force put behind it, and was literally busted by the power of the titanic hit. Seconds after impact, the paper tags underneath the weapon along the spikes exploded as well, the blast bouncing the ball into the air before dropping it back down on the now thoroughly dead and crushed snow shinobi. Landing from her successful pitch, Tenten grinned triumphantly and ran her thumb under her nose. That little baby was called Jidanda, stamping, the perfect weapon for attack and defense. "It sure flattened your fat ass," the Kunoichi exclaimed brightly with a playful wink. He had been pancaked and blasted at the same time. There was no way he was picking himself up after that. Oh. With Keed flying through the trees and avoiding the ice pillars exploding upwards from the ground to impale him, Keed quickly picked up speed and dropped down to low level. Beginning to weave between the trunks at the bases of the evergreens, he glared over his shoulder toward the canopy above him, where the outline of his airborne foe could be seen flipping and spinning between the branches. Tired of being on the receiving end of their game of tag, the genin with black hair and wearing the white jumpsuit cranked his left hand back and tossed a series of kunai up at his opponent in kind, setting the canopy ablaze when the paper bombs exploded one after the other. Showing some real skill, the Kunoichi effortlessly weaved through the blasts, her laugh echoing out over the area as she teased her foe with her maneuvers. She retaliated with another hail of kunai, riddling the floor and causing more ice trees to explode and branch outwards. Flipping through hand seals, Keed spun around from his barrel roll and took aim. Suetun, Suidanya. Water release, water severing wave, cheeks puffing out, he fired a high-pressure stream of water skywards, attempting to cut his opponent down but only ended up slicing up the tree branches above. Dodging the beam, Fubuki grinned, "Nice try, but it'll take more than a single jet of water to dash." Snapping his teeth shut, Keed broke up the single beam into several, causing 7 high-pressure jets to fan out and slice up more trees. The spread of shots were repelled by Fubuki's shield, the Kunoichi crossing her arms over her face in surprise before some heavy branches from above suddenly dropped on top of her and smashed her towards the ground. Losing control, the young lady spiraled through several more branches before righting herself and landing safely on the ground. Wings gone, she spun about and smirked at her opponent across the way. "Ha! You're dealing with a ninja from Yukigakure here. It'll take more than that to stop me." Just as she was preparing for a second engagement, the woman suddenly saw a fog drift in from her right and envelope her opponent in a wave. When the smoke cleared up seconds later, it revealed Keed was no longer there and that a light mist was now covering the ground. Baffled, Fubuki began looking around wildly, wondering what was causing this strange phenomenon before a shadow darting through the woods caught her attention. Spinning around, the woman began looking more intently through the forest, before an enormous wolf suddenly leapt out from the shadows of a tree and lunged at her with a roar and its jaws stretching wide open to chomp down on her. The Kunoichi let out a shout of terror and leapt away before the enormous animal could devour her. However, the second she did, her face was suddenly smashed to the side before her vision went completely black. Unfortunately for Fubuki, the second she sprang back to avoid the wolf, she was knocked unconscious by Sakura rushing out from behind a nearby trunk and nailing her in the face with a wicked right overhand. With her superior punching power, the girl knocked the Kunoichi off her feet and sent her barreling across the snow-covered ground. Slamming into an evergreen several yards away, the Kunoichi cracked it on impact before dropping to form a crumpled heap upon the ground. The second she was down, Sakura dusted her hands and smirked proudly. "The core for your shield broke when you crashed through those branches. Guess it was more fragile than you originally thought. I hit you with my genjutsu the second you landed and nailed you while you were under." That was the cleanest punch she remembered getting in on anyone. It was safe to say the woman was not going to be getting up for a while, but when she did, she was going to have a wicked headache. Landing next to his teammate, Keed smiled at their joint handiwork and looked across at her. "Nice punch, Sakura-san." It was truly an awe-inspiring blow. The girl brushed her knuckles against her winter poncho and beamed, "Thanks. She was really starting to get on my nerves." She then glanced towards the unconscious enemy and pointed at her unconscious form. "We should tie her up." And that's just what they did, leaving the pink-haired Chunin thrown up against the tree trunk bound in rope. Oh, sometime later? Rainbow Glacier? Where is it? Where is the treasure? The Kazuhana fortune? It's got to be around here somewhere. Dodo shouted impatiently as he looked around frantically. After using the hex crystal on the center console, which had taken the form of a small shrine situated directly in the middle of the towering pillars making up Yuki no Kuni's most famous natural landmark, the man had then dumped Koyuki next to him and stood back to watch the place open up and reveal its dirty little secret to him. The secret he'd been obsessing over for 10 years. However, once the key had been turned and the hum of the glacier started to fill the air, after several agonizing minutes of waiting, nothing had happened. The land was failing to reveal anything. No secret passage. No anything. All there was in the area was a white haze of fog hovering in the air and the sensation of more of it pouring in from every corner of the region. It was almost like walking into a horror film. The sounds of loud hissing began filtering into their midst, followed by another cloud of heat. Feeling the kiss of moisture against his skin, Dodo ran a hand down his face and looked at the moisture that collected. Koyuki did the same, only she felt the other sensation that came with it and began looking around more intently. Together, both she and her desperate uncle saw the ice and snow begin to melt off of distant rocks and away from the ground, revealing solid earth. The sight had the princess blink in surprise. It's so warm. This is it? Dodo yelled in outrage, throwing his arms out. A heat generator? This is what I've spent all this time looking for. A damn. Eyes widening at the sound of a distant motor, the man spun around to see what was making that irritating noise, where he quickly spotted a motorized trolley approaching them from a distance. Recognizing the director and members of the film crew, the tyrant then watched as the vehicle suddenly changed course and shot across the terrain, at the same time dropping off a small figure to stand in the middle of the icy wasteland. Appearing out in the open within the glacier's walls, the familiar form of an orange-clad Naruto stood side-on and glaring across at the main villain behind this entire conundrum. His jacket zipped up and game face in play, the young jonin of Konohagakure smirked and pointed at the unwanted leader of the nation. You and I have some unfinished business to settle, big guy, the Jinchuriki exclaimed before jabbing a thumb into his chest. You're mine. Koyuki's eyes widened. Naruto. A low growl came up from Dodo's throat at the sight of the pest. You little half-pint. Slamming his hands together, he then flipped through seals before cranking his right fist back. Take this, Hayaton, Kakuryu Bufusetsu. Ice release, Black Dragon Blizzard. He then threw his attack forward, a blast of twisting black wind and ice shooting forth from his knuckles in the form of a massive tornado. The head of said attack then morphed into a dragon with a gaping red maw and blazing eyes, which let out a terrifying roar before converging on its target in a matter of seconds. Naruto was struck full-on by the attack, which slammed into the ground and caused an explosion reminiscent of a landmine going off, sending chunks of ice and earth flying in all directions. Upon seeing his attack land, Dodo's expression became manic with excitement, before his eyes widened in shock when the smoke and dust dissipated, and nothing, not even bits of body, could be seen lying in the crater that had formed. What? Jerking upright when he heard two cracks of wind, the man turned around, where he saw Naruto standing many yards away with Koyuki in his arms and his glare set firmly onto him. The sight of the boy that had seemingly teleported with the princess in tow had alarm bells going off inside of the tyrant's head, as he looked back at the spot where his hostage had been, before looking across to see the boy set the girl to her feet. How in the world did he do that? Dodo gasped as his eyes shook in disbelief. He's so fast. So that's it, huh? Naruto asked, cracking his neck while beginning to march out to face the man. From the look of surprise on your face, I can safely say that you've never fought a real shinobi before. All you've got on you are a couple of tricks, some chakra armor and your size. You're just a bully. An animal disguised as a man who's all bark and no bite. That's the most pathetic thing I've ever seen. It's almost laughable. Even Nadar had a more impressive presence than this joker. You dare insult me? Dodo bellowed, sweat dripping down his face and anger climbing even higher. He became so enraged in fact that his rage was almost palpable. All of the work he'd put into acquiring the Hex Crystal had been all for nothing. I'm the ruler of this land and the most powerful warrior in this country. No one can touch me. Want to put that to the test? Naruto asked, grinning enthusiastically as he rolled his shoulder. All right then. Bring it. Koyuki looked across at her savior fearfully as he moved out, intent on engaging Dodo in one final clash. Naruto, please, don't die. The boy chuckled and glanced back at her. Me? Please. He glared back at his opponent, who was damn near frothing at the mouth. There's no way in hell I'd let myself get put down by a guy like this. Just have a little faith in me. I'll be back before you know it. Eyes shimmering admiringly, the princess then braced against the cold and smiled brightly, with rays of hope reflected in her gaze. You can do it, Naruto. You're by far the strongest shinobi I have ever known. I believe in you. Naruto grinned. I've been waiting for you to say that. Thanks. The boy then wasted no time in launching himself from his spot and sprinting across the icy terrain, before vanishing in an orange flash. Eyes widening in panic, Dodo crossed an arm over his face, only to feel a fist bury into his side straight through the flexible pads of his armor with a deafening crack. Reeling forward in shock, the tyrant choked up air before a right hook slammed across his face and sent him stumbling to his right, where he then wiped away the throbbing bruise before rounding on his opponent. In a fit of blind fury and rage, the man then charged at the boy like a mad bull, bellowing out in anger and swinging a punch down at him with the intent to bury him in the ice. The young jonin however leapt over the man, evaded his attack and, as a result, was able to watch the brute smash a gigantic crater into the ground with the force of a cannon, sending huge chunks of ice flying in all directions. Pulling his fist back, Dodo turned again to see his opponent dart across the open ground towards him, zigzagging like he was teleporting from side to side, before the tyrant countered with a wide, sweeping left hook. Naruto effortlessly slipped under it and hiked off of the man's forward leg, before leaping up his chest and slamming a downward roundhouse kick across his face. The blow sent blood splattering as well as his opponent staggering across the floor. When he eventually stopped himself, Dodo glanced over his shoulder, stunned to see the Jinchuriki skipping on the spot with his arms at his sides. Good old-fashioned taijutsu, Naruto grinned, works every time. Let's see your invincible armor protect you from that. Growling angrily, Dodo turned again and immediately began flipping through hand seals. Don't underestimate me, you jumped up, little shit. Noticing the man going through the verses, Naruto sprang away for distance and cranked his right fist back. When he did, wind began visibly running up and down his arm in the form of a miniature tornado, which twisted and kicked up snow behind him. Throwing both fists forward, Dodo yelled, Hayaton, Suryu Bofusetsu. Ice release, twin dragon blizzard, 2 tornadoes of twisting black snow shot forth from his knuckles, the 2 wind drills forming dragon heads that converged around each other into a singular attack that then blasted towards their target with a howl. Futon, Senpuken. Wind release, whirlwind fist, Naruto responded in kind, throwing his right forward in a killer overhand as a powerful gale of twisting winds exploded from his knuckles. The attack shot forward with the sound of a cannon going off, the spearhead of his attack ramming into the dragon's headlong with concussive force. The result of the 2 attacks colliding was catastrophic. When the jutsu smashed into each other, they meshed together before exploding outwards in a blast of snow and wind. The explosion freaked Dodo out and forced the man to shield himself with his arms as plates of ice, snow, and earth were sent hurling his way, with Naruto doing the same as the attacks met in a clear tie, dispelling each other equally while having the exact same aftershocks as a result. Even Koyuki, who was standing well away from the dueling pair, couldn't help but let out a cry of fear at the vortex that exploded in the center and nearly lifted her off the ground from the gale force winds that blasted out from the shockwave. Biting against the storm, the princess then looked up to see an utterly ruined landscape and both opponents still standing across from one another. Glaring, Naruto looked up, not bad, for your best attack. He then cranked back his right hand. Now I'll finish you with this one. Hearing this over the settling dust and reverberations of their attacks, Dodo scoffed, another jutsu? Don't make me laugh. He then clapped a hand against his chest, I've got chakra armor. You can't touch me. You know, you shouldn't rely on that armor of yours so much, Naruto chirped before disappearing in an orange haze. Dodo's eyes widened at the boy's sudden display of speed and looked down in alarm. Chaser! A loud crack rang out when the blonde reappeared a split second later out of thin air, driving a solid kick straight into the core piece on the tyrant's chest and literally burying his heel into and shattering the main panel. It can really let you down. The blow caused the tyrant to stumble, with the man quickly glancing down at his suit to see sparks flying out of the hole formed in the glass. It was a sight that told him only one thing. What? No. Oh yes? Naruto shouted, vanishing in another orange flash and reappearing behind the dictator. As soon as he did, he clapped his hand against his back, getting Dodo to look around in horror. Here's the setup. Jet hand. In a blast of wind, the blonde sent his opponent rocketing across the field with a sonic boom ringing out, an effect which ripped apart the ice plates from the ground and dug a trench into the earth in the direction the man flew in. Before Dodo could travel too far however, Naruto reappeared in his path several yards ahead, right hand cocked and his fist imbued in blue, flaming wind chakra that went up and down his arm. Koyuki was astonished at the speed the boy displayed, seeing him take aim at his approaching foe and ready for a wallop of a lifetime. However, just as Dodo pulled within meters of the blonde, the sun rising over the mountains caused light to fall upon the valley and the pillars of the glacier surrounding them. The rays reflected off of the panels in a shining aura, which fell upon Naruto's chakra-encased fist and caused it to glow in 7 different colors. The sight of his chakra wafting multicolored embers and light had Koyuki and everybody else's eyes widen at the sight, with the director and his crew nearby making sure to film every second of the phenomenon. Is that rainbow chakra? The princess whispered in amazement. It was just like how it was in her movies. Unfortunately, Dodo didn't have time to admire it, as he was too busy flying towards his opponent who, upon stepping forward and slamming his right foot into the ground with a deafening crack, creating the perfect wind-up, threw a killer right cross into his approaching target's face. And here's the swing. Tsubame Geishi. Swallow return. The impact of the fist plowing into Dodo's mug stopped the dictator dead. Time freezing at that exact moment, you could see the man's face cave in as his entire body was violently forced to change directions, the attack burying into him further and further as the young Jonin's fist continued to travel forward. A split second later, but what felt like several seconds from Naruto's point of view, the Jinchuriki then let fly his opponent with the ear-splitting crack of the sound barrier being broken, as Naruto then sent his opponent blasting across the ground at speed, kicking up a whirlwind of snow and trailing chakra from his opponent's face. Dodo bounced bonelessly across the field before spiraling up towards one of the glacier panels, where the man then slammed right into its center and shattered the ice covering it. Form sprawled out across the monolith, the tyrant's face conveyed a look of complete and utter surprise as blood dripped freely out of every orifice above his neck thanks to his brains literally being scrambled from the crushing blow. Seconds after being embedded in the pillar, the man then fell free, with huge slabs of the structure falling away with him to reveal the real panel concealed underneath. An instant silence fell over the entire region when, all of a sudden, the scenery took an instant and unexpected change. With the fall of Dodo and the glacier's engine still churning strongly, the full effects of the heater were realized when in the blink of an eye, all of the ice and snow across the countryside fast melted, revealing a gorgeous, spring-rich setting underneath it. Fields of snow were replaced by fields of grass and flowers. The mountains also fully unsheeted themselves from the white and the water, which had previously been frozen over, melted to reveal glistening lakes and rivers weaving across the landscape. The transformation washed over the whole valley in an instant, stunning Naruto, Koyuki and the film crew present, who watched it all happen from their respective places. See, could this be? The director gasped before a manic grin formed on his face and he threw his arms out, holy shit. Yes. We're making this movie 3D. Believe in the future. When you do, spring will come. Hearing the voice echo out across the fields, Koyuki's head perked up and looked towards the center above the shrine. Father? When everyone's eyes panned to the middle of the glacier cluster, the panels of which hummed with a warm, soothing glow, they saw a projection of a young Koyuki Kazuhana appear before them. Obviously a recording of a time long ago, the hologram appeared in the air and began replaying a scene from the princess's memories. What will you do when the spring comes, Koyuki, the unseen male of the projection asked. The little girl smiled brightly and threw her arms out with enthusiasm and joy. I want to be a princess. Really? What kind of princess? The voice chuckled. Let's see, the young Koyuki murmured before counting off of her fingers. I want to be one that's strong, kind, and most of all, one who fights for justice. The male voice followed up with another light-hearted laugh. That's some dream. The real Koyuki, watching from down below, couldn't stop the tears welling up in her eyes as she listened and watched the projections of her past. Sniffing, she brought a hand to her lips. Did I really say all that? As long as you believe in your dreams and never give up, then one day you will become a princess. All of a sudden, a man appeared behind the little Koyuki. He slipped the necklace around her neck and took her by the shoulders, before leaning in to smile towards the camera they were speaking to along with his daughter. From the real Koyuki's perspective, it looked like they were speaking directly to her. The smile of her father in his square glasses and with his kind face beamed down at her like a spirit from another world, talking to her as if he knew she was there. You can see it, right? A beautiful princess standing before you? That's her. At that, the present Koyuki's tears fell freely, and a small smile formed on her face. The younger princess in the frame blinked before speaking up again. There's something else that I want to be. HM? And what's that? Sosetsu Kazahana asked curiously. The young Koyuki grinned and threw her arms out spiritedly. An actress. This answer got a laugh out of her father and the real Koyuki Kazahana, who began shedding tears of joy as she watched the last of the projection play out. So that's why he asked me all those silly questions. It puzzled her greatly why her dad had wanted her to play out all those things back then before the mirrors. But now she knew why. It was all for this. The effort the man had gone through to record the scene had not gone to waste, as it filled the princess's heart with warmth that she thought she'd lost long ago. This feeling burned brightly in her chest as she listened to her father laugh warm-heartedly, and the images started to fade away. Sweetheart, you can be anything that you want to be. Dusting the melting chunks of ice off of him, Naruto smiled up at the hologram and breathed a sigh of relief. Upon hearing Koyuki's own laughs and seeing her smile up at the projected faces of her past, the boy then looked up towards the rising sun and past the shimmering panels of the glacier. Normally I'd say something cool right about now, but this is good enough. Oh, sometime later? Elsewhere? Regaining consciousness after however long she'd been out of it, Fubuki could honestly say, without a shadow of a doubt, that she'd never woken up to something like this before. The sight of a spring setting in a country that was renowned for being snow-covered and having a winter season all year round was perhaps the biggest surprise she'd ever had in her entire life. No joke. What should have been a pile of snow resting underneath her turned out to be freshly cut grass surrounded by countless wildflowers. Hell, there were even birds and insects fluttering about the area that shouldn't have been part of the original backdrop. It was simply astonishing. For the next few minutes after returning to the real world, the pink-haired snow ninja, now baking under the warm temperatures in her uniform, spent the time admiring the scenery until a small twister of flower petals appeared in front of her, shortly followed by the appearance of Karenbana. The white-haired Kunoichi smirked down at the wounded snow ninja with a sly glint in her eyes. So you went and got yourself beat by a couple of kids. That must be embarrassing. Expression turning foul, Fubuki snapped back. Why do you care? You didn't even bother to help us. If Dodo had wanted my help, all he had to do was ask for it. Since he didn't, the best I could do was kick back, watch from the sidelines and play the role of the good old Cheshire Cat. Karenbana responded in a sing-song voice, ghostly, playful and mysterious. Huffing, the snow Kunoichi glared at the annoying visitor before speaking again. It doesn't matter anymore. Considering the change in the scenery, Dodo is probably dead. True. The big man is dead, but you're not, Karenbana said while leering at the woman. Fubuki's expression then became perplexed at the implications behind her sudden tone. What are you saying? I'm saying that even though you're now unemployed and lying in the gutter, there's still plenty you can do with your life, or whatever's left of it, Karenbana chuckled, kneeling down and placing a finger on the woman's collarbone. She then ran it down and through the middle of her sizable chest playfully, making the woman shiver with uncertainty and concern. A fine thing like you would make for a very valuable asset in our organization. Teeth clenching, the snow woman glared at the mercenary ninja seriously. Yeah? How? At this question, Karenbana grinned dangerously. By being plugged into the system. Chapter 33, Takigakure Arc, Sound of a Waterfall. Naruto. Drifting. The sound of a waterfall. A day later. Nighttime. Standing inside of a dark chamber, in a structure many, many miles out of the way of Yuki no Kuni, a very sinister procedure had just come to an end, allowing the doctor performing the checkup and the patient under his watch to leave the bench and return to their regular lines of work. Stepping away from his office desk with writing pad in hand, leaving a whole assortment of documents and scrolls behind, an elderly man with long, flowing gray hair, mutton chops connected to his beard, yellow eyes, and wearing a black shirt, white GI with brown and blue edges, a sleeveless red jacket and blue pants, approached another table positioned in the middle of what was apparently an enormous laboratory. With electricity zapping off of large Tesla coils and enormous vials filled with bubbling liquid set up all over the place, the man took to the scenery like he belonged there, focused on his current task at hand and approached the person standing behind the center station. Seeing the individual finish adjusting the glove on his arm, the patient doctor smirked as he then went over the information one last time before glancing back at the tall shinobi with orange, spiky hair and wearing the blue shirt, battle robe and white vest. Well, Ishidate, I went over your test results again. It was a tedious process and there were a few outside factors I had to take into account, but after crunching the numbers and taking a closer look at the notes we were able to compile, I think you'll be very happy to hear about the numbers I was able to pull from your specs. Adjusting his coat, the man identified as the former wandering ninja turned to face his host once again and smirked. And? How did I do? The doctor smirked. Fantastic. You're adapting really well to your body's new modifications. Comparing this to the information we were already able to acquire from you and thousands of other subjects across the continent, I'd say you're about as strong as Itachi Uchiha now. That is magnificent progress. Ishide grinned at that and turned around again, closing his eyes and giving a satisfied nod. I was already more powerful than that man before I volunteered to go through with the procedure. If I am being completely honest with myself, the boss was only improving upon greatness. Hearing this had the medical specialist chuckle in amusement. Careful, Ishidate. Don't let that superiority complex of yours get the better of you. It might actually come back to bite you in the ass. Ah. I'm only speaking the truth, Shino-san, the suave shinobi replied cockily, slipping his hands into his pockets and turning to face the assistant once again. In any case, I was given a chance to push the limits of my abilities and overcome my shortcomings, and I did just that. But I don't intend to stop here. There's so much more I have yet to accomplish before I can even think about retiring from this business. You and me both, the doctor, now identified as Shino, stated, flipping through the documents he was holding and looking down at the stats listed. I was able to fix the splicing made to your body so that the changes blended seamlessly into your genes. Now it's like you never even went through with the operation. Ishidate chuckled, excellent. Good to know that I won't have any hideous scars left behind once I get out there and start raising hell. He then gave the old guy a curious stare. Have you fixed it so that I won't have to go through with the boss's weird fusion techniques against my will? I know he's done it for Ichi, and I and San, but I'm not really comfortable with the idea of room sharing with a couple of his other cronies should push come to shove in the foreseeable future. Don't worry. It's all taken care of, the old doctor and scientist replied good-naturedly. That particular drawback has been completely cut from your system, so you won't have to worry about going through any unplanned and gruesome transformations. He then propped the pad under his arm and looked back at the mercenary glaring at him. You'll be able to gain full access to your latent capabilities and the skills granted to you through your newly integrated Kekkei Genkai thanks to your increase in stamina, chakra control, and strength. He then took his pencil and pointed it across at the mercenary. Your petrification abilities are now bonded to your body and are a completely open book for you. The proficiency you have over it will increase through continued use and practice of it, so don't be afraid to go nuts. And I'm to assume that this won't end up blowing up in my face? Not at all, Shino chuckled. The boss is as good a medical specialist as I am. If there was any problem with your body or your performance, he'd be able to pick up on it with just a quick glance in your general direction, which I can assure you he will not, because there will be none. Pulling a hand out of his pocket, said mercenary then looked down at his palm and flexed his fingers. After testing it several times and getting a feel for his newfound strength, he grinned. With this, I'll be able to surpass even the strongest shinobi in history. His hand then balled into a fist and tightened with the sound of popping muscles echoing all around. Appearing proud at his success, Shino turned and began to walk back over to his previous station. In any case, now that your ordeal is over I can finally concentrate on the modifications I plan on applying to your teammates. I assume Karenbana still wants to ditch that childlike body of hers and replace it with something more, older and risque, right? The man stopped and grinned lecherously at the ideas that sprang to mind. Ishidate laughed at this and looked at the professor's back in amusement. The woman knows what she wants. Then I'll get right to it. The master was able to work with a similar modification with NI in the past that gave her the ability to control animals, so I shouldn't have any problems fixing the same stuff with your Kunoichi counterpart. While Ishidate remained standing in place and Shino was back at his desk working on his next design to bend the laws of the natural world, the sound of approaching footsteps had the former turn to the entrance of the lab, where he then saw the familiar forms of his partners Karenbana and Kongo step into the light. The two former wanderers came to a stop in line of the orange-haired man, who nodded in greeting to his friends who took their time in looking him over and getting a feel for his new person. The white-haired, incredibly young-looking Karenbana surveyed the taller man momentarily before then giving him a wide grin when she was done breaking down her partner's new aura. You look good. Though not much has really changed from what I originally was, Ishidate replied before nodding towards her. Did your expedition to Yuki no Kuni go smoothly? Swimmingly. Unfortunately though, the negotiations didn't turn out so well for Dodo and his lackeys, the Kunoichi replied while waving at the man's words dismissively. They got their butts handed to them by a group from Konohagakure and lost everything in the process. Only one of the dictator's men actually made it out alive. And, what happened to him, or her? Karenbana snickered and thumbed over her shoulder. I took her down to the prison system. The guards will escort the wench to her cell once they've given her a thorough checkup. She took quite a nasty beating in her fight. Makes me think I should have gone easier on her. Sure, she only received one hit from the Konoha brats that knocked her out, but the Snow Kunoichi didn't exactly make it easy on the wandering ninja taking her back to this fortress. She had to knock some sense into her during their return trip when she wanted to play hardball. The newly beefed-up Ishidate then gave a hearty laugh and looked away, eyes panning up to the window inside of the lab unveiling the night sky high above them. They should have taken up our offer for an alliance when they had the chance. You're telling me, the Kunoichi exclaimed while stretching back and giving a satisfied groan. Upon doing so, she then beamed and looked across at the doctor she could see writing stuff down at his table, surrounded by his reading material and documents. So, now that that's over and done with, what do we do now? We wait for new orders, Shino replied, not even bothering to turn around as he fixed his attention on the wall of graphs and information in front of him. Feeling the eyes of the three wandering ninja on him, the man gave an affirmative nod and returned to his work. Now that the boss has gotten his hands on a few more toys to play around with for the next few months, I expect he'll want to get his hands on a Biju next. That should be a lot fun for you guys. The grins that formed on Ishidate, Kongo and Karenbana's faces were all the answer the doctor needed on that matter. It was then when the idea of toys was thrown onto the floor regarding their master's terrifying interests, the white-haired, child-looking Kunoichi perked up and stepped into the light. Reaching behind her and into the satchel on her back, the girl pulled out a scroll she had stashed away and held it up to Shino, who sensed her approach and turned to face the young woman from his spot by his writing desk. Giggling excitedly, the girl laid the item out on the operation table. Speaking of a lot of fun, there's something else from Yuki no Kuni that I managed to find lying around in the uncharted wilderness when the snow melted away. I figured it might be something of great interest to the boss, since it is after all, a former relic of that group. Seeing the doctor raise an eyebrow at her, Karenbana then wasted no time in unfurling the roll and, performing a few hand seals, slapped her hand on top of the length of sheet. A puff of white smoke later, and the entire room was suddenly filled with the sounds of profuse cursing and shouting. I knew you were going to let me out eventually, you scrawny, frog-faced bitch. Where the fuck are you? Come on out and face me. I will rip the eyes out of your head and piss in your dead skull. I'll teach you not to kick me around like a ball, the voice of the disembodied head of Haydn shouted with spittle flying from his mouth and his eyes cutting around the dark room he now found himself in. Sitting on top of the scroll, the recently unfrozen immortal cursed as his gaze then fell upon the surprised-looking Shino. Damn it, where the hell am I? And who the fuck are you? Registering to the familiar face and ignoring the slightly bewildered expressions of Ishidate and Kongo in the background, Shino then approached the table and stood before what was left of the bloodthirsty Jashin worshipper in full view. Well, if it isn't the infamous and unkillable Haydn, former shinobi of Yugikure and member of the Akatsuki organization, the doctor chirped, at the same time leering at the seething mug. It's a pleasure to finally meet you face to face. How are you feeling today? How am I feeling today? I'm in fucking agony, you dumb fuck. That's how I'm feeling today. I'm a severed, bloody head sitting on top of a fucking pedestal in some fucking SNM dungeon in the middle of Jashin knows where, the gray-haired, slightly bruised-up cranium shouted before snapping his teeth up at his host. God damn it, I just want to die and get this whole thing over with. What the fuck do you want from me, Grandpa? Shino chuckled at his rough inquisition and shrugged casually. Oh, not much. He then reached out and picked the head up by his hair, ignoring the curses that came flying at him afterwards as he then held him out. When the doctor's gaze fixed onto Haydn's own hateful one, a sinister grin then spread across the old man's mug. We were just, well, let's say my boss was wondering if you would like to answer a couple of questions for us. Questions? Haydn repeated, his scowl deepening. What kind of fucking questions? He'd been frozen in a block of ice on top of a mountain for the past however many months have come and gone, and didn't even have a body to take a piss out of after all that time. You could say he was not really in the best mood to be answering questions for anyone, as indicated by his foul-looking expression. The doctor smiled in amusement, as did the other three mercenaries in his midst. First, you're going to tell us everything you know about your organization and its activities, its current members, and what their little plans are for the future of the 5 great shinobi nations. Next, after you're done spilling every last bit of information you can about the Akatsuki, we will then take you down to the lab and dissect you for everything that you're worth, and put you to work for our organization's leader. And then, when the day finally arrives that you've given every last bit of yourself to helping our nation's cause, and this entire continent has been razed to the ground in preparation for the new utopia to be born. Then, and only then. Shino's eyes flashed dangerously and blasted enough killing intent into Haydn's surprised face that it had the man sweating bullets, if that were even possible in his state. After which, he then finished his final statement with a voice low enough for every person in the room to hear. His words resonated with everyone, especially the victim he was directing all of this towards. You have my permission to die. 3 days later. Following the defeat of Dodo and his men at Rainbow Glacier, it didn't take long for word to spread across the entire country of snow, which had now taken on a new spring setting, to all the villages spread far and wide that Princess Koyuki had returned. Apparently, Sandei and his platoon of soldiers hiding out in the mountains hadn't been the only ones who had been waiting and hoping for their rightful ruler to return, and in just a few hours since learning of her survival the people came together and welcomed Koyuki back to the throne with open arms. There had been an enormous rally at the newly built castle's main courtyard, where the coronation ceremony took place. The camera crew was on hand to capture the final scenes of their new movie, where they had the pleasure of filming the entire formal procedure, complete with the princess being transported onto the grounds in a royal carrier and then led up to the balcony to appear to all of the people attending the session. It was a grand gathering, with flags, banners and streamers flying all across the quad. Naruto and his team were incredibly thankful to be a part of such a spectacular event, as they stood in the background watching over the actress being welcomed back into her homeland, as per the terms and conditions of their contract. They had to admit, the princess really did look good in her robes. Once all the official proceedings were over and done with, everyone then moved to the main garden to finish off the celebrations of the day with a banquet. Command of all the guards and the returning staff was quickly handed over to Koyuki, who knew that with the end of the ceremony that there would be long and busy days ahead of her. However, she expressed little fears over them despite her new position, as she knew she would be able to handle them. For now, she needed to become acquainted to her renewed responsibilities as the princess of Yuki no Kuni. She did this while settling her business with the shinobi that had tagged along with her throughout their wild and crazy adventure, and gave them all a final rundown on the situation. As it turns out, the generator wasn't even fully developed yet. It was the last thing my father spent the remainder of his days building, but never got around to working out all of the kinks, Koyuki informed with a small smile as she gazed at each of the young members of the team. Sakura gave an apologetic smile. I guess it will be back to winter soon, huh? No, not really, Koyuki responded quickly and with a hopeful glimmer in her eyes. If we take what we know, continue researching, and add the remaining touches left to the machine, before you know it Yuki no Kuni, land of snow, will become Haru no Kuni, land of spring. These words had Keith's heart sore and, to go along with these feelings of euphoria, the boy struck a pose with stars sparkling all around him, a sight that had Tenten lean away from him warily. Ah, from winter to spring. Such beautiful poetry. After stepping sideways from the glowing child, Tenten looked across at the new ruler while rubbing her shoulder in an uneasy manner. It's a bit of a shame though. You're such a big star and a talented actress. Are you really going to retire from acting? A sly grin formed on Koyuki's face at that as she stood up off of the table she was leaning against. Who said I was retiring? Ruling Yuki no Kuni and acting? I think I can handle it. I mean. She then pulled out a script from behind her. I would have to be out of my mind to give it up now. Pressing it against her chest, the team was able to get a good view of the title emblazoned upon it. Sakura's eyes widened and she pointed at the familiar words of Ika Ika in plain sight. That's No way, Tenten also choked, baffled by her selection of her next role. Koyuki giggled at their collective expressions. Well, I'll be seeing you guys. And Naruto. Just as she was stepping away from the table, she stopped in front of the Jinchuriki and grabbed his attention. When the blonde looked at her, he saw the teen star gazing at him with a warm shimmer in her brilliant gaze. Since the role of rebuilding and preserving the peace in Yuki no Kuni has fallen into my hands, I would like to borrow some help from Konohagakure. The young jonin blinked. Sure. Whatcha need? Koyuki smiled. To be more precise, I would like your help. This surprised all of the shinobi present in the area as the raven-haired young lady moved closer to the boy. I would like for you to work with me as my advisor, so that I can make Yuki no Kuni a country again and help extend our relations to your home and to all the other nations. You can work for your village from here and help out wherever you can, and with you next to me I know we will be able to do a lot together. She then gazed more brightly and gestured over to the director and his DOP standing nearby. There might even be a chance for you to star in some more movies if you're interested. The director loved all of the footage he was able to get of you and was really impressed with your work. Though Naruto would like to say none of his performances were an act, as he'd been fighting some really serious battles, he didn't let this fact overwhelm his current train of thought. He stood there for a moment in silence, watched on by his surprised teammates, all of whom were wondering whether he would accept the offer or not. Sakura, Tenten and Kid all knew that their best friend was passionate about becoming Hokage and serving his village. He was a good shinobi who stuck to his guns and saw all of his missions through to the end with both flair and fortitude, while also making sure that all of his friends were happy. However, they also knew he was free-spirited and adventurous, and was always eager to see the world. In all honesty, it was a really tough choice. This was a really big opportunity being presented to the Jinchuriki, to work alongside a star as an advisor and, by extension, a guard, who would still be able to function as a shinobi for his village. After all, it was a common practice for a lot of the big villages with ninja to loan some of their own shinobi over to some of the other, smaller countries for certain periods, and since Koyuki was determined to reshape her country's image, this made Yuki no Kuni a potentially strong ally for Konoha. The group honestly had no idea whether the Jinchuriki would take it or not, but just as it seemed like Naruto was about to turn her down, the blonde responded with a smile and a nod. I would love to work here with you, Koyuki, the blonde said, seeing the princess's expression brighten, but I'll need to go back to Konohagakure and clear this up with my friends first. I still have some work I need to have settled over there, so as soon as I've finished it all, I will return. Thrilled, the actress breathed in deeply and nodded in understanding, unable to contain her joy at his decision. Then I will be seeing you soon, Naruto-kun. You can get in touch with the director and let him know you're coming in. With a bow to the boy and to the rest of his team, the teen then scampered off, heading back over to the director and his group, where she was then swamped by a crowd of excited children asking for her autograph. Instead of turning them down like she used to, she gladly accepted their pads and pens and signed away. Naruto grinned as he watched her, before hearing a sigh and turning to see Tenten looking at him with a cheeky smile. Look at you, Mr. Popular, the girl chuckled, elbowing him in the side, you're so hot, movie stars and princesses want you. The Jinchuriki shrugged, what can I say? I try my best. It was then Kid and Sakura stepped towards him, with the former pulling an envelope out from his pocket. Holding it out to the team captain, all eyes trained on it to see the youngster beaming across at the receiver of the gift. Koyuki-hime gave this to me, Naruto-san. She said that she wanted you to have it. For me? Naruto murmured, taking the letter from Kid and cracking it open. Why didn't she give this to me herself? Wondering aloud, he then pulled the photo that was inside of it out and blushed to the roots of his hair at what he saw. Oh, that's why. A similar, visible response was held by Tenten, Sakura and Kid, all of whom were now staring wide-eyed at the picture. Sometime before the coronation ceremony, Koyuki had managed to take a photo of herself in her new bedroom. At first blush this seemed just like something a normal person would do, posing in a chamber that would serve as their sleeping quarters for the next few years. However, the fact the picture was of the world-famous actress laid out on her bed, on her side, facing the camera in lingerie that was way too risque for someone like her made the shot completely gobsmacking. She was looking at the camera seductively, with her signature inscribed above the image next to a lipstick-stamped kiss reading, to my hero, Naruto. Koyuki Kazuhana. This had obviously been meant for the Jinchuriki's eyes only, but unfortunately the blonde had opened it in the presence of his company. Whether this snapshot was meant to be a joke or not, Naruto couldn't really say. Either way, it was quite clear to all those that had been involved in this whole kerfuffle that Koyuki was more than grateful for everything the blonde had done for her, which prompted her to express her appreciation through this one and solid gesture. A picture spoke 1,000 words after all. After getting a good view of the photograph and having it unintentionally engraved in her mind, Sakura wasted no time in throwing her best friend a dirty look and flicking him in the ear. Naruto, you're a pervert. Said blonde gulped and gave a sheepish grin, sorry. XXX. 3 days later. The trip back home went by a lot faster than the young group of shinobi figured it would. Maybe because they weren't surrounded by the endless clatter of the film crew and were finally able to get in some downtime that the length of the journey went by pretty much forgotten. Upon making landfall, their immediate task then involved them marching the rest of the way back to the village, which from their point of view didn't take very long either. Reporting at the front gates to whoever was on duty, they then began moving across the hidden leaf to the Hokage's office to make their report. Since this was Naruto's first mission leading a team, he needed to inform his boss of all the trials, tribulations and successes that they'd encountered on their expedition, as well as to keep tabs on and assess his progress. It was also now part of his routine as a leader of a squad to report in whenever he was required to, which the boy was still trying to work his head around and immerse himself completely into his new look. Upon hitting the main building as a unit and climbing the stairs, they started for the main office, where the 4 youngsters of the Yuki group engaged in further conversation over their overwhelming success. Naruto, you defeated Dodo and saved another country from a tyrant. Do you know what this means? Sakura asked the boy with an excited smile. With the right press, you can be as huge as Kakashi-sensei. Well, almost, if you find a big enough wig. Naruto blinked in bewilderment. Kakashi-sensei doesn't wear a wig. He had silver hair that stood upright and flowed in the direction of the wind. Wait. Come to think of it, nobody's hair was like that. Not even Jiraiya's was that out of this world. Maybe Sakura was right on the mark about it being fake. Oh, come on. Nothing on that man is real. He probably bought his entire face from a thrift store. The Jinchuriki and his other two teammates walking alongside them down the hall laughed at that. Does he even have a genuine face? He'd hate to think the man had that mask of his sewn into his skin. Not sure, Sakura murmured before slamming her fist into her open hand. That settles it. I'm going to find out what's underneath that mask. I'm sick and tired of that creepy eye smile he keeps giving me. I'm still his student as far as my rank is concerned, so I've got plenty of time to try and catch a glimpse of his mug. I'll bet he has a pointy nose. Good luck with that. Sensei is a shrewd guy, so don't expect it to be an easy mission, Naruto informed, also wondering to himself what the man's face actually looked like, but choosing to dismiss these thoughts in favor of more pressing matters. He had information to relay to the Hokage regarding some important details he'd picked up on in his latest mission. This material plagued his mind to the point of his arrival at the front door. Seeing the guards were excused, Naruto entered along with his team, with Hiruzen Sarutobi being the very first person they saw as soon as they stepped into the room. Crossing the threshold, the four teenagers stopped before the head honcho's desk and stood at attention when the man finally acknowledged their presences. Ah, Naruto-kun. Welcome back, the Hokage chirped with a smile, shutting one of his logs to lace his fingers together and rest his elbows on the table in front of him. I trust your first mission leading a squad on an A-rank mission went well. Oh, it went great, Naruto chuckled, slipping his hands into his pockets, with one of them pulling out the scroll he'd managed to fill in on the boat ride back to the mainland. As soon as it came into view, he approached the desk and placed the document right in front of the elder, his smile remaining in play. You'll find enclosed a complete account of all the events that transpired over in Yuki no Kuni right here. Koyuki Kazahana. Man, I tell ya Hokage Gigi, the people you meet out there in the world. It was at this statement, Hiruzen's eyebrows disappeared under the brim of his hat as he gave his full and complete attention to the Jonin. Wait. Koyuki, surely you're not? Yep. As it turns out, Yuki Fujikaze was in fact Princess Koyuki Kazahana of Yuki no Kuni. She took on the name Yuki after managing to escape the country following a coup that took place there years ago and has been hiding under the guise of an actress ever since, Naruto replied, a small smile appearing on all those team members present. As much as I'd like to ask more about the events that took place there, I think I've heard enough of that story for one adventure. Retaining his surprised visage for some seconds longer, the third Hokage soon shook himself out of his stupor and cleared his throat. Adjusting his hat, the man went on to looking across at the young shinobi professionally again. I understand that your assignment didn't all go according to plan then? Naruto shrugged as Tenten stepped forward with her hands behind her and chest puffed out. Certain circumstances called for us to deviate from the original mission parameters in order to ensure the safe passage of Yuki Fujikaze to Yuki no Kuni. Other than stretching the boundaries of our contract from an escort mission to one that involved saving an entire continent from a tyrant, nothing else happened. The blonde grinned and nodded to the girl, what she said. An even longer silence fell as Hiruzen attempted to process the things that were being thrown his way. The revelation that the world-famous actress Yuki Fujikaze had in fact been little Princess Koyuki Kazahana all along was one thing, as the entire incident of her disappearance had been a well-guarded secret even from the other villages, but to hear that a young shinobi team, consisting of a newly promoted Jonin, Chunin, and 2 Genin, were responsible for liberating the entire country from strife, was another. It had the third rubbing his head as if nursing a migraine before looking back at Naruto again. It's settled then. HM? What's settled, Hokage Gigi? The elder pointed at him, you're literally a magnet for trouble. Naruto balked at this before deflating, earning a giggle from Sakura, an amused smile from Kid and a laugh from Tenten. It's not like it's my fault. Things were going so well at the beginning and then problems just started to appear, Hokage-sama, Sakura added while raising her hand meekly. We didn't even know what the things that were going on were about until it was too late. With this added support, Naruto straightened back up and placed his hands on his hips. We would have sent for additional support or called off the entire expedition altogether, but due to the events that took place partway through the assignment it didn't leave us with many windows. We continued on with the mission and finished it based on my own judgment, and my teammates did extremely well. Well, that's good to hear, Hiruzen responded with a sigh. I'm going to have to read the report for a more thorough retelling of the events. But from what I can tell thus far, you're settling quite well into your new positions, Naruto-kun. Tenten-chan, well done. He saw the two teenagers beam with pride and nodded courteously to each of them as he retrieved the scroll and placed it next to him beside the others he was sorting through. Was that everything? Yes. I think the fees and all that other technical nonsense has been taken care of now. As far as job satisfaction and payment goes, everything's in order, Naruto responded, before his expression became dead serious once again. However, there are a couple of things I need to tell you about regarding this particular mission, Hokage Gigi. They're things I've listed in detail in my report, but I think, now is a better time than any to tell you about a problem that has come up. Problem? Hiruzen repeated while looking on inquisitively. What kind of problem? Rolling his shoulder, the Jinchuriki clenched his jaw nervously. The former daimyo of Yuki no Kuni had hired 3 snow ninja as his personal bodyguards to perform missions for him. Aside from the country's foot soldiers that he also had under his command, I also ran into another enemy who was in no way affiliated with the country. This quickly had the elder's attention as Naruto thought back to his encounter. When I busted Yuki out of her cell in Dodo's fortress, we were stopped by a kunoichi with white hair, wearing strange battle attire and a blank headband. She knew who I was and said that she was visiting the country on behalf of her employer, her boss. I think she was expecting to run into me there. Narrowing his eyes at this information, the third Hokage linked his fingers together and rested his chin in place. That sounds troublesome. Naruto shook his head and shrugged. I don't know what this means, but it's got me worried. Since she managed to get away, I'm pretty sure I might run into her again. It was then Hiruzen, upon pondering his databanks for a moment, looked back up at the young Jonin in slight surprise before frowning once again. Blank headband, you say? The other teens standing alongside the Jinchuriki flinched at the serious expression the leader of their village threw them. The squad was quick to recover, however, and their temporary captain and squad leader nodded affirmatively. That's right. You know something about it, Gigi? Murmuring uneasily, the elder's eyes quickly cut between the sides of the room and back to the group, particularly toward Naruto and Sakura, who were standing there waiting for the old man to give them a response. He was leaving them in suspense, whereas the Jinchuriki had given him the brief of the issues he'd encountered in the country of snow. However, from the glances the village leader was now throwing him, it seemed that he had something even more problematic to regale them with, and it had him restless. Naruto-kun. Sakura-chan, the elder spoke, earning blinks from the above-mentioned. I was going to break this to you later, but I don't think it can wait. Oh. Several minutes later? Quickly rushing down to the hospital as fast as their legs could carry them, Naruto and Sakura barreled into the facility at top speed, with the kunoichi flying off the handle. However, remembering to keep a low voice and much of her panic in check, she and her teammate ran up and down the various corridors of the building before eventually arriving at where they knew Sasuke was being held. Weaving past a couple of orderlies walking in the opposite direction from the room itself, the pair shuffled into the white chamber, where they were quick to push past the curtains and find themselves at Sasuke's bedside. Panting as she looked in with a fearful gaze, both Sakura and Naruto were caught a little bit by surprise when they saw another face standing beside the bed as well, with the latter recognizing the person immediately. S.H. Shizunichan? Naruto chirped, alerting the older kunoichi to his presence. Looking up from her writing pad, the brown-haired woman in the dark robes looked over and smiled when she saw the familiar smile of the blonde and his teammate standing there. She greeted them kindly with a nod. Hello, Naruto-kun. Back from your mission? Why yeah, just got in, the blonde stated, before then turning his attention to the bed she was standing beside. It was there both he and Sakura saw the current state of their teammate for themselves. While the initial report from the third led them into believing that their teammate and friend was in serious condition, from the way he looked now, he seemed perfectly fine. Knowing who it was that was currently checking up on him, the Jinchuriki had no reason to see why the Uchiha shouldn't have received the best treatment possible at the hospital. If the apprentice of the legendary Sannin Tsunade was here, then you could say all was well. Aside from having the few physical injuries he'd sustained recently patched up and mended, the pair's main cause for concern immediately rested on the boy's face. There, they saw gauze and bandages had been wrapped around his right eye, whereas his left was open and looking across at them in a cold stare. It quickly dawned on the members of Team 7 that their teammate was awake, alive and well, and it eased their rattled nerves somewhat. At first shocked at the teen's appearance, Sakura took in a deep breath and quickly moved over to the boy's side. Sasuke-kun. Shaken, the pinkette lifted a hand up to him, only for the boy to shrug away her gesture out of discomfort of having her probing his face with her fingers. What happened to you? What happened? Sasuke murmured, before glaring ahead of him distastefully towards the end of his bed. I got beat, that's what happened, Sakura. He then glanced up at Naruto, where he saw the boy looking in with a serious expression of his own and concern reflected in his blue eyes. The raven-haired Uchiha returned it with a tight scowl, showing how much face he wanted to save in front of his rival before nodding towards him. Did your mission go all right? Remaining silent for a moment, Naruto eventually dignified his friend's question with an answer, more or less. Hell, he didn't even give the boy his usual business that he was known for gracing others with. After all, this was not something to be laughing about. Not now at least. Breathing a sigh, Sasuke then responded with a gesture of understanding. I see. Well, as you can probably guess, mine didn't go as well, at least, not on the return trip. Reaching up with his right hand, the teen pressed his palm against the patch and gauze wrapped over that part of his face and head. Even with his lids shut and hidden underneath the bandages, the boy knew without even having to continue probing that the eyeball that was supposed to be in there no longer existed. It was gone. The very asset of the Kekkei Genkai that made his clan famous had been taken away from him, which had the Uchiha ponder over this realization in silence for several minutes. After which, his miserable expression then scrunched up into one of blind fury before, without warning, he suddenly and unexpectedly lashed out and smashed the bedside table over, lunch tray and all. His scream of anger and sudden attack on the piece of furniture caused Sakura and Shizune to back up, the former giving a startled cry while the boy then slammed his fists onto the bed he was lying on repeatedly. God damn it. Fuck. Sasuke swore loudly, not even caring he was in a hospital as he clenched his teeth together before shutting his one good eye and shaking his head furiously. Fuck. This isn't fair. If only I was stronger. If I was, then I would have torn that bitch to pieces. But now. Gesturing to his missing eye, the boy growled and shook his head once again, allowing another yell of rage and frustration to escape him, with tears slowly flowing from the one orifice that hadn't been covered. Hearing the boy's expression of despair and seeing his stress, Sakura slowly edged back over to him and laid a hand on his shoulder. Looking at the Uchiha intensely, the kunoichi breathed in and out slowly before speaking. Sasuke-kun, it's okay. No it's not, the boy growled, his gaze turning to the girl next to him and hardening. His expression had his friend freeze, but failed in getting her to back off. After all this time, after all those missions we went on as a team and all those training sessions we had together, I thought I was actually getting somewhere with this, that I was actually getting stronger and moving closer to my goal. But after months of nothing but hard work, not only did I lose in the tournament against that Tsubaki girl, I also lost outside, on the battlefield, where all of my fighting strength and skills should have counted the most. Huffing in anger, he glared across the bed again and cursed. I'm weak. I'm still weak. No. You're not, the voice of Shizun spoke up, drawing the group's attention to the woman to see her seriousness fixed on the boy lying in his station. Eyes narrowed, the woman stepped towards him. I saw you compete in the tournament, Sasuke. That Omoi boy you fought was really strong, one of the strongest genin to come out of Kumogakure, and you defeated him without exerting much effort at all. You also fought a good round against Tsubaki, but because you didn't know what she was fully capable of, you were at an extreme disadvantage. Had you been paired up against anyone else on that chart, you would have progressed much further in. There's no doubt about that. Continuing to stare at the woman who'd helped treat him following his operation, the Uchiha considered her words carefully for several seconds before then turning his attention to Naruto. It was then he focused completely on the young Jonin standing at the end of his bed and gave a statement that had everyone blink. But I wasn't the one who beat Tsubaki in the end. His hard words earned a glare from Naruto, who stared back at the boy with a serious visage and an intensity he only ever showed to an opponent. What do you mean by that, team? The Uchiha fixed his one good eye on his former squad mate and spoke, I want to fight you. These words had the group that was present recoil in surprise and look on as the raven-haired teen's jaw tightened and he focused his full and utmost attention on his academy rival standing at distance from him. I'm good for one round. If there is any way of seeing if I've actually gotten anywhere on this team, I want to find out for myself. One-on-one. If what everyone is saying is true and that I've actually gotten stronger from what I was before, then I want you to fight me to prove it. Glaring across at one another, both Naruto and the hospitalized Sasuke squared off, leaving everyone standing in silence. While Sakura and Shizun wanted to protest, neither of them said a word as they waited for a response from the Jinchuriki to see how he would respond to the challenge. Eventually, after leaving everyone holding their breaths for a good long minute, the blonde responded to the call with a chuckle and a smile. I would like to fight you, Sasuke, but not right now. Not as you are. Seeing the surprise that came to the Uchiha's face, Naruto became serious again. You lost an eye. That means your depth perception has changed, and even with the Sharingan you still need time to adjust to the new conditions. Not to mention you're still in no shape after your battle with the people who did this to you. It would be unfair to fight you now and I don't want that. I want to fight you at your absolute best. The blonde crossed his arms and looked at his teammate firmly. Once you get out of here and you've gotten your shit together, then we can have our match. Hearing this, Sasuke considered the boy's words momentarily before nodding in understanding. All right. It was an opportunity he wasn't going to pass up. Upon reasoning with the raven-haired teen and calming him down, the Jinchuriki then came around and stood by his friend's bed with his arms folded. Along with the two kunoichi present, with Shizun remaining out of concern for her patient's condition and emotional well-being, the blonde-haired boy began to speak again. Now, since we're all here, I want to ask you a few things about the people you, Niji and Kotetsu ran into on your way back to Konoha, Naruto said, getting the genius to stare at him. I want to know everything about them, who they were, who the team leaders were, and the one that was wearing the blank headband on his head. Questions out, the Uchiha steeled himself and nodded. With his audience of 3 present, the injured boy then relayed to them everything he remembered of his encounter with the rogue group. He told them all about how his squad was ambushed on the road and were split up by the mercenaries. Kotetsu was driven off by a squadron of flying shinobi using gliders as their main weapons in their arsenal, how he himself was isolated by 2 women wearing pink and green armor respectively and could transform themselves into monstrous creatures that granted them increased strength, and how Niji was forced to fight an enormous, brawling shinobi with a hulking frame. The latter of the 3 groups was the one that had the blank headband on, with the description and first glance being basically all the information Sasuke was able to give on him before being chased off by his adversaries. The enemy had been there for him, or more accurately, his Sharingan. Exactly who they were working for or what their real numbers were was uncertain. But Sasuke clearly reiterated to the 3 people listening to him that the enemy wanted to conquer the entire continent and to glass every inch of soil that made up the 5 great shinobi nations. This was the information the 2 women who attacked him let slip before stealing his eye. Remembering the day brought back the painful humiliation of defeat as well as all of his other miseries, which inevitably led to the Uchiha gnashing his teeth, clenching his fists and snapping angrily at his audience again. However, thanks to the company of Sakura and Naruto, the boy was quick to calm his fury and return to his previously melancholic state. His anger suppressed and his outbursts quelled, the group was once more left in momentary silence after Sasuke had spilled everything he could on the matter. Upon processing the information for himself, Naruto scrunched his brow and looked at the patient on the bed with a serious demeanor in play. On our mission, we also ran into someone with a blank headband, a kunoichi who was in Yuki no Kuni negotiating with the leader there and asking whether they wanted to join their organization. This info had Sasuke's eye cut to the blonde quickly, who looked down at the floor in deep and troubled thought. I think that she and the group who attacked you are in league with one another, and that they're all working for the same master. Running this through a couple of times, Sasuke nodded in agreement. I think you're right. Appearing nervous at this, Sakura then looked between the 2 boys worryingly. So, what you guys are saying is that there's some group of bandits out there attacking people on the roads and making deals with various dictators, for, what? An invasion? World domination? World destruction, Sasuke answered, getting his former teammate to freeze up while he glared down at the fists he'd formed around the sheets of his bed. That's what the woman in the armor said to me. Shizun, hearing the discussion being thrown between the children, tightened her arms around her writing pad and looked at them seriously as well. World destruction could just be another way of them saying world domination. You never know. They could be saying one thing, but mean something else completely different. She looked over the kids talking about their separate encounters and how they could be linked, and for what purpose, which allowed her to draw upon her own conclusions from past experiences. There are all sorts of tyrants out there with all sorts of ideas and motivations. They could want anything from precious valuables to getting their hands on an entire country. Wanting to tear down the 5 great shinobi nations could also fall under that category. Sighing and rubbing his head, Naruto panned towards the older Kunoichi again. At this point, there's nothing much we can say, except that there are a bunch of dangerous shinobi and mercenaries out there gaining power in the shadows. For what reason exactly we don't know, but I think we should keep an extra eye and ear open for more on this matter. This earned nods of concurrence from Sasuke and Sakura, before the Jinchuriki stepped back and leant up against the wall behind him. Damn it. I hate complicated shit like this, especially involving cults, mafias and secret organizations. Solving mysteries was never your strongest point, Naruto, Sakura said, beaming across at the Jonin in a cheeky manner. Fighting? Yes. Strategy? Unorthodox, yes. Problem solving? Not in the slightest. Holding up a finger, the blonde waved it in the air while biting his lip in contemplation. Look, I'm working on it. Seeing the girl stick her tongue out at him teasingly, the blonde then pointed in her direction. Don't get smart with me, young lady, or I'll have no choice but to report you. He then pointed toward Sasuke to see his rival looking across at him in slight amusement. And you, team. Get better so I can have that scrap with you. If you want me, knock on my front door. If I'm not available, I'm probably out training or on a mission. Sure. Whatever, the Uchiha replied, relaxing somewhat at the conversation finally rolling to an end. Smiling at seeing the team recover a bit and watching Sakura shuffle over to sit comfortably beside the slightly better-looking Sasuke, who now seemed excited at finally being given an opportunity to fight his rival, Shizen then turned to said blonde challenger and beamed at him when he backed up toward the gap in the curtains. By the way, Naruto-kun, congratulations on your promotion to Jonin. I never got the chance to say this to you earlier because Tsunade-sama and I had to leave so quickly, but now that I'm here. Brightening up at her words of praise, Naruto waved towards the woman in a show of appreciation. Thanks, Shizen-nichan. I never thought I was going to receive a promotion straight to Jonin, but if the judges thought that it was appropriate, then I'm not complaining. He'd come to terms with this fact during his mission to Yuki no Kuni. If he had the skills and brains necessary to lead a squad on a mission like the one he just came back from, then he was going to face his future with confidence and poise. While considering that note, the youngster then looked towards the woman curiously. Wait, so, if you're here, in Konoha, then, does that mean dash? Giggling, Shizen gave a quick nod before pointing out the door. Tsunade-sama is down the hall in exam room 6. Hokage-sama put her straight to work as soon as she stepped into his office. Ah, Naruto grinned and gave one last nod before running off. Seeing her teammate on the move and not wanting to be left out of this one, Sakura gave Sasuke one last reassuring pat on the hand before following after the blonde. This left the raven-haired teen under the care of the Sannin's apprentice, who proceeded on with her checkup, while also calling for an orderly to help clean up the mess. A quick skip and a hop down the hall, and Naruto soon found himself at his next destination. When he arrived outside the room, he gave a brief, spirited knock and waited for the inevitable, come in, to follow, giving him permission to enter. Passing through, he first spotted the familiar blonde hair and back belonging to one Tsunade of the Sannin, until she stepped to the side and revealed another all too recognizable face sitting in front of her. This came in the form of Isaribi, who was currently sitting comfortably under the gaze of the legendary Kunoichi doing her scheduled checkup of her. Spotting her roommate standing in the doorway, Isaribi straightened up sharply and beamed, Naruto-kun. Welcome back. Isaribi-chan. While raising his hand to wave, Sakura's head popped out from behind him and looked into the room curiously. Oh, it's you brat, Tsunade spoke up, sounding a little bit surprised as she turned toward the exit with her hands on her hips and a smirk pulled across her full, gorgeous lips. Still alive and kicking I see. That's good. Yep, and kicking ass at the same time. You're happy to see me? Naruto asked curiously, stepping into the room at the same time. Wow, isn't that a little bit out of character for you? Tsunade gave a small laugh, I'm just being nice. A habit I think you should consider taking up. Hey, I'm nice. I just act like a pain to people who pick on others for no apparent reason. Yeah, well, you'll be happy to know that I've passed that stage in my life, Tsunade responded, before giving a slight shrug in his direction. It's been a while, so I'm still getting used to it. Don't make this process any harder than it already is, you troublesome brat. As Sakura stepped into the room to hang behind Naruto, the Jinchuriki approached the table where Isaribi was sitting on and stood by the purple-haired girl, who gazed fondly at him in kind. So what brought you all the way back here to Konoha, Bachan? I was under the impression that you didn't like this place, like Erosenin. The woman balked a little at that reference. Erosen, oh, Jiraiya? Tsunade snorted before frowning again, that old pervert doesn't hate this place. He just likes his own company and not being tied down to one home. I on the other hand, well, I'm not going to deny I didn't despise this village at one point in my life, but after thinking about it some more after the tournament I decided to let bygones be bygones and just popped in to say hi to some old friends. The Sannin chuckled and ran a hand through her hair. Sensei also asked me to come in and stick around for a little while when he ran into me in Yugikure, something about having some work for me to do and all that nonsense. Did he now? Naruto asked with a wicked grin. That's pretty cool. What did he need you to do, and why? Aside from being a former ninja of this village, I'm also the strongest kunoichi on this continent and, in my own humble opinion, the greatest medical specialist you're likely to come across. Any village would pay Big Rio to have me come in to do some work for them, Tsunade replied while placing her hand on the table beside Isaribi, before turning and moving over to the desk where she had all her notes. Picking up the pad, she began scribbling more information down from her most recent scan of her patient prior to the intrusion. I'm just surprised Sensei didn't call me in sooner. Maybe he just wanted you to have some space, Naruto replied, giving a small smile as he knew about the stuff the woman had had to go through in the past. Everyone needs to get some fresh air every once in a while. It's good to get out in the world and stretch your legs for a bit. He'd heard everything from Jiraiya, about how her career as a kunoichi had screwed her over and how she developed this fear of blood. He was actually surprised to see her in the hospital, a place where she was bound to come across a lot of blood. Tsunade, sensing the sincerity in the young Jonin's tone, smiled at that while her back was turned. Yeah. I guess even the super hardcore can understand idiotic stuff like that. She then glanced briefly at the blonde standing beside his friends, looking over him momentarily before turning to face her writing pad. In any case, he offered me a lot of money to come around to do a couple of jobs for him, so I took him up on his offer. Got in just 2 days before you did. Did you lose all of the suitcases of cash you managed to make betting at the tournament already? The Jinchuriki asked inquisitively. Aside from all of the other important stuff, Naruto also remembered some of the woman's other interests Jiraiya had told him about during his month of training. What? No, Tsunade scoffed, keeping her back turned to hide the nervous sweat that appeared on her face. What kind of brain-dead idiot do you take me for? From the way you could see her expression from the angle the 3 teenagers standing behind her were at, even with no face to give away any tells, you could tell that was exactly what she'd done. Clearing her throat after she felt the sly grin from Naruto and the head shakes from Sakura, the slug Sannin Tsunade turned back around and approached them again. I only lost 2/3 of it at the tables. I'm back to where I started from, but at least I was able to return everything I owe. Shaking her head after finishing up her writing, she then rested her hands on her hips again and gazed across at the Jinchuriki. She then gave a brief smile towards the boy, one that was deep and meaningful. Besides the money, I also had some other things I needed to consider. I would never have come back to this place if I didn't settle up with some of the old ghosts from my past. You really helped me out on that last one, Naruto. Since her last bit came out in a bit of a mumble, Naruto looked at her strangely. What was that, Bachan? Isaribi and Sakura also shared his confusion. The woman waved at him dismissively, never mind. I tend to ramble every now and then. She then decided to focus her attention back on Isaribi and turned to the girl with full intent and focus. Well, after looking you over for myself Isaribi, I can say with absolute certainty that it's definitely possible to fix you up. Seeing the girl's expression brighten up, the woman continued unimpeded. It's all a matter of removing the excess membranes from your skin and adjusting the formula so that the human skin takes over. The stability between the 2 strains that gives you your amphibious capabilities in your cells is fine. All we have to do is operate to remove the additions you do not want showing on the outside, isolate the areas and cover them up. Really? Isaribi asked. Yes, Tsunade answered, slipping her clipboard underneath her arm. It's a delicate procedure. If you want it done correctly and to not have scars showing at the end of it, it's best that I perform the operation myself. Though it's been a little while since I last operated on a patient to this extent, I'm sure I'll be able to do it. No sweat. Naruto, feeling a little put off by this information, stepped forward. Are you really sure, Bachan? Because, if anything happens to Isaribi-chan when she's under. Don't worry, brat, the Sannin spoke while looking toward the young Jonin in amusement, I won't hurt your friend. When you've done this for as long as I have, operating on patients becomes as natural as breathing. Just give me a month to get all of my material and resources together, and I'll have her fixed up in just 2 sessions. She turned to face all of the teenagers fully and nodded to them. As it turns out, this was one of the few jobs that Hiruzen wanted me to see to first, as it required somebody of my level of skill to perform. With the list he gave me and the numbers of assignments he had lined up, I'm expected to be here for quite a while, so you can count on seeing my face around the village for the next half a year or so. I'm not going anywhere. Blinking, Naruto smiled and folded his arms in relief. Was the paycheck he wrote you too much to resist? Tsunade shook her head at that. There's more to this line of work than just money, kid. She tilted her head and beamed in the boy's direction. A medical nin is someone who helps people in need, someone who provides aid and comfort to their comrades when they're in dire straits, and someone who helps those who have fallen to the ground find their feet again. A good medical shinobi can save hundreds of lives on the field, and is a person that most people will turn to when they get hurt. It is our job to give aid to those fighting to recover and to heal from their wounds. While it is indeed important for a shinobi or kunoichi to be good at fighting, there is always going to be a need for those who are able to put their friends back together when they fall apart. These words struck a chord with Isaribi and, while Naruto was listening intently to what the woman had to say, also struck a chord with Sakura. The pink-haired girl gazed up at the blonde-haired woman as she went on, keeping her eyes trained on all of them as she opened up to the youngsters with her ideals, which she'd formed in her time as a kunoichi of Konohagakure. With the way she looked now when not glaring down at them in a competitive or negative way, she definitely looked the part of someone worth following in the footsteps of. Right now, she appeared as someone any kunoichi would want to aspire towards. Though her expression reflected a grim reality, the Sannin still held a determined smile. When you made that bet with me back in the tournament and won it, you made me remember a lot of the things I thought I'd forgotten a long time ago, and I'm grateful for it. Chuckling, Tsunade brought her clipboard back up again and set it on the table next to her. She then gestured for Isaribi to hop off, indicating that she was done with her checkup. You can say I also got a lot of my old self back. Upon listening to her sincere words, Naruto then shot her a bright grin and nodded his head enthusiastically. It feels good to smile again, doesn't it? Tsunade chuckled and scratched her cheek. Yeah, it does. She then opened her eyes to look at the blonde, but then noticed the kunoichi standing behind the Jinchuriki step forward and come to stand in front of her. Blinking at the appearance of the pink-haired teenager, the Sannin raised an eyebrow curiously. Oh, you're Sakura, right? Sakura Haruno? The girl nodded. You're the one who fought the fan user in the first round of the exams. Even though it was a short bout, you gave us quite an impressive performance. Gulping under the gaze of one of the most powerful kunoichi in the world, Sakura stood at attention, bracing herself firmly before speaking. Tsunade-sama, I've heard a lot about you and your work and, for a long time I've been looking to do something of worth for my team. After hearing what you just said about medical ninja being able to help people, I'm just wondering. About what? Putting her hands in front of her, Sakura took in a deep, uneasy breath and pressed her fingers together. I know you're busy and everything, but, if it's possible, I would really like to learn from you, Tsunade-sama, about how to become a strong medical ninja. Feeling the surprise come to Naruto and Isaribi's faces behind her, the kunoichi stiffened and bowed lowly. Please. I want to be able to help the village and my comrades as much as I can, and to provide aid to my friends whenever they get hurt. There are a lot of dangers out there in the world, and if I'm going to be put onto a team that's going to be sent on a mission far away from the village, I want to be able to carry my weight onto the field. She gave a moment of pause and straightened herself up even more so. I would really appreciate it if you took my name into consideration. Looking a bit surprised herself, Tsunade then stared down at the girl for a few moments. Her eyes narrowed and gaze hardened as she considered the girl bowing her head to her, before seeing her glance up to stare firmly at her. She was an interesting character. Aside from her teammates Naruto and Sasuke, she had a different air about her person that reminded the Sannin a bit about herself when she was younger. She wasn't brash, but she was hot-tempered and had confidence. On the field she also displayed somewhat of a fierce spirit, unafraid to come to blows with the opposition, and had some very unique talents in both ninjutsu and taijutsu. From what she'd seen of the girl, even on first glance, Tsunade saw quite a lot of potential in her, and that was saying something. Intrigued by this prospect, Tsunade considered Sakura's request for training even harder. What she was asking from her was just a few lessons. She wanted to learn medical ninjutsu under her so that she could help her teammates on the field and become someone who was needed, somebody who could do something more for their group. While this was certainly commendable, after considering it some more, the Sannin then came to an alternative decision. Smirking at the end when she once again fixed onto the youngster's determined face, Tsunade straightened up a little more and spoke. So, you would like me to take you under my wing, is that it? Yes, Sakura nodded. I want to train to become stronger, strong enough to be able to support my teammates and my friends, and to help others in need. Tsunade's gaze hardened even more and she crossed her arms. Are you sure about this? Because I'm going to tell you right now that my training isn't going to be easy. You have to be incredibly committed and focused if you're going to be learning jutsu and theory under my guidance, and my physical exercises are no walk in the park either. To be a strong medical ninja, you need to have a strong body and a strong mind. I'll have a lot of work and responsibilities lined up for you, and in order to get your skills to be as razor-sharp as my own, I'm going to be putting you through hell on earth. This warning had Naruto and Isaribi shiver, as her expression matched the tone of her words. The pink-haired girl, however, was unfazed. All she did was frown, steel herself even more, and planted her foot into the ground. I'll be willing to go to hell and back if it means protecting my friends. And this she meant. After seeing what happened to Sasuke, she was determined to make this big step forward. At that, the Sannin's intent increased tenfold. Are you absolutely certain about this? Unwavering in the face of her seriousness, Sakura nodded. Yes, I am. And that was all Tsunade needed to hear. A smile returned to the Sannin's face as she acknowledged the youngster's words completely. Very well then. Uncrossing her arms, the woman stepped forward. Starting right now, Sakura Haruno, you'll be learning medical ninjutsu from me as my apprentice. This declaration had everyone present in the room look at her in shock, as they did not expect the woman to just come out and say that. To give a few lessons, yes, but for her to openly state she wanted to take on a student. Nevertheless, it still brought a joyful glow to Sakura's face. Work hard. Yes, sensei, the teen responded with vigor, bowing once more. Smiling at the girl's excitement, Tsunade then noticed the smile on Naruto and Isaribi, and turned to them in acknowledgement. What? Hearing the question thrown his way, Naruto chuckled. Nothing. We're just surprised, is all. The Sannin shrugged. I'll be stuck in this village for a while, so why not? Besides. She nodded toward Sakura to see her almost literally bouncing on her toes where she was standing with her hands at her sides. She's a tough girl with a lot of potential, definitely someone I wouldn't think of passing up. And you yourself are also learning under Jiraiya. It would be incredibly unfair to keep her out of the loop and learning from one of the best in the nation, don't you think? Naruto stepped forward and placed a hand on his friend's shoulder, catching the pink-haired kunoichi's attention and smiling in her direction. If she wants to do this, I won't stop her. He tightened his grip around her reassuringly and nodded. Good luck, Sakura-chan. Said Team 7 member beamed back at her friend and acknowledged his words of sincerity. Thank you, Naruto. Words of kindness shared and business settled. Naruto and Isaribi eventually took their leave. Tsunade arranged with the purple-haired girl to come visit her as soon as she had all her notes and material finalized, and promised her that she would have her fixed up ASAP. This brought no ends of joy to Isaribi, who practically bounded out of that hospital after everything had been put in order. The Jinchuriki followed her out as well, deciding to take her for a celebratory lunch before heading on home. It had been a long day for all of them, and Naruto had every reason to believe that more of these days were waiting for him just around the corner. XXX. Sometime later? Naruto's apartment. Plopping down on the couch and sprawling out on top of it, Naruto groaned languidly as he gazed up towards the ceiling of his lounge room above him. Kicking off his sandals and placing his heels on top of the coffee table in front of him, he then allowed his body to melt into the cushions of his favorite seat in the house, where his buttocks fitted comfortably into the groove of the bear's throne, like pieces to a puzzle. Hell, he was so content with finally being back in the village that he'd readily tossed his vest onto the couch next to him without a second thought or care. God, even after over a week of being away, you end up missing your favorite den, Naruto murmured. Hearing a giggle of a voice behind him, the blonde craned his head around to see Isaribi standing beside him and looking at him in amusement. With a big smile on her bandaged face, the girl slowly stepped over and plopped herself down on the seat next to the blonde. When she sunk into the cushion, she beamed toward the homeowner, whom she'd obviously missed over the course of his entire mission. You weren't the only one who was missing things, the diver informed him. Oh? You too, the Jonin asked while tilting his head with a cheeky grin. What were you missing, if I may ask, Isaribi-chan? My company? My roguish charm? My jokes? My casual wit? Hanging out with a good friend? Playing games with me? Isaribi laughed and playfully slapped him in the arm. You, Naruto-kun, and all of that stuff. This place isn't the same without you around. The blonde breathed a light chuckle as he lay back in the couch under the kind stare of his second flatmate. Yeah, I figure it would be pretty dull and dreary. Not to mention eventless, the purple-haired girl replied, at the same time shuffling over to him and grinning. She was clearly excited, especially after the good news she'd heard come from her doctors today. In only a few weeks' time, she was going to be fixed up and made to look normal again, a dream she thought was only going to remain as such. But I did miss your company the most. It makes me feel calm and happy. And that's always a good thing. Of course, Naruto beamed. I get the same thing from you guys. Blushing a bit at the warm smile he threw towards her, Isaribi brushed her hair behind her ear and gazed at him once again. So, are you going to tell me and the others about your mission? You did promise that you were going to tell all of us about your adventure when you got back. I did I? The Jinchuriki laughed as he then adjusted the metal guard over his head. Pulling off his goggles and setting them aside, he then wrapped an arm up and over the couch so that it hung over the girl. Though Isaribi paid it small mind due to the gesture, she nevertheless accepted it for what it was and got comfortable. Well, seeing as how it's going to go public at the release of the next Princess Gale movie anyway, I have no problems in telling you every little detail about what happened on our trip. He then threw her a cheeky smile. You may want to get some popcorn for this. It's going to be a long and exciting tale. Isaribi giggled, no thanks. I'm good. Alright then. So, it all started about a week ago when my team for the Epic Quest assembled at the front gate to head off to where our clients would be waiting for us. We had to hang around a bit for Kid-kun to show up because he was preparing snacks for the journey, bless his heart. Too bad he has no taste buds whatsoever and nearly ended up assassinating the entire film crew. Anyhow, when he finally decided to turn up, we dash. Unfortunately, before he could go into further detail about his recent and most epic venture outside of Konohagakure thus far, the two teenagers were interrupted from their alone time by the front door to the apartment clicking open and footsteps approaching the living room. Glancing in the direction of the archway when they heard the door open and close, they then saw the familiar face of Tayuya pop into view. Expecting her at first to be exhausted from a day at the office and from undertaking an easy mission, Naruto was surprised to see the girl was sporting a ton of bandages and looking like she'd run for miles. Her clothing was also slightly ruffled from an obvious conflict she'd been involved with, an event she was obviously still aggravated over from the miserable look on her face. However, when her eyes landed on her Jinchuriki roommate, she cheered up considerably. Shithead. Tayuya-chan. Naruto greeted with a smile before his expression became puzzled. What the heck happened to you? Blinking at the question, the redhead then looked her body over and chuckled at the various band-aids and bandages covering her. I went on a mission with Kiba and Hinata to the land of tea to escort a member of the Wasabi family through some annual race against the Wagarashi family. We ran into some problems and, well, one thing led to another and shit started to hit the fan. She then threw out her arms in amusement before placing them on her hips. It was a fucked up mission, shithead. I hope you had a much better time on yours than I did on mine. Expressions reflecting excitement, Naruto and Isaribi quickly waved the girl over, with the former patting the space beside him. I want to hear your story first, the Jinchuriki stated, seeing the redhead look at him incredulously. Come on. Details. We need details. Don't leave us hanging here, Tayuya, Isaribi chirped as well. Looking between the two beaming faces gazing in her direction, Tayuya then breathed out a sigh and chuckled. Alright, fine. If you guys really want to know. Smiling at their simply positive expressions, the redhead marched over to them and sat herself down right on Naruto's other side. Once she was comfortable and everyone had taken a seat, the red-haired musician began regaling them in her own tale from the past week. Her story took place about a couple of days after Naruto left on his, but hers was completed around the exact same time his came to an end. No detail was spared on any part of the journey, as she told them both about how the person they were assigned to escort on his race wouldn't stop badgering her, how they encountered enemy ninja on their journey, including shinobi from Amigakure and a shinobi formerly of Konohagakure named Aoi. She said how the guy gave all of them a tough time and used this cheap-ass Raijin no Ken, sword of the Thunder God, to fight them, before kicking his ass and sending his body over a ravine. It was one hell of an exciting chapter and definitely one Tayuya could walk away proud of, as the good guys won not only the battle but the race as well. It brought smiles to everyone's faces as they talked well into the hour. Kin eventually returned home and into the night. Not a bad way for two newly promoted Konohagakure shinobi to come back from their first A-rank missions as Jonin. XXX. For weeks later, sitting inside of a yakisoba restaurant across from one another, Naruto and Tayuya were enjoying a nice, delicious lunch of noodles with a side of chicken pieces after a long and taxing morning of training. You could tell that they were both famished and tired. Well, one of them was. While the Jinchuriki was still in relatively clean and good condition, the exact same condition he'd started the day as indicated by the sun-kissed smile he had on his face and the delightful reflection in his eyes, his girlfriend had a couple of band-aids slapped over her cheeks with a bit of swelling and bruising on the side. She was cheerful too, there was no doubt about that. However, she was clearly the one that was the worse off as an end result of their exercises. Nevertheless, instead of talking about the training and how the blonde-haired Jinchuriki practically held the exchange in his favor throughout all of their close-range engagements, they were a lot more interested in talking about something else on their date. To count the number of lunches and dates they'd already been on together would have been pointless, since they'd practically lost count of all the days they'd spent in each other's company for personal them time long ago. What mattered most was what they did during their sessions as a couple and how they used the minutes. It was enjoyable for both parties, and though they would have worn out the number of topics they could have discussed as a pair, being the people who they were, they had a lot to talk about. I don't think the first Hokage could dance. Naruto shook his head, not at all. Why do you say that? Tayuya asked with clear amusement reflected in her expression. The guy is a fucking legend. He's, like, godlike, if you want to put it in that way. He could practically do anything, even grow an entire fucking forest of giant, man-eating flowers out of his ass. The fights he got into changed entire landscapes. Yeah, especially that big one he got into with his other half, Madara Uchiha, the blonde said while looking up thoughtfully and appearing slightly impressed at whatever gossip he'd been able to pick up on that event from years past. Man, I wonder what that would have been like, standing on the sidelines of the biggest grudge match of all time? It must have been a battle between titans, or monsters, or something. It must have been pretty damn terrifying, if you ask me, Tayuya said, continuing to speak with noodles hanging from her lips and a thoughtful look of her own as she gazed across at the Jinchuriki. I read some of the recounts I was able to dig up at the library. You actually went and found stuff on that? Hey, a girl can have hobbies outside of musical theory and training too. Mr. I can talk to animals and gets into trouble on every single mission he goes on. Getting in touch with my village's history can be one of them. Holding up a hand, Naruto prepared a retort to that last jab but hesitated. Thinking it over a few times, the youngster then pointed at the girl now sporting the shit-eating grin. That last one with the flower mission doesn't count. Doesn't it? How the hell was I supposed to know the flower's pollen would suddenly come to life and start attacking me out of the blue? The Jinchuriki asked in a hysterical tone while throwing his arms about. That job had to be some kind of prank. Not too long ago, Shizune had sent him, Lee and Shiho on a mission to the mountain areas within the Land of Fire to pick up some herbs from a medical ninja working out in those parts and researching the plant life there. Apparently the area was said to be cursed or haunted or some such fiddle-faddle, and the boy had went in there with a spring in his step and a smile on his face, as if the whole horror movie theme didn't mean anything to him. Deciding to take a shortcut, he and his teammates had cut through the woods along the road and into the supposedly ghost-infested forest, where they unwittingly stumbled upon a grove with flowers that glowed in 7 different colors. Naruto then went and picked one for the road to give to Tayuya as a present, along with Lee and Shiho, but the second they did and managed to get their hands on a bunch of them, all hell broke loose when the pollen from the clearing gathered around the center and transformed into an exact copy of Gaara, and started attacking them. It took the Jinchuriki and his taijutsu teammate combined to take it out without completely destroying the area, but things turned out well in the end. The woman in charge of watching over the grove was pissed at them though. Even though they successfully completed the mission, Naruto still ended up getting scolded for his curiosity. Tayuya giggled at his sour expression and waved at him. No matter what you say, it still counts, shithead. She then poked him in the chest for good measure. You got sidetracked and got your ass beat. Straightforward cause and effect. Naruto grumbled childishly. That thing wasn't even alive. How the hell did it even know I was hiding underground? He tried popping up and nailing it when its back was turned, but apparently it was quick to learn and flushed him out of the hole he dug to try and get the drop on it. He then shook off the memories of that day and pointed back at his girlfriend. Anyway, you read up on Senju Hashirama? Nodding as she stirred her noodles, Tayuya smirked. I researched his last fight with Madara Uchiha, and I learned about the amount of damage he and his opponent caused in their final spat. Apparently Hashirama created entire forests and moved the earth beneath his feet more than once while fighting his opponent, whereas Madara was absolutely leveling the countryside. Hell, he even sliced the tops off of the surrounding mountain ranges with just one attack. She then nodded at the blink of surprise. The Jinchuriki responded with, sure, he had the Kyuubi with him and everything, but slicing the tops off of mountains? Fuck. If that's not overpowered, then I don't know what is. So, 2 of the strongest shinobi in existence remade an entire country in a good, old-fashioned alpha male pissing contest while at the same time comparing dick sizes. That's fun, Naruto said while twirling his chopsticks between his fingers. I'm sure a lot of jokes would have come out of that if the 2 of them weren't the most powerful ninja in history. He wasn't sure if he could call them ninja anymore if they could take out entire mountains with a single attack. A shinobi was supposed to be a warrior or person who operated undercover, infiltrating villages and countries using stealth, assassinating people and completing secret missions under the noses of the general public. To scrap over a continent while reshaping an entire area of landscape at the same time is not exactly shinobi-like. In fact, it was something else entirely. If I was comparing the first and Madara to anyone, they would have to be 2 kids fighting over a colony of ants at the park, with the ants in this case being ordinary people like you and me, Naruto said, pointing between him and his girlfriend, who proceeded to listen to him intently while eating her yakisoba. The blonde then went on to hold up his left and right hand, while one of the kids wants to squash and kill every single one of the insects in the colony, either because he hates them or because it's fun. The other kid wants to take those ants, put them onto a farm and watch over them, organize them and protect them like they were his own. A moment of silence then followed when he placed both examples on the metaphorical set of scales, a single blink coming from the teen before he grinned and pointed at her. That's actually a good metaphor of today's ninja society. I'm keeping it. Tayuya snorted before laughing. You know, that really is a good example. Sounds almost like something Shino would come up with. Yeah, you're right, man. Naruto shook his head. Maybe some of that insight and seriousness that comes with the territory of being a jonin is finally starting to bleed onto us. The power of the vest is strong. He tugged on his set of clothing to illustrate his point. True. For a piece of deft ninja wear, it sure is moving, Tayuya added, poking herself in the chest and pulling on the hem of her uniform. I think I'm actually starting to get used to this rank. Yesterday I popped into the office again and stood at attention alongside a couple of other chunin. I didn't even know the guys, but I felt like I was part of their group and that I could work with them like they were my equals, despite being a few feet shorter than most of them. Not to mention you're technically higher in rank than a chunin, so you're their superior, Naruto added with a grin. We all adjust to our new positions at our own paces, don't we? Yeah. But we're all going to continue getting tougher and upping our skill levels no matter what, Tayuya replied, slurping more noodles into her mouth before looking across to see her boyfriend do the same. Hell, you could be a genin and become as strong as a Kage. Damn right. But that strength is a lot more meaningful when it has an appropriate rank attached to it. Erosenin is technically still a jonin of this village, but he gets to call himself the Toad Mountain Sage and one of the 3 legendary Sannin on a regular basis, and is super strong to boot. He's got so many epithets I don't even know where to start. In Naruto's mind, the more titles you had bestowed upon you by others, the better your rank and position in the eyes of the general population became. It brought you more respect and had people take you a lot more seriously when it came to certain situations and discussions. Though, in Jiraiya's case, Naruto highly doubted that about the man sometimes, in spite of his impressive history. Tayuya, picking up more noodles and chicken with her chopsticks, continued to smile as she added her next bit. I want to become as strong as Senju and Madara one day, the redhead said while looking towards her boyfriend. I don't care how damn long it takes. Whether it takes 3 years or 100. I'll get there someday. I want to be right up there with you when you take up the mantle of the greatest Hokage in history. She was so excited about the idea that when she took her noodles up in her chopsticks and devoured them, she made a bit of a mess as sauce splattered down her chin and onto her plate. Chuckling a little at her exclamations and seeing her stress at her blunder, Naruto pulled up a napkin and, reaching over, wiped the stray bits of sauce from her face. Taking her head gently in his hand, he made sure to wipe away all the excess pieces as his gaze met hers. The two of them remained like that, even when he lowered his napkin back to his side. I'll make sure we both get there. Taking in his smile, Tayuya blushed under his radiating intensity and ran a hand through her hair. When he pulled away, she took his hand and squeezed it, before they returned to their food. All the while smiles remained on their faces as they sat in the quiet restaurant, listening to the environment playing out in the background and the music chiming over the speakers. You're so cheesy, shithead. Ah, be quiet, Tayuya-chan. XXX. A week or so later. No, you're getting it wrong. What? How? I'm doing exactly what you showed me, Isaribi-chan. You're supposed to cook the fish this way for this kind of meal. Not that way. You'll end up cooking only one side if you do. Stuff like this is very important if you're going to make this dish, Naruto-kun. Ah, man. This bites. I'm much more used to open flames. If I could do that in here, I wouldn't be having so many problems. Do that and you'll end up burning down your apartment again, said Diver, and second resident of the apartment giggled while showing the troubled youngster exactly how to fry the fillets he had over the hot plate. While Naruto wasn't too shabby in the cooking department and he was able to cook a better than decent meal on most days, some of his methods went completely out of left field. Thankfully the purple-haired Chimera was there to help him out for this lesson. I don't see how lighting a campfire in the middle of your living room was in any way a good idea. Above-mentioned blonde chuckled and rubbed his head in a nervous manner, while at the same time allowing his other roommate to take the wheel of their shared frying pan. It seemed like a good idea at the time. But I learned the hard way that you can only light campfires in well-ventilated areas and dugouts. My apartment's lounge room is definitely not a well-ventilated area, especially if you want to make a bonfire afterwards. I'd take it up to the roof, but it'd attract too much attention. You're such a weirdo, Naruto-kun, Isaribi giggled. Yeah. That's exactly what the squad of Chunin said to me when they came around to put out the fire in my apartment, for the 4th time. Ramen burned surprisingly quickly. Who would have thought? Ever since he got back from the Chunin selection exams and started immersing himself into his new responsibilities as a Jonin of Konohagakure, normal days like this where Naruto had some time off to himself had been pretty routine and, in his opinion, rather enjoyable. Whenever he wasn't training or finishing up a report from his latest mission, he was either going out on dates with Tayuya or hanging out with his other friends spending quality time with them. Tenten would often stop by to see if he was available and drag him away for some one-on-one time with her blonde-haired hero and crush, with the same being said for both Kin and Isaribi. Whenever the two girls weren't working, they were dividing up their time taking care of the apartment and spending a day hanging with Naruto, as well as fighting over him. While the Jinchuriki loved hanging out with his musician girlfriend of 2 years plus, he also found it a joy to hang out with Kin. Tayuya was tomboyish and shared a lot of the same interests and tastes as Naruto, on account of their upbringing and long time living together, and Tenten loved to train and fight, something that she clearly had a common interest in with the Jinchuriki and his magnetic personality. Kin on the other hand was a great friend. She was witty, sarcastic and tomboyish as well, and since she'd had a harsh upbringing like Naruto, the two of them connected well on a much deeper level. Even though she was once on a rival team from a supposed enemy village, she was still a nice person when you got to know her and could have fun just like everybody else. This supported Naruto's belief that you couldn't judge a person based on what social group or community they came from. It was really the individual that counted. If they were nice, they were nice. If they were assholes, then you didn't need to speak with them. Then there was Isaribi and her days spent with Naruto. It didn't escape the blonde's notice that the Chimera had become increasingly fond of him over the weeks and that she would always come to hang around with him whenever he was in the apartment. One of the odd quirks she'd picked up since she moved in was lie down next to the blonde whenever he was resting and just watched him while he napped. She'd also taken on some more feminine qualities about her person as well, which she further accentuated from the various articles of clothing she read about from the magazines she bought. It was a change Naruto had easily noticed in the teen, but kept his mouth closed over it as he reasoned that all she wanted to do was change her mental and physical image before going through with the operation she had coming up shortly. Isaribi was so excited about it that she couldn't sit still, and the Jinchuriki couldn't help but feel happy for her. She was much livelier now, and being lively in Naruto's book was always a good thing. It was a little bit tough fitting in quality time for all of his friends, and that's not even counting his teammates. Naruto would always bump into people on the streets, especially those of the Rookie 9 from the academy and Team Guy. Whenever he was not making unexpected rendezvous on the village streets, he'd also see Kakashi, Sakura and Sasuke every now and again. While his Kunoichi friend was undergoing the opening stages of her apprenticeship under Lady Tsunade, the latter Uchiha was also coping well with the loss of one of his Sharingan. The experience had affected the raven-haired genius emotionally as well as physically, but his friends and teacher were doing everything that they could to get him back on his feet and back up to speed. He was still crabby whenever they fussed over him, yet he was making good and steady progress over his new circumstances. He was still determined to fight Naruto and was making regular visits to the training fields, almost as many as the Jinchuriki was making in the very early mornings with Tayuya. That too was another plus. Watching the fish crackle and pop on top of the frying pan, Naruto hummed to himself in a clearly cheerful manner while Isaribi stood beside him smiling as he shifted the fish over the hot surface. See? It's so much better this way. You're not only getting a good fish out of it, but you're also keeping your apartment intact. Haha, Naruto replied jokingly while rolling his head around. It's a quality stove. I can always count on it for heating up water for my cupped ramen. He then pointed down at the fillets. We may need to flip it more regularly so that it doesn't burn too much on one side, like you said. Isaribi chirped, before proceeding to watch the Jinchuriki expertly toss the fish. She beamed at him when he cheered at a successful triple flip and threw her a grin in kind. Seeing his smile, the purple-haired chimera tucked some hair behind her ear and placed a hand against his arm tentatively. I really enjoy hanging out with you, Naruto-kun. Yeah. Same here, Isaribi-chan. Gaze softening and eyes shimmering, the girl's cheeks became a little heated as she faced the boy firmly and looked him right in the eyes. Taking in a deep breath, she started to speak, albeit a lot more nervously than before. And Naruto? I just wanted to say, what I want to do, Clearing her throat and looking incredibly anxious, the girl struggled with the words she wanted to say next that she hoped would best express her feelings. Seeing the boy waiting patiently for a response, Isaribi quickly settled her nerves and puffed out her chest. I want to go on a date with you, Naruto-kun. A real date. Naruto blinked in surprise. Really? I know that you're with Tayuya-chan already and you spend a lot of time with her and Tenten, but I want you to know that I like you a lot too, Naruto-kun, and I would really like the chance to go out with you and have some fun, just the two of us, by ourselves, Isaribi said with an assertive tone of voice. Staring up at him, the girl nodded, affirming the fact that that was her final answer. Will you go out with me? She was almost immediately expecting him to say no. Not even needing to think about it, but still a little bit surprised at hearing what his other roommate had to say to him, Naruto smiled and gave the girl a kind look. Sure. I'd love to go out with you, Isaribi-chan. Expression brightening at his answer, the purple-haired teen got onto her toes and pecked him on the cheek. Rubbing the area where Isaribi had made the gesture of affection, the Jinchuriki grinned at her before realizing he was probably burning the fish, and quickly went back to cooking, this time with the girl's arms wrapped securely around his. Isaribi didn't even realize how attached she was to the boy right now, but didn't spare a second thought to her unconscious response and went on to spend the rest of her time with the boy as close to him as she could. XXX. 3 days later. Early morning? When Naruto looked up his latest stats in his personal records, he was thoroughly pleased at the number of points he'd been able to accumulate. In his close to 10 months plus of being a shinobi of Konohagakure, he'd performed about 42 D-rank missions, including the missions he'd done with his team, 36 C-rank, 21 B-rank, 24 A-rank and 0 S-rank. What with the crate of assignment scrolls he'd received from clients interested in hiring him following his epic conquest of the Chunin selection exams, he'd been able to crank through dozens upon dozens of jobs, and this was no joke. Naruto had never been so busy yet so happy before in his life. The wide assortment of missions he'd gotten presented him with more challenges he wanted to fight and overcome. Some of his missions involved a lot of trivial things, like work that needed to be done around stores or hunting stray animals down when they'd escaped from their owners. Those were all bottom-of-the-barrel stuff, material people were confident he'd be able to perform. Then there was work at the academy whenever he was called in to assist during lessons, jobs outside of the village, overseeing constructions and harvests, escort missions and delivering important documents. Then you got the more heavily involved jobs, chief among which included entering danger zones, taking out mercenaries, infiltration and protection jobs. These were the more classified and for his eyes only types of tasks. His favorite among the ones he'd been on so far was the extra-long excursion to Yuki no Kuni when he was protecting Yuki, with a close second being the mission where he helped to protect a construction crew in building a highway up in the mountains close to Kumogakure, where they were ambushed by a group of mercenaries wanting to disrupt their operation. That was a terrific few days of blowing off some steam. And my record just keeps on growing with every successful job, the blonde chuckled, as he sat back on the large couch in the Jonin standby station of the administration building. While he was sitting there, comfortable in his spot, he spared a long, furtive glance toward Tayuya, who was currently lying across the same chair as him with her head resting on his leg and a content smile on her face, while at the same time playing a game of Old Maid with Asuma in the chair across from him. After poking the redhead resting on his lap on the nose, getting a giggle out of her, he turned back to his cards and grinned. I'm aiming for the top spot in this village, so I'll just keep stacking them up and letting them grow in value. Seems like you're enjoying yourself a lot on these assignments, kid, Asuma spoke up, going through the motions of the game as he picked another card from the boy across and smirked when he set down another pair. I heard all of the scrolls you took on were finished at an incredibly high standard, right down to the last second. Are you pushing yourself to finish each of them within a set time limit? With every fiber of my being, Naruto responded affirmatively. I like a good challenge. You don't get that many on D-rank assignments, unless they involve floor scrubbing. Then I can really get my wax on. Missions aren't supposed to be challenges, Naruto-kun, another voice spoke from across the room, with all eyes turning to see Kurenai standing by the fridge and picking out a cool drink from it. When she cracked it open at the cap, she straightened up and shut the door. Their job's meant to be taken seriously. After all, you're in charge of safeguarding people's lives on them, and this goes double for A-rank missions. I know that. But stress can be a real killer in our line of work, so I try to make all of my assignments as simple and as cheery as possible, the Jinchuriki responded with a smile. Seeing his charming grin, the raven-haired woman chuckled and sipped her drink. Well, I shouldn't be too worried. After all, Guy is just as eccentric as you when it comes to incredibly tough mission and he's insanely good at what he does. Heh, I think this kid could give Guy a run for his money back in his days in terms of eccentricity, Asuma added, watching his opponent take a card and set another pair down. Hearing this had Naruto frown animatedly. Well, that's not true. Lee more than fills out that area. Good point, Asuma replied, the two of them trading cards for another few turns before he looked at the boy and his companion again. So, what mission are you waiting for next? Oh, I got a job from the village of Takigakure to escort their leader's son back to his home. Since his old man is away at a meeting with a neighboring country, they want him to take care of the villagers until he gets back. He was on an excursion out of the country and needs protection on the return trip, Naruto responded with a shrug. It's a simple task. All I have to do is get him to the rendezvous point, wait for his people to pick him up and that's it. C or B rank? Asuma asked. B, they asked me to go it alone on this one, since they feel that a large number of tagalongs would warrant suspicion from us and make them uneasy, which isn't something I would want upsetting the job, the Jinchuriki said straight out without hesitation. They just needed one person to go on the escort so that they could keep all of their eyes on the one foreigner, as opposed to four. Ah, that's right. Even though we're allies, Takigakure isn't too comfortable with letting people know where the exact entrance to their village is, the bearded man nodded in understanding. It's been the hidden waterfall's most well-kept secret for decades. Nobody has the faintest idea of where the entrance to the heart of their community is, which explains how they've been able to survive through so many conflicts in the past. They're pretty much the definition of a hidden village, able to keep their home out of sight of prying eyes. And I'll bet their shinobi aren't pushovers either, Naruto added with a smile. Man, I'd really like to meet some of them. Seeing as how I'm only dropping the client halfway, I might actually get the chance to shake hands with a couple on the road. Good luck with that then, the older Jonin expressed with an encouraging smile. And have a blast. Just, try not to get into trouble on this one. No problem. For the next few minutes Naruto played around with his adversary in cards, all the while cradling his girlfriend's head. After seeing Kurenai leave for her mission with her team and seeing another Jonin enter the room to take a seat and wait around for his next orders, a Chunin then popped open the door. Looking around momentarily, he spotted the blonde over by the large couch and gestured him over. Your client is waiting for you up in the mission office, Naruto-san, the man said. With Tayuya moving out of the way and off of his lap, the Jinchuriki was free to stand. Stretching out, the blonde turned to the redhead gazing up at him and grinned. Well, see you in a few days. Don't keep me waiting, the Kunoichi replied, standing up and pecking him on the cheek before shoving him away from her roughly. Now go. Get your ass out of here, shit for brains. Okay. I'm going, Naruto laughed, waving back at her before disappearing out the door, leaving a thoroughly amused redhead and Asuma behind and staring after his shadow. XXX. Midday. For Naruto, the beginning of his next mission started off how it normally did. He would greet the client at wherever he was instructed to meet him, make introductions, trade momentary pleasantries, and collect the paperwork he was required to have on his trip out of the village. This being a B-rank mission, the blonde made sure he had everything packed and in order before setting off with his package in tow. Things went great following his exit from the safety zone known as Konohagakure, and as he headed north along with his client, things proceeded on rather smoothly. After a few hours of nothing but marching along the dirt road towards the distant horizon constantly in sight, the pair passed into another thick forest covering the countryside. With rays of sunlight breaking through the trees and beating down on top of them, Naruto and his client, a young Chunin a few years older and taller than him, with ink-black eyes, dark brown hair, gray pants, green shirt and bandoliers of gear, continued on their journey without hindrance. During which time, as they crossed the borders into Takigakure later on that day, making incredibly good progress between the two states, the shinobi from the allied village decided to share small talk with his escort. Considering the blonde traveling alongside him and the fact he barely had anything inside of the orange running pack he had on his back, which practically matched his choice of garb, Shibuki spoke up clearly and confidently. You know, after seeing you fight at the tournament and watching how you brought down each of your opponents one by one in your matches, I thought you were a pretty terrifying ninja. The way you stood through all of their attacks, getting busted up, talked down to and ripped to shreds, you were like a whole other person, someone who was not afraid to get into a fight. But looking at you up close, you're not that intimidating at all. Naruto smirked and looked up at the older teen. You'd think so with this kind of face. But between you and me, I think we can both agree that even though people can look unremarkable on the outside, they can be a real pain to deal with when they suddenly come out and show you that they're not some pathetic-looking pushover. Appearances can be deceiving, you know. The Chunin smiled. Yeah. You got that right? Even though you look pretty ordinary, I'd say you're a pretty tough guy yourself, huh, Shibuki? Naruto inquired with a grin. I bet you've got some killer moves hidden up your sleeves. The young man chuckled at that and massaged his neck. I'm nothing special. I'm actually pretty useless compared to the other shinobi of my village. Even though my father is the leader of our people, I'm nothing like him. Not even close. I've still got a long way to go before I'm even able to live up to his name. Staring across at the Chunin for a moment, Naruto then broke a cheerful smile. You want to become the leader of your village as well? It's among my list of plans, yes. I think that's a pretty awesome goal to live up to. Well, if I want to become strong, I've got to have something lying in wait for me up ahead, don't I? Shibuki said with a smile. True. Everyone's got to have goals and stuff. I know this one girl just down the road in my village who's aspiring to become the greatest chef in the world. After trying out some of the stuff she makes at her stall, I honestly believe she has a shot of doing it. What about you? What are the things in your life that make you strong, that make you want to keep moving forward and do better? Me? Well, aside from wanting to prove a point to people, I have a lot of friends I want to protect, and a dream of my own I want to achieve. He then nudged his company in the side and widened his grin. Just like you, I want to become the leader of my village too, one that surpasses all others. Really? You want to become Hokage? Yeah. It's right up there at the top of my list, Naruto stated firmly while looking ahead of them again. If you have an objective in your life, the confidence to achieve it, and the balls to do what is right, then you can definitely become strong. Shibuki considered the younger Jonin's words before smiling again. I can definitely see that your words live up to your actions. After the stuff you pulled during the exams, I shouldn't be surprised. Scratching his head, Naruto beamed, I'm a bit of a pushover at heart. It kind of ruins my whole plan of changing my appearance to an intimidating one. Chuckling at this, Shibuki then raised an eyebrow at him while folding his arms. As they marched along, he then popped a rather interesting question that has been nagging him for some time. Hey, I'm just curious. What was it like facing off against that Gaara boy in the final match? Oh, it was absolutely terrifying. Naruto then began talking about his personal experiences during the tournament, which entertained Shibuki throughout the rest of their trip across the country Takegakure resided in. Eventually, their trek along the main highway led them up a rise, where the Jinchuriki then heard the distinct sound of a rushing waterfall nearby. Blinking curiously at the sound, the blonde then hurried up to the top, where his sense of smell and hearing proved him right and that they were indeed traversing near a waterfall. And what a waterfall it was. The thing was enormous. Not only did it stretch all the way to the top of the cliff it was running down from, it was wide as hell. The width and height of the thing would have shielded the entire Hokage monument from sight. The thunderous noise of millions of gallons of water plummeting into the lake below filled the entire area with a calm background noise, which soothed Naruto quite a bit as he'd never visited a waterfall area that had such a good feng shui vibe going on. The steam rising from the pool masked most of the base features of the cliff, but it was clear the lake ran out of there via a massive river, and it was producing quite a strong current too. Kids could play around safely in the shallows, but go anywhere with any significant amount of depth and you were fucked. Naruto whistled at the sight of the monolithic falls. Damn, that's a good view. He then raised his hand above his eyes and looked up to the top of the massive cliff. Man, I didn't even think it was possible to see a waterfall like this. That's why we're called the village hidden by a waterfall, Shibuki responded with a proud smile. We live and breathe around it. Even though it is our most impressive landmark, it also contains our village's most well-kept secrets. Though you are from an allied village and I've placed a great amount of trust in you, we still can't risk unveiling these secrets. The Jinchuriki then scrunched his face up as he measured the drop from the top of the cliff to the bottom before clicking his tongue. Hey, if I was to hawk a loogie and swan dive from the top of that thing, would I be able to beat it down to the lake? Shibuki raised an eyebrow at him. Interesting question, though. I highly doubt you would. Is that a challenge? No, the older boy replied before smirking at him, but I would like to see you try. You're on. Naruto shouted. However, before the Jinchuriki could remove his pack and prepare to scale the thing, he suddenly stopped when he heard a rustling of bushes behind him and looked around. At first confused, the young Jonin then frowned when he sensed a concealed presence enter his radar from its hiding place, until the leaves at the top of a nearby tree exploded outwards. Before either he or Shibuki could react to the danger, a green blur unexpectedly shot out of the canopy and tackled Naruto to the ground, only for the blonde-haired youngster to plant both feet against his attacker's chest and kick the person over and away from him. Springing to his feet, the Jinchuriki spun around and assumed a stance, where he then saw the figure he'd managed to deflect land on all fours several feet away, shake her hair, before looking up at him with her familiar, cheerful grin. Naruto-kun. Fu-chan, the Jinchuriki replied with equal vigor, straightening up excitedly when he quickly recognized the face of his friend. Long time no see. How have you been? I've been great. Getting into trouble? Oh, tons. Running around. Training. Exploring the world. Going out on missions. It's been fantastic, the green-haired Kunoichi chirped while rising up to full height. Brushing her hair back, Fu then sprang forward and skidded to a stop directly in front of the equally cheerful blonde. As soon as she did so, she looked him over once more and nodded her head approvingly. Oh yeah. You're definitely doing great. You even got yourself an awesome vest. Jonin? Naruto grinned and tapped his nose. Yep. Jonin. Thought so. I watched your broadcast. Your matches were awesome, the girl chirped while placing her fist against her chest and puffing it out. I on the other hand have been promoted to Chunin, going on Jonin once I get enough A-rank missions under my belt. Seriously? Wow. Congratulations. Thanks. Battlefield promotion. Got it for my first 50 high-level assignments, the girl murmured while leaping away and throwing a few swift punches. I got myself enough credit that I managed to get a promotion without having to participate in the exams, which is a really good thing when you're in a village that likes to shuffle their teams around a lot. It's great. Yeah. Tell me about it. Wait. Naruto then held up a hand and pointed at her. Were you waiting around here the entire time for the chance to tackle the escort helping Shibuki home? The mint-haired Jinchuriki beamed childishly. Yep. Naruto actually laughed at her answer. I'm guessing you would have went for it even if it wasn't me, right? Seeing her nod, the youngster shook his head. Man, I've got to think about doing that the next time I'm waiting for an intercept. Although, I think I might end up pissing off the person I would be blindsiding, especially now that I'm a Jonin. Man, that sucks. If he was still a genin, something like that would have been considered cute or tolerable. Now that he was an elite ninja however, it would just be considered immature. Thinking about it a little more, the Jinchuriki then blinked when he saw the girl he was speaking with give him a sly smile and side up next to him, at the same time nudging him in the side playfully. Whoa. Whoa. What is it? Speaking of the exams, I also saw the other bits of the broadcast that played in between the matches. The highlights if you would. 2 girlfriends? Oh? Naruto blinked, considering her words for a moment before his head snapped up. Oh, that? Right. Clearing his throat, the blonde grinned nervously. Well that's a bit of a long story. Aha. I'm sure it is, you lump of desire, you. It was then the 2 chatty shinobi noticed the older boy standing beside them and how he was pointing between the pair strangely. Acknowledging his presence following their little reunion moment, the young Chunin gulped and tilted his head in confusion. You guys know each other? Processing the question quickly, Fu then smiled toward the son of her village leader and visibly brightened. Yeah. I met Naruto-kun when I saved him from drowning in a river to the south when I was out on a mission. We talked for a bit, played around in the water and learned a lot about each other after I fixed him up. After that, we became good friends. Nai? She beamed across at said youngster for clarification, who grinned at her and nodded his head affirmatively. We were so busy fooling around that we completely forgot about our assignments. I never got the chance to visit Konohagakure yet, so I wasn't able to pop in to see him. I was actually planning on sending mail, but I've been super busy with other stuff, I haven't been able to find the time. Yeah, but mail normally takes a few weeks to get to and from shinobi villages, what with all the censors and everything. You'd be lucky to even get it in 2, even with specialist couriers, Naruto answered with a regretful shrug. It's one of the downsides of being from different countries as well. When Fu nodded regrettably at that information, Shibuki also thought about it long and hard for himself. Yeah, that really sucks. Shaking his head, the blonde then breathed a sigh of disappointment and turned towards his friends again with a sad smile. Anyway, as fun as it would be to hang around and chat with you guys some more, I have to head back home. My mission said that I had to escort Shibuki to the rendezvous point outside of Takegakure and that was it. Though I have no idea where the hell the village is, I'm guessing we must be pretty close to it since you came all the way out here to greet us. He gestured toward Fu, who tilted her head curiously when he held out a scroll towards her. I'll need you to sign this to confirm that the job has been completed and that I can be on my way. Taking the document from him, Fu popped it open for a moment before turning to look toward the young Jonin again. You don't have to be in such a hurry to leave, Naruto-kun. Stick around and talk with us for a bit longer. This had Naruto Bulk and Shibuki look towards the mint-haired girl in surprise. Really? You want me to stay? Sure. It's been ages since we last saw each other. I'd really like to catch up with you, Fu chirped, before thumbing over her shoulder and towards the lake. Looking in the direction of said pond, the two Jinchuriki and Shibuki saw 2 kids pop out of the bushes nearby. When they spotted the trio of friendly ninja and familiar faces of their fellow villagers, the boy and girl beamed and waved in their direction, earning a wave from Fu as well. I'm sure the children would love to meet you. After your live performance, your face has become quite famous around here. Seeing the beaming expressions of the kids across the way, the hopeful smile on Fu's face and Shibuki's own pleasant visage had the blonde stop and consider his situation for a moment. Since he was technically in charge of this mission and able to make his own decisions, including those that deviated from his course, he quickly reasoned with himself that sparing an hour or so wouldn't hamper his progress any. After all, the longer he was out on a mission, the more chances he had to learn. It didn't hurt that he would also be able to hang around with a familiar face too, and in getting to know Shibuki the guy wasn't that bad either. Sparing a smile, Naruto nodded, sure. What the hell? Giggling, Fu then took the young Jonin's hand and pulled him towards the lake, with Shibuki hanging back for a moment longer to watch from afar as his village's resident Jinchuriki and wild child introduced the newcomer to the local children. With the youngsters immediately warming up to the blonde, who greeted them with fond smiles and laughs, the Chunin couldn't help but shake his head as he then folded his arms and propped himself up on the ridge. He's a completely different person off the field, the young man joked. Even though he was a Jonin, he still acted like a child. Heck, he was exactly like Fu in terms of personality. The world of shinobi was such a strange place. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the same region, at the top of the cliff where the flow of the enormous waterfall started, an area of abnormally large trees stood growing within a dense and heavily grown forest. Perched on one of the many branches of a large redwood, a series of figures could be seen gathered around a single individual leaning up against the trunk at rest. All of these figures were dressed in similar, beige-style clothing with markings that did not align them to any of the known hidden villages, as they were a collective of different groups from different walks of life. The first one, who were the most numbered, were a bunch of generic-looking soldiers, all of them adorned in shinobi gear, and all of them wearing the same uniform as the other. These were all mercenaries, and all of them were kneeling on the ground and giving all of their attention towards the obvious leader of the faction. Standing in front of them were the lieutenants, the main group operating directly under the boss and the people who took orders straight from the head honcho. These 3 were all wearing a headband aligning them to the village of Amigakure, yet all of them were dressed differently from each other. One of them was a masked man with shaggy brown hair and a single, visible eye protruding from under his locks, and was wearing a dark, grayish-blue uniform with a scarf and bandana. The kunoichi in the middle of the formation was a slim young woman with short, light brown hair, earrings, red lipstick, and was wearing a pink tube top with an open, light green shirt, navy blue pants, and ninja sandals. The other male beside her was a muscular, tough-looking shinobi wearing a sleeveless black shirt, ninja sandals, and brown arm warmers, with chin-length gray hair that was spiky on top and had a teal line mark drawn over his nose. The leader of this group was currently crouching against the side of the tree they were all perched on with his eyes closed and head trained downwards. He was an unremarkable yet gruff-looking man with long spiky hair and a goatee. He also wore a dark blue jacket, gray pants, sandals, and a bandana that held his hair out of his face, giving him his roguish appeal. Of the group, there also stood one that clearly did not belong to any of them, yet had seemingly aligned himself with their lot for his own purposes. He had long, brown hair, a long beard he had tied in strands with beads, and his lips were also noticeably dark. The top of his head was wrapped in bandages and his left eye was covered by a black patch, which sprouted from under his Kirigakure forehead protector, which had an additional, notable gash across it. The man was also wearing an extremely loose, long-sleeved pinstriped shirt and black pants, accentuated by the presence of striped leg warmers matching his shirt. Much like Zabuza Momochi, he also wore bandages around his neck, had an enormous sword of an odd design strapped to his back, and had his arms folded all cool style while he leaned quietly against the side of the tree, on the same trunk as the boss of the mercenaries. The other shinobi standing in front of the leader regarded this man nervously as he leered at all of them, since he was emitting a presence that was obviously foul. The masked one spat, "Why on earth are we bringing in rabble off of the streets for something like this? I don't get it. The 3 of us alone are more than capable of taking this village." "I agree with Kirasame, Master Suayan." The gray-haired shinobi on the other side of the formation spoke up with an equally annoyed look on his face as he extended a hand towards the swordsman. "It's a simple in-and-out job. Most of the shinobi from this village are out patrolling the borders and the rest of the country anyway, so why the extra hands?" The man the two shinobi were addressing, who was now identified as Suein, looked up from his spot staring at his feet with a hard look, which he then fixed on his entire team. Even though the old man is currently out of the country at a trade meeting, his home forces are still well organized and fighting fit, and won't be as easy to bypass as you may think. Though I don't doubt your abilities to handle this job and to be able to take the fight to the enemy of the squalor, I had recently gotten word that the village's Jinchuriki is still hanging around the area. Oh? You mean the Fu girl, right? The kunoichi in the center spoke with a distasteful frown. Yeah. I heard the rumors. She may be young and simple-minded, but she's an incredibly troublesome runt, and quite strong to boot. Receiving this message loud and clear, the masked ninja Kirasame looked up and across at his leader once again. Who exactly tipped you off to this, boss? Smirking, the gray-haired shinobi then nodded towards the trees pointedly, a very helpful benefactor. As soon as he said that, the group of shinobi was then joined by two shadows dropping down from the tree above, both of them coming to stand a few feet away from the swordsman who remained standing in place and looking on as the procession of antagonists suddenly increased. They were the ones who set me up with this information and our Kirigakure friend for a little extra boost in manpower, in exchange for a little help of their own. Looking across at the newcomers, the members of Team Suein saw that the two ninja that had appeared out of nowhere, one male and one female, were a pair of young-looking individuals wearing matching uniforms consisting of brown tunics, with the kunoichi having hers exposing her midriff and a scale-patterned scarf around her neck, black skin-tight shorts, black wristbands, and purple ropes tied around their respective waists. The male of the two had dark gray hair with long bangs that parted, revealing only one eye with marks around it, and wore on a dark color lipstick. He strangely also had a second mop of hair attached to something else protruding from his back, something that few took notice of. The kunoichi on the other hand looked perfectly normal, was quite attractive for her age, stood at the same height as her companion, and had long black hair, which she had in a Heim-style cut, with black, sharp eyes. Help, the gray-haired Murasame murmured. What kind of deal did you cut with them, boss? His aim asked curiously as she looked over the new pair and the swordsman. Chuckling and catching the group's attention, the boy with the gray hair and lipstick stepped forward with his hands on his hips. In exchange for our assistance in helping you acquire the Ayu no Mizu, Hero's Water, once you've done away with all the shinobi trash walking around the place, we wish to claim this village and its resources as our own. In other words, we want you to hand over the deed to this place as soon as you've gotten what you came for, so that we can then pass it on to our master. Resources? His aim repeated, balking a bit at this answer. That's all on a need-to-know basis, sweetie, the raven-haired female spoke, at the same time glancing towards the swordsman and Suein with a sly look. All you boys need to do is deal away with any troublemakers, capture the villagers, get your man to show you to the Fountain of Youth, and then be on your merry way. No fuss, no muss. Grunting, the swordsman formerly of the hidden mist leaning against the tree glared back at the pair. I don't care what you want me to do here, as long as I get to fight somebody. Suein looked towards the mercenary with a leer. Patience, Jinpachi-san. You'll get your wish. An interesting development has also just come to light that I think you may want to know about, the gray-haired newcomer from Otogakure said, drawing attention to him once more as he spoke up. Apparently, the village's Jinchuriki has just popped out to greet the son of Takigakure's leader returning from his out-of-town excursion. Not only that, but Naruto Uzumaki is escorting him. Blinking at the scouting news, Suein allowed another smirk to cross his lips after running over the details and laughed. Ah yes, little Shibuki. Perfect timing. He's just the man we need to lead us to the Hero's Water. He then looked across at the hired help, both the Jonin from Kiri and the pair of elite sound ninja. Well then, considering the circumstances, I'd say this works well to our advantage. Jinpachi, you follow us into the village and stay hidden. We'll use the people as bait and lure Shibuki and Fu out when they come screaming in to rescue everybody. Knowing the village's protocols regarding outsiders invading their borders, Shibuki will go in and retrieve the water in case any intruders happen to stumble upon its hiding place. After seeing the rogue ninja step off of the trunk and nod, the rogue Jonin then glanced towards his team. All we need to do is start the fire. Murasame, smiling excitedly, jabbed his fist into his chest with a thump. Let me and the boys take care of that. We'll go too, the gray-haired informant with the purple band grinned as he gestured to the kunoichi beside him. Kotoheim and I will take care of the unwanted visitor. The two of us alone are more than enough to deal with him. It's also quite fortunate since he's also one of the targets our master wishes to have brought in, the raven-haired member of the Fuma clan added, adjusting her purple belt while smiling towards her partner. We've got it covered, right Sakan? Oh yeah, most definitely. He then ran his tongue over his upper lip in a very sickening manner. I'm going to savor this one. Suein chuckled. Fine. Do as you will. Return once you've taken care of business on your end. Upon seeing the two vanish in a shunshin, the man then turned to his team of rogues once more and began relaying orders to his troops. Alright boys, let's get to work. Round up the rabble down below, but please, keep the bloodshed to a minimum. We don't want to make too much of a mess. The last thing he wanted was to have entire armies of shinobi from different countries bearing down on him. But after today, perhaps that wouldn't really matter.